This episode may contain content that could be distressing or objectionable to certain listeners. Please refer to the episode show notes for details. Discretion is advised. Hello. Welcome to Your Movie, My Movie with Dan and Steve.
I'm Dan.
And I'm Steve. Also with us today are writer and not-so-silent partner of the podcast, Sierra.
I'm Sierra.
This is usually a podcast where one of us picks a movie to watch and we discuss it together. But this episode is a year in review special where we reminisce about the films we've previously watched for the podcast. We will be talking about spoilers, so if you want to watch the movies first, now's the time to do so. But before we talk about those movies, Dan, what are your thoughts and feelings about the first year of this podcast?
I would recommend this podcast for. I think we did a great job. I'm really proud of us. I doubted us when we first started out. I didn't know if we would be able to do it consistently for a length of time, but we've done it consistently for a whole year pretty much.
Yes.
And I'm really proud of us. And yeah, thank you, Stephen, for sticking with me and for showing me new movies. Mm-hmm. I am extremely glad. Mm-hmm. So that's my feelings. Stephen, what are your feelings on this year of the podcast?
Well, I wasn't sure if we'd stick to it either. Because I've always been a creative kind of guy. And I have been a part of so many creative projects that never got off that, endorphin fueled creative development stage that, and none of them actually went anywhere. So be a part of something that actually did, it feels very gratifying for sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Large part, and thanks to you.
Well, and thanks to you as well.
Yeah.
I couldn't have done this without you.
True.
Yeah.
With teamwork.
Absolutely.
Aww.
Yeah. If nothing else, I need somebody to talk to. And, I can't have a Wilson head.
No.
So, and yeah, we've been doing this for a year. Mm-hmm. And so I'm very proud of us for, doing this on this long-term basis. And apparently we're going to keep going.
Yeah, we are. I need to see your next pick.
You absolutely need to see.
Well, we already talked about it last episode. It's going to be Unico 2 or whatever.
Unico and the Island of Magic, I believe.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Which I really want Sierra to see.
Oh, dude, I explained the whole plot of Unico 1 to Sierra and my mom and dad.
I was it was
I didn't
really
explain
good.
the whole plot, but almost all the plot.
But from what I heard, I was like, I knew I was going to cry to the movie if I were to watch it for sure.
Okay. Well, I won't say anything about the next movie. But you will cry, but you'll also feel other feelings. But that's the next episode. We'll say that for the next episode. For this episode, we're talking about all the movies we've watched before the next episode.
Yes.
Yeah. So, do you want to get to it?
Well, I want to ask Sierra, what are your thoughts on, the year too?
The year?
You haven't been here for every episode. You've been here for a few, but you've been around.
I've been here for a few because I was heavily into my last semester of college and could not even try to come and watch all these movies with you guys. But in the beginning when I wasn't here, I just loved hearing Daniel come home and talk about the movies you guys watched and how fun it was. Because in the beginning, it seemed like you guys were a little nervous about starting a podcast, which is completely understandable, and I'm very proud of you guys for sticking with it. But I think as the season, I guess, went on, you guys became a lot more comfortable with the whole podcasting situation, but also just being able to riff about these movies, not necessarily needing to have an order in discussing them or wanting to or trying to feel or sound like other movie review podcasts or anything like that. You guys really seem to make it very individual, very, very unique. And so that has always been so cool to me. You guys just kind of jumped in and did it, and you guys have been growing with every episode. And with the episodes I've been involved with, you guys have been so nice to me.
Of course.
I credit myself as a film enthusiast because I didn't go to film school like you guys did. And so I don't know a lot of the proper terms in talking about movies, like the technical parts of movies and stuff. I'm just like, I like the way that lighting looked and that angle was really, really cool.
Yeah, but you studied stage theater.
Yes.
Right? Yeah, well, that's just storytelling, and that's also a visual medium as well. So there's a lot of overlap, in stage and in film, but there's a lot of overlap in just storytelling in general, which is what we're talking about, really. So.
Very true, very true. Thank you. Yeah. See, you guys make me feel so comfortable on this podcast. Like, I was kind of nervous in case, like, film bros listen to this podcast and they're like, she has no idea what she's talking about. Like, I feel like you guys would cape for me, and I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
And it's been so fun watching these movies with you guys, because I've seen, like, some of these I've seen and I wasn't on the podcast because I was just like, I don't know if I'm ready to be on it yet. But being able to like engage with the movie and you guys and see how you guys perceive film it's just so much fun.
Sometimes you were just over on the couch listening to us talk about it, and you watched it with us, but sometimes you wouldn't like sit over by the microphone with us.
Right, correct, yeah. So yeah, I've had a lot of fun with the episodes I've been in, but also just like seeing you guys grow as a podcast.
In the beginning, I was definitely getting like anxiety attacks halfway through the episode sometimes and stuff like that. You were like very patient because I'd be like, Stephen, what are we doing? Stephen, I'm doing terrible. What is going on? And then, like, I'd like take a minute to like breathe.
Well, I mean, I'm not really anxious about talking about these movies because, I mean, I know how to make stuff up. And, act like I know what I'm talking about at the very least. So, yeah. So, Sierra mentioned that, we kind of sounded nervous. What were you nervous about, Dan, in the initial episodes?
I was just nervous about being entertaining and not just being like,
That's okay. I deleted all those out of the episode, so the listeners aren't going to hear any of those. So.
Yeah, but it was also like I wanted to be interesting and entertaining. Like, yeah, sometimes I get nervous even when we do like who would you recommend this movie for, Daniel? And because I'm like, oh frick, I didn't write it down. I'm just gonna
do it every episode.
I know,
and then you always forget.
Well, I don't forget. I always just try and make it up on the fly. But maybe I should try and write it down.
Okay.
Do you write yours down?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah. That's how I come across so witty when I do them.
Oh, well, what the frick? Now that I know that, after a year, I guess I'll write mine down too.
Okay.
Gosh, dang it.
I mean, you don't have to, so I sound better in comparison.
No, I gotta.
Okay.
Do it
That's fair too.
Okay. All right. That's good to know.
Wow. But you don't have to. You can keep coming.
No, I'm gonna write it down. Well, not every time. I'll probably be lazy sometimes.
Okay.
But now I won't have to like freak out before every time.
But the thing is I think you're kind of funny when you freak out. And, so like at the beginning when we were still trying to come up with the format of the show, we decided that maybe we would just talk about the plot and, review the plot and talk about things as they come along. And I was okay with that because I thought it was funny just to hear you try to explain the movies, in your extremely anxious, neurotic way.
Yeah.
But you weren't having that.
No. Because it just felt like too much like, don't summarize in your essay. You know what I'm saying? Like, like you have to talk about what you're watching and not just summarize what you're watching.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I think it's a little better this way.
Yeah, I agree. The only thing that I want to keep on track for is, that we talk about like the nuts and bolts of the films that we're watching, because I think that's what kind of sets us apart as podcasters talking about movies. Is, we went to film school, and so we know a little bit about the production, and so most movie podcasters, they just watch a bunch of movies and then they just talk about them, but they don't have any experience with film production. But we do, what little we have, we still have that. And so I think that allows us to provide commentary and opinions on these movies that don't often get talked about. So I think that's what, sets us apart from other movie review podcasts. Yeah, and that's what I try to keep in mind when we talk about these movies.
Valid. Valid.
Yeah.
Always good to remember too.
Yeah.
Indeed. Yeah.
Yeah. What were you nervous about? If you were nervous about anything?
I was nervous about that we were going to stick with it. I was very nervous that we were going to stick with it.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't start editing the episodes until we had a good backlog.
Fair, that's very fair.
Well, yeah, when did you stop being like, oh, this is not, like, when were you like, all right, I'm confident that we have enough?
I'm not really sure. I think, well, I don't remember when I started, actually editing these episodes. But I think I was really confident, like maybe around, like after we did the holiday episodes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's when we started being a little more free with it.
Yeah. I mean,
we followed the holidays up with an Emilio Estevez.
Yeah.
If that tells you anything.
Yeah. We did the holiday movies and we did our little Emilio Estevez Film Festival movie marathon. And then, since then, it's been very fun. It's been a lot more fun. So I just hope that our listeners will power through those first 12 episodes of us.
Yeah,
so,
that is a big ask.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Well, there's like this opinion or feeling in TV shows where they wish that they could do the first season but then not show it and then just start with the second season.
Yeah.
Because that's usually when, the seasons of these shows, find themselves and find what works for them and what doesn't work for them. And when they start to get really good. Yeah. And I wish we could do the same.
We technically can, but...
No.
Nah.
No. That would mess up our backlog.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
So what made you feel confident?
Oh, frick. My bad. I think it was just making jokes, honestly. And being... And understanding what makes things funny in a way. Like, our dynamic is funny whenever we disagree and we can just kind of like annoy each other a little bit with our opinions. And so I enjoy doing that, and I enjoy being like a little bit over the top sometimes. And especially like most recently, and not worrying so much about having to sound like I have something to say when I don't. I think that helped too with the plot. When we did away with having to go, beat by beat in the script, it gave me a chance to just talk about what I was actually really interested in about the movies. Right. Which is better than just talking about the stuff you're not as interested in and slogging through that until you get to the fun stuff.
Right.
So yeah, I think it was a mixture of things. And I think once I just took it down a notch in my mind of like, this isn't your entire reputation or your entire life. And if people think you're boring or annoying, it's whatever. Yeah. It is what it is. Yeah. So I think it was around the holidays too, around the New Year's era. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the things I've learned is if you don't have something to say about something, just don't say it and just stay quiet and just make the other people uncomfortable. And that's what I do.
Yep. Especially for Big Gold Brick, but we'll get there.
Yes. Yes. Unfortunately, we will. Well, that's another thing is, I know I come across humorous, or at least I hope I do. on this podcast, but I don't really think of myself as funny, or comedic, because the thing is like I can be a little funny for about an hour and a half, but that's fucking it, and I'm done, and I'm just gonna be quiet, and I just want to watch Star Trek and Babylon 5,
Yeah.
So like you know, I can't be up in a theater cracking jokes or anything, and that's why I always think about what I'm gonna say. I pre-plan in that way. Yeah. Otherwise, I will definitely come off as dull and uninteresting.
I don't know though, because I think as long as you bring your grumpiness, it's funny no matter what. Almost.
Do you think I'm very grumpy on this podcast?
No, but like funny grumpy. Like you made me watch this bullshit movie.
Well, I only did that for one movie, but yeah, I do try to find funny things to talk about or stuff like that. I still don't know if I'm going to edit out asking whether or not the cat in Duke and Burgundy was drugged in order to do the production or not.
Leave it in.
Okay, I'll leave it in.
That's fine. What is it? I don't know.
Hey, that can be triggering for some people. Don't mess with cats.
That's true.
Don't mess with cats.
That's true.
Yeah.
Sometimes, a little anxiety medication for cats. I don't know.
Maybe.
So gabapentin, it's good stuff, man.
Yeah. Okay, shall we get started with our movies?
Yeah.
Okay. So, first up, Liverpool. Dan's pick.
Yeah. This one, I have no regrets. I'm glad this was our first pick.
Yeah, I'm glad too, actually.
I don't know, it's a really freaking cool movie. Yeah.
I will say that it's one of the movies, it's one of your picks that I think about the most, actually.
Really?
I think about a lot. Yeah.
Wow. What parts of it do you think about?
Well, just the visuals of it, because it's all visuals, really.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult to think about anything else.
Yeah.
But yeah, just how it's a very visual movie, but it doesn't rely on like soundtrack or score or sound effects or anything. Like most visual movies without dialogue do.
Yeah.
I
think it works. I think about it a lot too. I think it works. I think it sticks around in my mind so much because there's so little in the way of details that you just remember the basic plot beats and then the visuals that come along with it and like the emotion almost.
Yeah.
I don't know.
There's a lot of emotion in the visuals of every scene of this movie. So yeah, it's a really great movie. Yeah.
I also think about just I always think about how it's so lonely of a movie in a way. It's existential to me. And I don't know. It's just about journeys and finding your way and acceptance.
Yeah. It is very much like a hero's journey, in that sense.
A crappy hero.
Yes. Well, I was also going to say, this movie also establishes your preference for bad fathers during the winter.
Yes.
And movies about those.
And I will have more. Undoubtedly.
Okay. Yeah. That could probably be its own podcast.
That could be.
We're not going to make it this podcast.
No. It's not like I intentionally picked those movies. It's just what I like. I watched Paul Schrader's, oh my gosh, what is it called? Affliction, I think.
Okay.
I think that's what it is. And I was like, I need to make Steve watch this.
Okay. Is that another one about a bad father during winter? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a podcaster. I forget his name, but he is on the movie podcast Linoleum Knife. And I forget his name, but he loves Christmas movies so much that he wrote an entire book that's just about Christmas movies or movies that take place during Christmas.
Oh, wow.
I love that.
That's cool.
And you can write a book. It's just about bad fathers during winter and movies about them.
That's true. I could. I don't know if I will. Maybe I'll just make one.
Okay. Oh, make a movie like that?
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. You could be like Yashijiro Ozu, and like that's all the movies you made.
Yeah. Yes. That's the funny thing about I can't. Paul Schrader, he does that basically.
Okay.
In a way, I just gotta I gotta do a Paul Schrader marathon eventually.
Okay.
It's gonna happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm down for gimmicks like that. So
sometimes I'm like, I wish I had a more diverse movie taste. But I do like a lot of different movies. But I definitely the ones that are central to me, they have a similar.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, though, because in the movie business, it's called the same but different. And these movies are the same because they tackle a lot of the same themes and, the same kinds of characters. But they're also different because there's variations in, who they are, who these characters are, and their dynamics with the other characters. And other things like that, there's similarities between Liverpool and Buster's Malheart, but those are not the same movies.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I think it's very interesting when we see those similar kinds of movies, but the variations that can happen within them. When I was first contemplating my career as a filmmaker. What I wanted to do was see how many different remakes of the Seven Samurai and the Magnificent Seven I could do. Like maybe make a cyberpunk one.
So you're gonna make your whole career a gimmick?
Well, I wanted to, but for that to happen, I actually have to have a filmmaking career. So. But yeah, that's kind of what I want to do. Like a cyberpunk version, and then I don't know, a fantasy version.
Hell yeah.
And maybe like a criminal version, or maybe one set in the 1920s, and so forth. Until it goes all the way around to where I make one set in feudal Japan and one in the Wild West. Kind of like, that old saying where, Die Hard became so ubiquitous that eventually someone came up with the movie idea to do Die Hard in a building. So, yeah.
Yeah. I like it.
Okay, wonderful.
You are very much, you love your gimmicks. So
I do love gimmicks.
I find that hilarious about you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm easily entertained. Well, maybe not so easily. But I do love my gimmicks. I do love my found footage movies, for instance, which we haven't done yet.
That's true. I mean...
Well, I'm waiting.
We're all going to the World's Fair was almost a found footage movie.
Yeah, that's true.
Almost.
That's true. But that was your pick. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is so funny though, because I mentioned this the last time we talked, where I thought I was going to be the one to come up with all these movies first, but everybody else beats me to the punch. So yeah.
Yes.
But as regards to found footage, usually those are horror movies, and I'd kind of like to save horror movies for October, but I can't do that. I'm willing to show movies, outside of October. But there are still all these other movies that I want to show you guys, or that are relevant to what we've already watched.
Yeah.
So, but we'll get there.
There's so many movies.
Yes.
We'll never get to all of them, but.
Yeah. I have about 500, is it 500 discs? I'm not sure. No, it's more than that. Maybe
it's
1,000.
More than that.
Yeah.
1,000, I think.
Yeah.
1,000 discs of movies in my collection.
Yeah, they're over there sitting on his floor.
Yeah, in the folders.
Yeah.
So, just to give us some context.
Yeah, they're not just loose.
Yes. Although in my house, it would not be surprising if they were. But yeah, there's a lot of them that I want to get to, and a lot of them are horror because I do love horror. Yeah.
All right, let's get to the next one. Heavy metal.
Okay, heavy metal.
I mean, we can talk more about Liverpool, but I don't have anything to say right now.
Yeah, it's such a great Liverpool. It's just such a sublime movie, though. It's very much a sublime movie, where it's a movie to be experienced. But it's like, what can you say about it after you experienced it?
I do think that more people should watch it, because I feel like not that many people have. I mean, I'm looking at Letterboxd, and it's only been seen by 2,700, and only 160 reviews.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's a very deep cut, you know, and, you know, I'm sure the only people who would know about it are you know, like maybe film festival buffs.
Yeah, that's probably what it was.
You know,
that's what I think we need to get into, like looking at like the lists of films that were entered into film festivals, or at least that's what I'm going to try and do, to find some new films.
Okay.
But this one, again, me and my mom found, I think, through the library.
Mm-hmm.
So shout out to can I shout out our county?
Sure.
Palm Beach County Library System.
Period.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for once, government.
Yeah. Especially here in Florida.
Yeah. Well, yes, Liverpool is great. And I want to watch some other movies by the same filmmaker.
Okay.
Because I know he has made a few others that look really interesting.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah.
With a few famous actors, actually.
Okay, yeah, I'd be down for that.
Cool.
For sure. Yeah.
Sweet.
Is there anything else we can say about Liverpool other than it's an experience to experience?
Yeah, watch it, experience it. It's I would say very much informs my want to make movies, because every time I'm like, oh, I want to make a movie, like here's a list of movies that I want it to be influenced by. This is on that list.
Yeah. So. Well, I understand why, because you're very much a visual storyteller for sure, and I can definitely see the influence of Liverpool on that with you.
Shucks.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Of course. Yeah.
Heavy metal.
Where should we start?
Oh my gosh.
So, have you thought about this movie since you watched it?
I have. I've thought about the 80s Bush. animated 80s Bush and snorting cocaine across the floor, like in a line across an entire floor. Like that's just great. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of what else. I always think about the first one, the Harry Canyon, Harry Canyon episode of the series.
Well, have you watched the Fifth Element?
No, I've seen only part of the Fifth Element.
You have to.
Okay.
It's really great.
Okay.
I've seen, I mean, I know it's basically a character from Fifth Element in a way. It's Bruce Willis.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of overlap between that segment and that movie, at least in the beginning parts, for sure. So.
I mean, it's like Taxi Driver. It's noir. It's sci-fi.
Well, the Fifth Element is a very weird movie because it's sci-fi. But it's made by Luc Besson, who's a French director, and it's French, and so it's like, I know, like, so I'm a big fan of Asian movies, especially Japanese movies. And one of the reasons why is because everybody talks about like how weird Japanese movies are, but I think like European movies, especially like non-British European movies, especially like French movies, are like just their own kind of weirdness. and Fifth Element kind of touches on that. And Luc Besson, he did some great movies.
Yeah. He also did some terrible things.
Yes, he has done terrible things. I'm not endorsing Luc Besson. I'm just saying these are some of his good movies. Because he did, he did Le Film Nikita.
Okay, I haven't seen that one yet.
I have that. It's great. It was remade here in America with Bridget Fonda as a Point of No Return. Yeah, and Harvey Keitel is in it. And he plays a similar character to the Wolf, which is a character he plays in Pulp Fiction, which you still haven't seen yet.
I still haven't seen.
Yes. Yeah, that's what we're also doing this episode is, talk about all the movies that you haven't seen that you really should have by now.
Yep.
Okay. But you did see John Carpenter's The Thing.
I have seen... Yes, yeah. We watched it together, yeah.
Yeah, we watched it together. Okay, but anyway. So yeah.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
It's not on the list.
No, I'm looking. Luc Besson helped write Taken.
Oh yeah, because that's set in like France and stuff. It's set in like Europe.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he also did the Transporter movies.
Oh what?
And he did Valerian. Yeah, Leon the Professional. That was the one he did after Le Film Nikita. So
yeah, Valerian was a recent one.
Yeah, and then he did that one movie with Scarlett Johansson. What was it? Lucy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Saw that in the theater.
I haven't seen that movie, but I just know about it.
I watched it in theaters.
Oh, I
watched it in theaters too.
I watched it twice.
Isn't it great?
Okay, it was so real. Mind you, when I watched it, I was like, what year did that come out? Like 20... what year did that come
2014.
out? 2014. Yeah, so I'm a 14-year-old. I thought that shit was the coolest thing in the world. I saw it first with my mom, and then I went by myself to the theater to go watch it again. I was like, this is so cool. And then I think like maybe 2 years later, I was like, that movie is okay. Like, it's interesting for sure. It's a concept. It's a concept for sure.
It is a movie, and it has images and sound.
100%.
I haven't seen it, so I can't.
Like the concept of like she's using 100% of her brain. She can shapeshift. Like what the fuck?
Yeah. So like that's a trope. That's a trope where they say that we only use 10% of our brains, and so there's like so many sci-fi movies and other stories that are like, well, if what we are capable of, if what we do with just 10% of our brain, imagine what we could do with 100%, and then we gain all these powers.
Dude, because I remember like after the movie came out and it had like if people were loving it, all these like neuroscientists were like, don't be fucking stupid. You do not use 10% of your fucking brain, because then what would be the point of the rest of your fucking brain?
Yeah.
Like, they were like, please reopen the schools. Oh, it was so good. It was sci-fi. It was sci-fi at its best, I feel. It was so great.
Yeah, and it also has the Korean actor from Old Boy. Yeah. He played a heavy in that movie.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, and it also has Morgan Freeman in it too.
I forgot he's in it. It's been so long since
I remember
watched
that from the
movie.
trailers. Yeah.
It's been like 6 years since I watched that movie. I forget everything about it other than her like just eating like a bunch of the stuff. Do you remember that scene where she like she has like all like the blue shit or whatever?
Oh, I think so.
Yeah, she's and she's like on a plane and is just feasting on that shit. Like her fingernails start falling off. It was like crazy. I was just like, oh.
What she's transcending is what it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's transcending,
Right.
but she's also deteriorating at the same time.
Yeah.
She's also ascending in a plane.
Yeah,
Yes.
It's a great movie. It's a great movie about transcending the human experience. And we should do a double feature with that movie with Transcendence with Johnny Depp.
Oh dear God!
Because I haven't seen that movie. But I've heard how.
I think I've watched. Have I watched it? I don't remember. If
I've watched it.
Is it not worth it?
You listen. I haven't watched it in a very long time. I will be clear. But I remember I was not a fan.
Okay, well then let's watch Altered States, because I got that movie.
I mean, we can still watch it.
No, we got Altered States because that's about John Hurt. That's about John Hurt ascending the human condition by taking drugs and being in a sensory deprivation tank.
Oh, sick.
Yeah, and like the movie ends with him like becoming like this primordial whirlpool of fog, and like the only thing that can save him is like the love that his girlfriend has for him.
Yo, honestly, that sounds pretty tight.
Okay, so we'll watch Lucy and then Altered States.
Oh, for sure. That'd be so sick.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, heavy metal.
Sorry.
Heavy metal.
Yeah. Just
Okay.
The art style was great. I think that's what I think about in remembering it. I'm trying to think about things I wanted to talk about it that I didn't talk about.
Okay.
But I don't remember.
Okay.
So you start talking.
Well, I was just gonna say, older millennials and Gen Xers, closer to my age, I know, I know like we're supposed to like do like cult movies or movies that aren't really talked about a lot. You know, that's what we aspire to. And this movie, it's been heavily referenced in pop culture. Like there is even a South Park episode based off of it. But the reason why I wanted it to be my first pick is because this movie has so many different elements to it. It's like so many different movie genres in and of itself. And that's why I think it's a great movie, because there's such a variety within this movie about what I love from genre movies.
Yeah.
You know?
Watching it and remembering it, I'm like, that is just like an insight into teenage Steven's head. Because of like how much crazy genres are just matched together.
Yeah.
And how much crazy like high concept stuff is in here. And how much like just fun ideas are in the movie. And how they're just like, whatever it is, we're gonna run with it, and we're gonna tie it together with the freaking Lochnar and a random thing, and it's gonna make it work, and it'll be interesting, and it is interesting.
Yeah.
And somehow they pull it all together. So,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Well, I also know this movie from the magazine, because this was originally a magazine. And I believe, is it Kevin Eastman? One of the creators of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. He became like an owner of the magazine, and he was married to Julie Strain, who was an adult model, and she was the model for the heavy metal sequel, FAKK2. But anyway, my point being is that, okay, so this was before the age of the internet, so there wasn't internet porn. There was only magazines or you know, erotic movies on HBO and Cinemax. After midnight. But in heavy metal, it showed nudity, but they sold it at comic book stores. So that's another reason why Teenage Steve.
Yes, I'm aware.
So there you go.
Anyways. Random Hearts.
Random Hearts.
Yes. I think this was my least favorite movie that we've watched.
Really?
And I talk about it all the time when I'm talking about the podcast to people, because I think it's just so funny.
Okay.
Because I think that was our funniest episode, like in the early part, definitely. And just because of how much I didn't like it. And thinking about it again, I want to watch it again eventually, just because of your interesting take on it. And I just completely saw it in a different way, and you really are the one that saw it in a different way, because you saw it kind of through the gimmick of an anti-love story. And that's kind of what it is. And I just saw it as a really boring romance movie. So, you know, again, looking at it from a different point of view, I think will help it be way more interesting the next time I watch it. But watching it the first time was a slog, to say the least. Well,
I think it's definitely a movie that one can relate to as they get older. And then they recognize that relationships can be a lot more complex than what we're taught and told that they are. You know? I
think that was one of your main points when we had the episode too. And I look forward to watching it when I get older, when I get, you know, when I have a few more years under my belt and stuff.
It's also kind of it's also, you know, a bit weird of a movie too, because it's a romance movie with Harrison Ford,
which is already an anti-romance.
Well, yeah, because it's pure grumpy. But I mean, I can't think of any other movies that are like pure romance.
He did like Sabrina, right, or that one?
Oh yeah, that's right. He did. Yeah. But that's more of a. Yeah. That's definitely a romantic movie, but that's also like a romantic comedy movie, which is even weirder. But that's because he plays the part of the grumpy guy who, you know, who works all the time, and to know how to appreciate, the finer things and, like love and so forth. And that's got Greg Kinnear in it too, right? I think he plays the brother.
Probably. Let me look.
Yeah, and Julia Ormond, who was also in First Night with Sean Connery and Richard Gere.
Yeah, Greg Kinnear and Julia Ormond.
Yeah. Yeah. I kind of like that movie. That movie is actually a remake of a movie from the 40s with Audrey Hepburn and Humphrey Bogart.
Okay, I thought it was a remake of some kind.
Yeah, I think Harrison Ford plays the Humphrey Bogart part, but I'm not sure. I haven't seen that.
That would make sense.
Yeah, for sure.
we're going on a lot of tangents.
Well,
but that's fine.
Well, you're the one who wants to fill this episode out.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You're right. Well, I don't know. Man.
Okay. Yeah.
But another thing I think about a lot with the movie,
Random Hearts.
Yeah.
Just to be clear,
is how other people see, like the perspectives that the investigator, that Harrison Ford as the detective, he gets so many different perspectives of his own relationship, and it's so interesting to see the idea of like, what do other people think about you and your relationship, and what do they say that they think about it, and what do they actually think about it, and that is just really interesting to me too.
Yeah.
So I think about, when I think about the movie, I think about her coworkers.
Yeah.
At the store she worked at.
The magazine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Should we move on for Ellen? Or do you have more to say about Random Hearts?
Well, how much do you think about I was thinking of your mouth?
I was hoping you would say that because I forgot the quote
I was
exactly.
waiting for you to start quoting it because all I heard after they watched this film was Daniel he would just start spitting quotes from this movie, and they were god awful. And
I hope you're not. What is it? After they have sex, she's like, "I hope you're not the Democrat."
Like, I'm kind of mad I didn't come watch it. Like, Daniel was like begging me to come watch this movie.
Gosh,
he's like, I think because I know, but you're like, you should come to this one screening. You should come. Like, it's gonna be fun. You don't have to be on the podcast. You can just watch the movie with us. But I was so slammed with homework that I was like, no, I really shouldn't. Don't tempt me. Whatever. And then he came home and I was like, fuck.
Well, that's the reason to give Dan a watch it again.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You're not gonna like it.
I know. I can't wait.
Then you'd be like, wait. This is the part with the Brazilian photographer. Who gives him coffee?
Yeah. Wait. This is the part where they're on a plane, flying somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the part where they're in an airport.
Yeah. This is the part where Bonnie Hunt cries.
This is the part where Harrison Ford is grumpy.
Oh yeah.
Oh, or this is the part in the beginning whenever he's jogging and we get to see his earring up close.
Yeah. I was about to mention his earring.
Oh, he had his earring in this one?
Yeah.
Oh, sick.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I love that man. I love Harrison Ford so bad.
I love Harrison Ford. Like, I love his thrillers. And I really hope we get to watch them. I don't want to watch Witness because that's well known.
Yeah.
But I really want to watch what is it? Presumed Innocent. Yeah, I think that's the one. And I have a list. I bought them on Prime Video, so
nice.
We'll watch them at some point. But yeah, I love the Harrison Ford thriller.
I liked him growing up, but I don't know if I'm a huge fan of his movies or not. I like some of them.
Well, I mean, they kind of run the gamut. Because, first you have, he got his start in American Graffiti.
Which I haven't seen.
Oh, it's so good. But it's also very weird.
Yeah, we talked about this. Yeah.
Let's just say it shares some themes with Star Wars, and that's all I'm going to say. But a little bit more explicit than that.
Yes, we talked about this.
Yeah. He was in American Graffiti.
He was in the early Coppola movies, or not the early, but The Conversation.
Yeah.
And Apocalypse Now and stuff.
Yeah. And then and then he was in Star Wars. But I also think like his real big break though was Indiana Jones. Yeah.
I think that's probably what made him a movie star.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, he was the cool guy in Star Wars, but
that's like a sci-fi movie. And during the 70s, there's a phrase called the sci-fi ghetto, because science fiction and fantasy, they weren't really seen as legitimate genres to be in. They were seen as very lowbrow genres. But since then, they've been very much elevated. So since Star Wars, would be in the sci-fi ghetto, even though, it's a huge at the time, even at the time.
Yeah.
It's still sci-fi and thus, considered low art. And then Indiana Jones, that's entertainment, but that's great entertainment.
Yeah.
And so, that's when he, I think that's when he really became a movie star. And then I think in his career, that's when we get into like those thrillers that I mentioned. And also maybe some other movies too. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Blade Runner 2.
Oh, yeah. Blade Runner. Well, yeah, but that's also sci-fi ghetto, too.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Been in a lot of dang movies.
Yeah.
Shall we move on?
Yeah.
For Ellen?
For Ellen.
a Bad Father in the Snow?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This is the first movie I watched with you guys, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
In the first podcast I witnessed, the first episode I witnessed you guys do. So for Ellen, I liked it with a lowercase L.
Okay.
kind of whispered. The movie was good. The performances were good. I think it's just the main character was like Joby or whatever. He was just so fucking unlikable that like I didn't know how I felt about the movie itself. You know what I mean? Like because the whole movie is him trying to redeem himself, sort of, just so he can get share custody of his daughter, almost, right?
Well, it's him trying to. Yeah, I guess it's him trying to redeem himself.
Well, it's him trying to redeem himself as a musician, because what he's doing is he's withholding, like he's staying. He's keeping his parental rights, and he's holding them hostage so that in order to get his ex-wife to give him the money for half of the house.
Right.
Yeah. So they co-own the house. But Joby needs the money from his half in order to pay for his, his album that he wants to do. And so in order to get that, he's going to agree to give up his parental rights to his daughter.
So he's selling his rights to his daughter almost.
God, he's such a fucking dick. Like he made me so mad. And like, even though this was like the first movie I watched you guys and I wasn't on the episode, I was like on the couch like gripping the couch because I had so much to fucking say about it because he was just so awful. Like, and I think there's only like one moment in the film where like you would think that there's some sort of like redemption arc happening, which is like the toy store scene, maybe like when he's taking his daughter out, he's taking Ellen out to go do all these things or whatever. And the fucker just leaves at the end of the movie. Like, he just gets into a random freight truck and dips. Yeah. And I was just like, what was the point? What was the fucking point of me watching this man just be terrible for like an hour or whatever? I was so angry. But it was a good movie. I feel like in my head, and I'm sure this is what people say all the time about movies, a good movie makes you feel a lot of emotions all at once to the very end. And that's exactly what it did for me. But because Joby was so unlikable, I still don't know. I think I rated it like a 3 stars on Letterboxd. I was like, I couldn't like get a grip on it. And like I was trying to, as you guys were talking about the movies, I'm like going through Letterboxd and trying to like look at the plot of most of the movies I didn't watch with you guys. And I looked at For Ellen and looked at reviews and stuff. No one said anything about the movie. They were talking about his facial hair. Like,
I just remember that him was it dyeing his facial hair with like mascara with
mascara.
Yes.
John Hader was so good in that.
Yeah.
He was so good in that.
Yeah.
I just want to see more John Hader.
I know.
Yeah.
Bring back John Hader wherever he is.
Yeah, for sure.
In Utah or whatever. Because Iowa, I forget.
I don't know. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's just, he's had his run.
I think he's just happy.
Yeah.
I think he's still in stuff every once in a while. And I remember going down a rabbit hole of just looking at the stuff he's been in.
Okay.
But he's been in some stuff recently. It's just like, I get the feeling that he just does whatever he wants and just, chills with his not billions of dollars.
Yeah, he's made his millions, and now he probably lives someplace, fairly cheap, where he can, just live his life and, maybe just do whatever roles come his way that he enjoys. So.
Oh, he was in the 2020 Tremors movie.
He was, yeah.
Okay. Well, that's something we'll have to check out at some point.
I guess so.
I love Tremors. I love the Tremors series.
I feel like he's in these like really, really deep cut, crazy, weird movies that are just kind of perfect.
Well, oh my God, who's the guy from Silver Linings Playbook?
What's his face?
Oh my God.
Bradley Cooper?
Bradley Cooper. Yeah, he's in the Dungeons and Dragons movie.
Really?
Yes, he plays a halfling. And he plays oh my God, what's her face? From Fast and the Furious. Letty from Fast and the Furious.
What's her name? I know what you're talking about. No. It's something Rodriguez.
Olivia.
No. I don't think that. No, what is her name?
I don't know. I'm just shouting out names.
Give me a second. Oh shit.
What names did I just shout out? Who are those people?
Oh no. Michelle Rodriguez.
Yeah. She plays Bradley Cooper plays a halfling who is Michelle Rodriguez's ex-husband or something.
Oh, hilarious.
But Michelle Rodriguez plays this barbarian, so she's like very, very buff and stuff. And Bradley Cooper's like this high. But he doesn't play for comedy, he plays it totally straight.
That's amazing.
Yes. And so John Hader is he's probably doing scenes like that, Hopefully, yeah.
Really quick, one thing about For Ellen. So I'm literally thinking about it right now, so I'm probably not going to articulate it well, but I think one thing that made me not like Joby's character, but what makes me appreciate the movie a lot is that Joby is a shitty bad man, right? And he's going to be a shitty bad man from beginning to end. Yeah. And I think that's why I like the movie a lot, is because it's very realistic. You can't expect a shitty bad person who's been shitty and bad to randomly just turn over by the end of the movie and have a happy ending. That's not realistic. And so I really like that they continued with that. And as you can imagine, his ex-wife and daughter and family or whatever, and bandmates, they feel so upset and disappointed and angry with him for all of his decisions because he's so self-centered. We then feel the exact same feelings by the end of it. We're now involved in the story too. And I just now realized that's one thing I really enjoyed about the movie.
It's
go ahead.
It's narcissistic behavior to a T. It's sometimes they have these moments where you're like, oh, they could be a better person if they tried, maybe. But they just whenever you see him pushing her on the swing, that's the scene I think of is him pushing her on the swing, and you can see some humanity in him in that moment, but it's he doesn't let it grow. He doesn't give it effort.
Well, the thing is that he already made his decision, though. He already made his decision to give up his parental rights in exchange for the money, but he also gets this one day with his daughter. So, even if he wanted to redeem himself, how could he really when he already gave up his right? He already made the narcissistic decision, but he can't back out of it now. So, and
he never would back out of it, though. I don't think.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah. Well, and this movie makes me wonder. So movies are about character arcs. In every story, there are characters who change. They They change from who they at the end of a story. The character has changed from who they are at the beginning of the story. Most of the time, it's the main character who has that change. But what can also happen is the main character never changes, but they change the world around them.
Right.
Like Back to the Future. In Back to the Future, Marty stays who he is throughout that entire movie, but he changes who his father is, who his mother is, who Biff is, and who Doc Brown is, all throughout the story, right? But my question here is, well, who has the arc for Ellen? Whose character changes from who they were at the beginning of the movie?
I mean, I think it's... I don't know. I don't know if... I thought of it as a character study movie in a way that we don't need to see him change. We just need to look into his life and see how he operates. But looking at it from that point of view, I mean, you could say maybe the daughter, maybe John Hader's character. But we don't get enough of him, I don't think.
Yeah, this might be one of those rare movies where there's no change.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe the daughter, because, I mean, there's not that many characters in the story other than...
And it doesn't take place over a long period of time.
No, it's a day or two.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it is... So, when I took a creative writing class, he talked about how, a story is a character wants something intensely, goes after it, and sometimes that stuff gets in the way, and maybe that desire changes, or they realize what they really want, and they have like a sort of epiphany of what they actually need, or things like that, and then they change in some way, and the end shows the change. That's my professor Laraca from Palm Beach State College, and he said sometimes the characters, they have an epiphany of like how they could change, but they have like a second sort of epiphany in a way too, and where they do stay the same. It's like a return back to, or like they have the opportunity to change. They have that moment of, I have a choice now to change or not to change. And some characters do take I'm not going to change. And we read in class Sabbath's Theater by Philip Roth. You read part of it, right, Sierra?
I did, yeah.
But that's a book that he described in that way, as in the end he doesn't really change. He gets the chance to change in a way, but doesn't.
Okay.
I think I think he gets a chance to change.
Yes, absolutely.
But he doesn't.
Or he can't, because he already gave up the rights.
Right.
So.
Fair. So yeah, for Ellen, interesting movie.
Very interesting, yeah.
Non-word.
Probably very, very advanced writing used in it,
Yeah.
I like too that it's an American film made by, I believe, a Korean director. Yeah, Korean American director, and it's a woman director too. One of the few women directors we've had in the series so far.
That's true.
So it's a different. I mean, it's not like the same sort of like male, aggressive storytelling. Not aggressive, but like men tell stories sometimes differently than women do. And I think that it's often a lighter touch. Yeah. With a woman's story versus a man's sometimes. And I think that is interesting when looking at the movie.
Absolutely.
I think that informs it a little bit. Yeah.
And lots of visual storytelling with this movie too.
Yeah.
Like especially getting to the character of Joey, like with the mascara on his little soul patch.
The first, I think about too, what we talk about in the very beginning of the movie, and the very beginning of the episode of our podcast, was we see like the first image is a street sign of two directions, and like there's no way to go forward, but there's two directions to either side, and it's that sign. It's a road sign. And so, I mean, that's a great visual metaphor that she used.
Absolutely, yeah.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And two, now I'm thinking about it, like she's playing piano. And he comes into her room whenever she's playing piano. I don't know, I'm just thinking about them using their characters well and building the characters well.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see him in her, the good parts of him maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like when music was like fun for him. And
Yeah.
now he's literally signing away his rights to his daughter for his music.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
that's so fucking nuts, dude. That movie is so, it makes you so mad. It makes me so mad.
You know what movie is like that for me? Up in the Air with
George
Clooney.
Yeah.
And is it Anna Kendrick?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
But it's Vera Farmiga's character.
1 second. I have
I
to
have
get
no idea what
faces.
you're talking about.
I watched it once.
Okay. Yeah. I watched
Yes.
it once, but that's
Yep.
all I could stand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Vera Farmiga,
Holy shit.
she's a cunt and a half in that movie, isn't she?
100% capital fucking C, dude.
And her character in that movie is who I like instantly see no matter what she's in. Like I see her in except for The Departed. But like, you know, I see her in the first episode of Bates Hotel and I'm like, oh, that bitch.
Yeah. like how you said, like it totally ruined all of her movies for me until I saw Big Fish, and now I'm just like, oh.
I don't remember her in Big Fish.
Yeah, she's in Big Fish. She plays the mom.
I only saw Big Fish once in the theater, so.
Oh, you're crazy. I have to make you guys watch it again. I love that fucking movie.
I'm trying to find
Up in the Air.
Big Fish.
Oh, okay.
Isn't she in Big Fish? Maybe I'm getting it wrong.
I don't know if she is.
Am I wrong? Watch me be wrong.
Boom, 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 boom.
I'm wrong. Oh my gosh, who was in Big Fish then? Am I crazy? I could have sworn it was her.
It's okay. We'll cut this out.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
But yeah, Vera
That's so silly.
Farmiga. It's like that for me.
Yeah,
because
for
of Up in
sure.
the Air.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Now the next one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ringu.
Jinx.
Mm-hmm.
Which I watched this forever ago. I didn't watch it with you guys,
Okay.
but I've seen Ringu before.
Okay.
And but when I was very young, it scared the shit out of me. Obviously. So when Daniel said you guys were going to watch it, I was like, fuck that.
Really?
Yeah.
I wonder if you watch it now, if you'll find it just as scary as you did when you were younger.
Because it wasn't that scary.
Yeah,
to me.
Maybe.
It's more like the ideas that it brings up are scarier than any of the visuals or what actually happens in the movie.
And
For
it's
sure.
certainly creepy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's definitely creepy.
Mm-hmm.
Like I remember all the slow zooms. I don't even know if they're slow zooms, but I just remember some of the shots of just like this feeling of dread, feeling of like, oh.
Yeah, because I remember I watched it like late at night. I was sleeping over at my grandma's house, and I never slept as a child, so I was just flipping through movie channels because they had cable, and I watched Ringu, and I couldn't sleep. Like it was like one of the things where I watched it from the beginning, but I was too scared to stop watching it. I was like, maybe if I finish it, then like I'll be fine. You know, I won't. My mind won't be thinking about all these things. And so I watched it all the way to the end, and I did not sleep the rest of the day. And my grandma came in the room the next morning, and I'm just sitting in bed like.
Some guy's gonna get me in the TV.
Dude, like it freaked me the hell out.
Like, what the hell are you saying?
No, literally.
You should watch it again though.
I feel like I should, yeah.
Because like thinking about this movie, and because I listened to the episode again after we recorded it, and the thing that I like about the movie is my interpretation of it is that like Sadako is trying to get her story out and to have her story be told, even though she has no voice, she has no way of standing up for herself, but she finds a way to stand up for herself in a way, and I really like that idea of the story that needs to be told, that struggles to get out but does. But yeah.
Yeah.
So, and also it's about I don't know, I think mothers and daughters in a way too.
Yeah.
The movie.
Well, we're definitely going to watch a movie by the same director. That's going to be my Halloween pick. So
Dark Waters?
Dark Water, yeah, and that's one of my favorite horror movies.
I've heard a lot about that movie, and I want to watch it.
Okay, great, yeah. Not the American remake with Jennifer Connelly, which I haven't seen and don't really want to. But yeah, so Sarah, you saw this because it was on like a movie channel, right?
Yeah.
How I was introduced to this was one of my older sisters. She's really into J-horror, especially like video games. I think she was playing like Fatal Frame at the time.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Oh shit, that's a good one.
Yeah, and so she got a copy of Ringu, and then on DVD, and that's how I watched, and that's how I got to know it before the American remake of The Ring came out.
Yeah.
So, and that also started me on my journey into Asian horror. Yeah, which I love. So.
Which is funny because with Ringu, it scared the shit out of me. Can't watch it ever again. But I might. But with The Ring, I've seen The Ring like 6 times. Like,
yeah, it's
so strange. Like the I guess American horror and like any sort of Asian horror, like they just do it so different. Like something so much more like visceral, I guess, than American horror. And I don't know how to articulate that.
I think one of the things about Ringu and even Dark Water, when we see it, I think it comes up especially more in Dark Water than Ringu, but you can really tell the difference in the production values. Like if you watch the production value of Ringu and then watch the production value of The Ring, like they're so different.
Yeah.
But I think like the Ringu having less production value makes it even better because, it's kind of like found footage where it's a little bit more realistic. Right. And so it's a little bit more immersive than The Ring is.
Yeah.
I also think I think that the filmmakers of Ringu felt like it was a spiritual film in a way. And like they cared about the subtext a little bit more.
Yeah.
Probably than The Ring. Because The Ring, I have seen The Ring like a while ago, and it was scary to me. I thought it was a cool movie. I liked it, but it relies much more about on like a girl crawling out of the TV backwards.
Right.
Yeah.
It's more of like the fear factor and just like the fear there in your face rather than like reading between the lines of the film.
And it's much more about a viral, like a chain text or whatever.
Yeah.
It's less about the spirit, I think, of the story.
Yeah. In
my opinion. I mean, it is about a reporter but it just doesn't have the same sort of, I think, care. Maybe.
Yeah, The Ring is more about Sadako scaring and killing these people rather than, how Sadako became a ghost in the first place.
Right.
And also, and yet we don't get as much empathy towards Sadako in The Ring. Yeah. And in Ringu, it is, you see her lovingly almost hold Sadako's like body.
Yeah.
And it's just, it is completely different in the way that she's not a villain in Ringu.
Right.
She causes deaths, but she's not like, she's a child.
She's a child, and she's also like a force of nature as well.
She's not this like heartless demon.
No, she's not Freddy Krueger. She's not
exactly.
Jason.
Exactly.
I think
she's not Leatherface. Yeah.
I think that's probably some of the differences too in the Americanized version of it.
Now, the one thing I do kind of like in The Ring over than Ringu is like what you see in the tape, like the symbolism and all that, but like that's the only thing that I prefer. Yeah,
I think that they didn't really emphasize the virality of the tape in Ringu as much.
Yeah,
right.
And I think that was a really interesting concept that I think The Ring did a good job of capitalizing on.
Yeah. Well, and also there isn't that plot hole in Ringu about how Ryuji, the ex-husband, about how he gets cursed. Because I recently looked on Reddit and somebody asked about that. And I'm like, well, we watched it and, we thought, maybe the part where he sees the ghost pointing at him, that might have been Sadako. instead of somebody else with the hood. But I don't know. So, but anyway, it doesn't matter. That plot hole doesn't matter. It's still a great movie. So,
Yeah.
It's like Raiders of the Lost Ark. You know, it still would have happened even if Indiana Jones was never there. So.
We had a whole conversation about that because we were talking about the new Indiana Jones.
Yes.
And we were talking about the old Indiana Jones too, the Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yeah. Well, you asked me how I felt about Dial of Destiny, and I'm like, well, you know, and I don't really like the movie that much for various reasons, but one of the reasons is because it's like Raiders of the Lost Ark, where if Indiana Jones was never there, the entire plot would still have happened without him. So
Fair. That's very fair.
I thought that was an interesting way of looking at it, but ultimately I was like, that does not change the movie for me.
Okay.
It doesn't help me enjoy it less. I don't even think it's a problem, but Steven thought it was a problem.
Okay.
It was just funny. It was a fun argument we had.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Cool.
And also, we talked about a lot of deep subjects. We talked about Ringu, like death and, you know, remembrance and how people mourn and all that other stuff. So yeah, I thought Ringu was a really good episode.
That's the thing too, because like, okay, American horror movies, they aren't taking it seriously, but I also don't think they take themselves as seriously as like Ringu took itself.
Well, it really depends on the movie because, I mean...
Yeah, that's true.
And it depends on what the audience wants because there's all kinds of different audiences for horror movies.
Yeah.
You know, there's people who you know, they like the gore fest. Or there's people who like Nightmare on Elm Street, but also Friday the 13th, you know, just to see the special effects of how they do the deaths.
Yeah.
You know, and that's you know, that's skill on its own. But then you also have, you know, psychological horror, which
is kind of my favorite genre.
Yeah, mine too. And which, you know, is, you know, in Japan and, you know, other Asian cinema, they do very wonderfully.
Yeah.
And it's because of their culture of ghosts.
Yeah.
Really, which also comes from like their ancestor worship.
Exactly. We don't have. It's like American society does not have that kind of tie to spirituality.
Well, not in that way.
Not in that way,
like
exactly.
Ghosts. Like instead, you know, we get The Omen.
Exactly.
Which I fucking love.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
We don't like. We're afraid of ghosts.
Yeah.
And that's basically it. We're fascinated and afraid by them.
If we even believe in them.
Yes.
Exactly.
Whereas I think the Asian culture around them is much more like
there's a lot more folklore
and also like
reverence.
Well.
Yeah.
And they treat them more as people and personalities rather than spooky. Ooh.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
But The Ring was still a good movie. I liked it. And I'm looking at it. It's 2002. I mean, that was
The Ring.
Yeah. Like that was pretty early as I thought it was a pretty like good. That time in American horror movies was, you know, not super. Horror movies were still very much looked down upon.
Yeah.
So in that way, I think.
Well, I think it's still looked down upon today, except for like the post-horror stuff you're getting from more independent studios and filmmakers now.
Yeah,
it's true. But also like that kind of stuff has already run its course. You know, it's like. You can't make Friday the 13th anymore. You can't make Nightmare on Elm Street anymore. We've already told as much of those stories as possible, which is why you know those franchises have kind of given up. And so I was wondering if that was there yesterday and I didn't put it away, or if you just caught that.
I got a new one out.
Okay, I was just, but I never know. Anyway, I'm not wrong. Anyway. Anyway, yeah, the only horror franchise that just won't die is Halloween, and it really should, from what I hear.
It really should, and I'm not even that big of a fan of the Halloween franchise. I loved the first few. Thought they were great. Just classic Hollywood horror, right? But I don't think we need any more. Like the fear of a stranger just stalking you and killing you and tearing apart a fucking neighborhood. Like, it's done so many times in so many ways. And it's, from what I've seen of the new ones, it's just copy paste. Like there's no new fear.
Well,
you know. And
have you seen Halloween 3, Season of the Witch?
I don't think so.
Okay, that's the one without Michael Myers.
Why would they do that?
Well, okay, so here's, I'm a fan of Halloween 3. Daniel, what are your thoughts and feelings on Halloween 3, Season of the Witch?
Scary Irish rocks are the villain of the story. And capitalism.
Lovely.
Capitalism that fucking hates kids.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, there's like, spoiler alert, we're gonna make you watch it, I'm sure.
Oh yeah. You can absolutely spoil it.
No.
Okay, all right.
No, spoilers.
Well, I mean, it's just an interesting movie.
So here's
a
a story.
mystery movie.
Yeah, here's a story behind Halloween 3, which doesn't have Michael Myers.
It's also boring, though. I like the idea. I like that he tried to branch out, but it's not a great movie.
We'll debate that when we watch the movie for the podcast.
Sure.
Anyway, so John Carpenter, he makes Halloween, the first Halloween, for like $1. Okay, like super cheap.
Okay.
And it's like a surprise crazed hit. Like it makes tons of money. And so now the executive producers, they want a sequel like right away. Well, John Carpenter doesn't want to do the sequel because he's like, he already told that story. He wants to move on. But the studio, they give him money. So he's like, fine. And so I think he writes the script but doesn't direct it. So it has a different director. I could be wrong. I'll cut this part out. But anyway, so they do Halloween 2, which is a sequel to the first Halloween. Okay. So they do that, and on the strength of the first Halloween, it does very, very well. Yeah. Well, now it's time to do the third one. Okay. Well, John Carpenter really doesn't want to do another movie about Michael Myers. He's already told the story, and also what he imagined the Halloween movie franchise to be is with every Halloween you do a new movie, but you tell a different story with different characters.
Because that's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah. And that way you can just keep the franchise going on and on and on and on and on, just coming up with new stories to tell instead of just trying to follow this one character. And so they try to do that with Halloween 3. But the thing is because they already did Halloween 2 as a direct sequel to Halloween, audiences are expecting Michael Myers, and this movie doesn't have Michael Myers. And so they're like, what the fuck? This is a Halloween movie with Michael Myers. How can you do that? Now, there are kind of problems with this movie that I love. That's fair and valid. But I think... And because Halloween 3 was wasn't loved by critics, but critics aren't going to like most horror movies anyway, and because it wasn't liked by audiences, because audiences like the Michael Myers, they like the Freddy Krueger, they like the Jason, they like the Pinhead, that's who they follow, and this movie didn't have that. They they didn't come out to see the movie either, and so that's when they went back to Michael Myers and having it be all about Michael Myers. But then that's when we get into the problem with how many more movies about these villains can you keep making? And it's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. But if they did what John Carpenter did, and thought in the long term, we could have 40 Halloween movies by now. And it is very much a cult classic, Halloween 3. It does have it's cult classic fans. So
I love it.
Yeah.
I know I might not like it, but I do want to watch it.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
It apparently is not directed by John Carpenter.
No, it wasn't directed by John Carpenter, but did John Carpenter write it?
No, he was just a producer.
Oh, he was just a producer for it. Okay, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think like the cameraman or something from the first Halloween, he was the director for Halloween 3.
Interesting.
This is Tommy Lee Wallace, who did the TV version of It.
Okay.
As well.
Okay. Do you know the actress from Assault on Precinct 13?
No, I'm looking at it right now.
Well, he was married to her, and she was also in Halloween 3.
Oh.
And I think she was in Halloween as one of Jamie Lee Curtis's friends.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah. The one who took you stripped down to her panties and her knee socks. To that one.
I haven't seen Halloween, so
yeah.
Now you got something to look forward to.
I saw it in the theater with a room full of strangers. So.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's the best way to do it.
Yeah. Oh, it was great. It was the first time I saw that movie too, so yeah, it was wonderful. Yeah, I saw Halloween 3 before I saw Halloween. So
hilarious.
That's who I am as a person.
We're good to move.
Yeah, on from Ringo.
Oh yeah, we're moving on from Ringo.
I do like that you guys watch like 2 sort of horror movies, sort of like scary movies.
Well,
but
this is October.
very different. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. This is when we get into my gimmick.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
But like as a genre, I really do love horror.
Yeah.
Because it's so like the subgenres of horror. There's so many of them.
Yeah.
And they're lovely, and I think I enjoy most movies from like each subgenre. And with We're All Going to the World's Fair, it's probably one of my. I don't know what genre to call this one. Like what would you call this kind of movie?
Well, how did you watch this movie?
Also, you were the one who told me about this movie.
I did, yeah.
Okay.
So I found it before I watched it. I'd seen it, circulating a little bit, like on Twitter and then on TikTok, and I was like, this movie kind of looks cool. Like I thought it was like a YouTube short film, like someone just put it on there. You know what I mean? Because it looked very, very, very indie, and obviously it was. But me and Dana were trying to look for a movie to watch one night, months after I'd already been introduced to it, and it was on Netflix.
No, HBO.
Oh, it was on HBO. That's right. It was on HBO, and I was like, oh, I heard this one was really good. People have been talking about it. Let's watch it. And it was more than I imagined it would be. Like the love that I have for this movie is kind of crazy. Like I think it is phenomenal.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I absolutely love it. The main actress, what's her name? Oh man, I should have had this pulled up already. But she's
Anna Cobb.
Yeah, dude. Holy moly, because she looks like a child. I'm sure she was very young, obviously, doing this film, and she was amazing. Like
so good.
She genuinely, like, I was so scared for her. There are rare times when I'm watching a movie where I'll be super scared for the protagonist. Like obviously that's like a thing for horror movies, but it's like, oh, I wouldn't do that, or this person's so stupid or whatever. That's how I watch most of mine. But for her, I was just like, I want to, like, can I call her? Like,
yeah, also, you're afraid of what she's gonna do to herself too.
Exactly. I was because I was less worried about what's gonna happen to the world around her. It was like, what's going to happen to this little baby girl, and can I like make her cookies and milk? Like, she was just so precious and so naive, and so she just needed some sort of something, and she was getting it, but it was like, how far is she gonna go? And I think that's what scared me the most, because she is a kid having these experiences and having the thought of like, I don't want to be home with my father. I don't like anybody around me. I don't like the life I'm living. I'm gonna look at this really cool horror game and see what happens to me. Maybe I'll become somebody that I like,
or somebody that other people will like.
Exactly.
So,
And that is just, it was so heartbreaking.
Yes.
So heartbreaking. Because obviously that's an insecurity that all young people go through, especially young girls. And to watch her go through with like this game, whether she knows it or not, it almost seems like she was accepting at some point that she was like, this could be dangerous. This could harm me. But I've already come this far. And it's just like, no, what are you doing? What are you doing? And I don't know. I love this movie so much. The writing was phenomenal. Alex G's the soundtrack. Great stuff. I'm like speechless. I don't know. I really do love this movie.
One of the things I love about this movie too is just like, I have so much hope for Gen Z in their movies, because I feel like this is an extremely Gen Z movie.
This is a very Gen Z movie.
And all of its problems are so of this generation.
Oh God, when she goes to the graveyard or the cemetery, and you know she talks about like where the school buildings and the desks were. Yeah.
Man,
that and just a relationship to technology, and how she's so lonely.
She's so lonely.
That's the thing. I just had this thought where during. When I was growing up, and there were children, horror movies involving children. Usually, it's of the kids on bikes genre, where you have a group of friends who have their bikes, and their bikes are their freedom, and so they have the freedom to go around and explore, and then they get in dangerous situations because of it. And so, like, that's how I grew up, and I know those kind of movies. And Stranger Things, that's exactly the kind of genre it is: kids on bikes, going on these adventures. But this movie is the inverse of that. It's a young girl going on an adventure, but she's isolated and using technology to do it, which is a very Gen Z thing to do. Exploring dangerous places on the internet. And, watching things that influence her to do dangerous things too. So, yeah.
And trying to find connection and comfort.
Yeah.
Like that scene when she like goes into the barn and she puts on like an ASMR video on the projector and she falls asleep to that. Like,
but
I think about that all the time.
But before that, she opens up that drawer that shows that AR-15.
Right.
Yeah. But like that's what I'm saying. Like the she's looking for comfort and connection, but it's through a video.
Yeah.
Right.
And like I'm sure she's commenting and like talking to people like JLB and stuff.
Yeah.
But that's like it's not the same.
No, it's not the same.
I mean, sometimes it is. Like so you can have genuine connections over the internet. Not denying that at all. But
the thing is in the context of this movie, though, is reality and unreality are blurred.
100%.
Yeah, so you can never tell if the situation, if that kind of relationship is genuine or not, because of that blurriness of reality.
And the blurriness of reality overlaps with her too, because we as the audience member don't know what she's thinking. Yeah. We don't know how much is an act and how much is not an act.
Yeah, exactly.
And we don't know how much is like her putting herself into like a dissociative state or like her acting. And it's terrifying because you're just worried about her as a human being almost. Yeah. And you're worried about what she's doing to herself.
Yeah, because like as I was watching it, like the idea of the online game, like it was obviously fiction to me. Like what she's experiencing, it's just an online game. It's like a little fad, that always happens on the internet. You know what I mean? But the part, and obviously this is obviously intentional, but the part where it definitely felt super real is when she was sleeping, and it seemed like she became like possessed by something. Like she had no control of her body, and she has this terrifying smile on her face, like this like strange like face distortion thing. And I've talked at length to Daniel about how face distortion is like the scariest part of horror to me, like analog horror and stuff like that. I know this doesn't really count as analog horror, but it almost felt like there's a lot of influence within the movie. But that's when I was like, oh my God, look, what's going to happen to her now? If she's doing this completely, unconscious, she's sleeping, like, is she aware that this is real? Like when she started, does she really think that the game is real? How long does she think that it's fake? When did it start to become real for her? Was it before or after she watched the recording of her sleeping? I don't know. Like I was just trying to figure it out, as I'm sure she was just going through it.
Well, the genius of this movie is if the game is real, it's horror. Yes. If the game isn't real, it's still horror. Right. It's scary either way, and that's what the genius of this movie is, for sure.
And with the game, she's finding community. Because she, there's other people that are playing this game, and she's, I can't remember if she was in chat rooms, but I think she's reaching out to people who were playing the game, whatever. And then she comes up to JLB, and they have like a back and forth chat, you know, and Skype call and all that stuff about the game. And you can see then that she's like really, really delving into this world, whether it's real or not. Like she doesn't know if she has control anymore, sort of thing. And JLB's like, girl, it's just a game. And then she completely flips out because she's like, this is all she wanted was community. She wanted to be a part of something that other people were a part of, something she thought was cool and other people think are cool. That's what she wanted. And now this person is, whether intentionally or not, almost ridiculing her or making her rethink everything that she's doing, and
putting
then
a hole in that.
Exactly. And then she completely just flips out, calls him a pedophile, does all this stuff, you know, and I don't, it was just so like,
and that's the moment she disconnects from the game almost.
Yeah.
And we never see her again.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that was just like so scary. It was sad and it was scary.
Well, that's, you know, that's also how, you know, friendships and relationships over the internet can be, where, you know, you meet someone, you know, you can get to know them for however long you do, and then all of a sudden they can just not be there anymore, and you can never know why.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's also a valid scariness to that too. So, yeah.
I think about too, I mean, it's one of the main images from this movie when you look it up, about the scene whenever she tears apart her like childhood doll.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's so heartbreaking because it's like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Do you know you're doing this? Are you doing this out of desperation, or are you literally like delusional right now? And any answer is equally tragic. Like you were saying, any answer is equally horrific. And it's just,
for me, that scene, it signified her her break from being a child, because like in my case, like I was very independent when I was a child. I was like 11, whatever, when I first started to like cook for myself, do my laundry, all that stuff, and I've been hyper independent since. And it's because throughout my childhood there were moments where I felt like it wasn't appropriate for me to be a child. Like I had to step up and grow up very, very fast. And that had to do with like isolation, not liking the situation you're in, not liking the people around you, people not liking you, or feeling like people don't like you, not fitting in, all that stuff, all those insecurities. It's like, well, obviously I'm super juvenile. So of course, maybe people will like me if I'm grown up, or maybe I'll think better if I'm grown up. I think her tearing apart her toy is what that meant. Like she was stepping out of her being a kid, so she could be taken more seriously.
Or maybe she just hates, you know, where she's at so much.
Yeah.
And her, you know, childhood toy is a constant reminder of that. And, you know, if she's trying to do these YouTube videos for the game to escape that, you know, maybe that's one reason why she, you know, destroys her childhood toy is, you know, it's a reminder. But, and also, you know, as a child, we don't have control over our lives. Our parents control us.
Right.
And so, you know, she obviously has problems with her father, you know, in the movie. And so, you know, maybe her lashing out at the toy is also her lashing out at her father and how she, you know, lacks so much control in her life at this moment, which is also very indicative of Gen Z, you know, like with things like they're getting shot at in schools, and then climate change is here. It's here. It's not coming. It's here. Right. But, you know, they have no control. They, you know, Gen Z didn't do it, and, you know, they currently don't have the power to stop it either. So maybe, you know, that moment is a symbolism for that.
Yeah, for sure. Because I had many a Barbie doll that I mutilated, threw away, set on fire. You know what I mean? And whether that was just me being, you know, creative little kiddo, or, you know, lashing out about my life at the time, you know, it's a very relatable moment in that movie. And I think that's what really like set in like the sadness for me, for her, because I was just like, baby girl, like of course we don't really know how do we know how old she is in this movie?
Does it mention she's in high school? Well, I mean, she talks about her high school.
Yeah, she talks about her high school. Yeah.
So it was just like, you deserve so much better. Like, you know, I really love this movie.
You know, one of the problems is in the human condition, you know, good stories are not guaranteed.
Right.
You know, that's why you got, you know, kids in Africa, you know, digging lithium out of mines for pennies, you know, to power our iPhones and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good movie.
Good movie.
Great movie.
Great movie.
Many ways.
I wish they would make more movies like this. I mean, this movie really reminded me of, I believe it's, let me look it up, House of Satan.
This is our first movie by a filmmaker who was non-binary.
That's true.
Look at y'all branching out.
Oh, The House of the Devil. Yeah, this movie really reminds me of House of the Devil, directed by Ty West. But We're All Going to the World's Fair is a lot better than House of the Devil. But, you know, both movies are very indie like that. And, but House of the Devil, that's really a callback to like 80s and 70s horror movies. Whereas We're All Going to the World's Fair, it's so fucking modern.
Yeah.
Like, it's last year modern.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things I really enjoy about it. And yeah, I hope Gen Z, you know, really embraces who they are and what they grew up with in order to make new stories in cinema. Yeah.
Because there are movies that sort of have like modern movies that have sort of the same like idea where it's like how social media affects kids, you know, and some of them are so fucking just. Ugh.
Those weren't written by Gen Z though.
Literally, like you just want to shoot yourself in the face. Like they're just so god awful. Like, well, I don't want to use Spree as an example because I liked Spree, but it was
what is it?
Spree.
Okay.
Did you ever hear that one?
I don't think I've heard of it.
So it came out was like last year, 2 years ago, something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
What's his name? Joe Carey.
I think so.
From Stranger Things. He's in it, and it's he's trying to go viral. And he's also a Spree driver. Spree's like Uber.
Okay.
And there's like all of these like steps to go. Yeah, all these steps to go viral, and he does all of them to an extreme point.
Okay.
And even though it wasn't the greatest movie, I did like it. But it's like movies like that where it's just like, here's how, you know, the internet is harming your children, blah, blah, blah. Like it just feels so just like banging over the head how bad it is or whatever. But with We're All Going to the World's Fair, it felt like a lot more like less centered on like how they're taking over the world, the world's children, and just focusing on this one girl and her experience with it. And it's a lot more intimate. It's a lot more personal.
Bicycle Thieves.
Spree wishes.
Spree wishes.
Because if you watch Spree, it annoyed me so much because he's a serial killer. And he's trying to become viral by being a serial killer. But like his whole thing is like tune in for the message. And like that's his it's like a performance art of killing people. But he's calling it the message, and it's just like you get it because there's a message to it.
Is it better or worse than Big Gold Brick?
Better.
It's better. But like it's equally as hard to watch. It's equally as annoying to watch, I would say. But there's like one thing in the end for me about Spree that redeems it a little bit. We might have to watch it. Because it's so, I don't know, it's just so relevant, I guess, but it's so annoying. It's so relevant because it's out of touch too, I feel like.
It does feel a little out of touch, yeah. But we're all going to the World's Fair. It with that sort of content of like how the internet can affect somebody, how society can affect somebody, like it's held with such tenderness. It's
Bicycle Thieves, you know, where in Bicycle Thieves it's the story about a missing bicycle, and that's all it's about. That's all of the stakes. It's just a missing bicycle, but that missing bicycle means so fucking much to the people who care about it. And yeah, that's what we're all going to the World's Fair is about. Yeah, it's about this one girl doing this, internet challenge. That's also kind of a reality game, but it's also a mimetic franchise that and so like even though the stakes are small, because the movie takes the time for us to empathize with her so much, it means the world to us as an audience. She means the world to us as an audience. So yeah.
The emotional stakes are high.
Yeah,
because they're high for her.
Yeah.
Y'all are so welcome for finding that movie.
Thank you.
Y'all are so
Thank
welcome.
You, Sierra.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Sierra. So yeah, Big Jake. Dan, what are your thoughts and feelings on Big Jake?
Big Jake, watched it when I was younger. I was scared by, oh my goodness. Big Jake, I watched it when I was younger, and I was scared by the bloody machete killing that happened. My thoughts on it are John Wayne beating up his sons.
Yeah.
And his sons being annoying. And again, that image of freaking a horse galloping towards a 4-year-old at full speed and someone just yanking him off the ground.
Oh my God.
Yeah. You haven't seen this yet?
I've never seen this.
It was John Wayne's son, apparently.
Yeah.
Actually, there's a few of his sons.
Yeah. Okay, so what it's about. Okay. Big Jake is, okay. So Big Jake McCandles. Okay.
Yes.
Is it okay? So at the beginning of the movie, it's a voiceover narration, and it's comparing and contrasting the civilized American East with the Wild West. Okay. Great opening, right? Great opening. And then it kind of transitions to about a dozen or so outlaws, and like talks about it gives their name and a brief history of who and what they are.
That was one of the coolest parts of the movie, probably.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh man, would it be great to do a movie like that?
Yeah, just any movie. You just started out with like, boom.
Yeah.
This is Tom Fletcher, the whatever. I don't know.
Well, you know what movie kind of does that? What modern movie kind of does that? Suicide Squad.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair.
Or at least they tried to.
Most fun part of the movie, probably.
Yes, absolutely. So anyway, we get introduced to these outlaws, and then they ride up to the McCandles Ranch. Now the McCandles Ranch, that's owned by Big Jake's wife, who's played by Maureen O'Hara.
Yeah.
And
they're separated.
Yeah, they're separated.
Okay.
Yeah, still technically married, but but he lives in Mexico.
And they've been separated for a while.
Yeah, a very long time. And so these outlaws, they ride onto the ranch, and what they're doing is they're kidnapping Little Jake. And Little Jake is Big Jake's grandson that he has never seen.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's so funny because like Little Jake, he's dressed in these little shorts and like a white shirt and a little overcoat and a little kind of top bow tie.
How old is Little Jake?
Like 12 maybe.
Less than that. He's like again, he's probably like 5 or.
Oh, okay.
Oh, really?
I don't know, 5 to 9, I would say.
Okay.
What a cute little babe.
Yeah. I can't tell. Anyway, so these outlaws, they kill a bunch of people, and they wound one of Big Jake's sons, and they kidnap Little Jake, and they take him off, and they're going to hold him for ransom. And so Maureen O'Hara, like, she's a big woman in the town. Like, the town she's in is called McCandles, Texas.
Right.
And so they have the army and a Texas Ranger, and they're like,
Oh, he's so cute.
Yes. And so they all say, "Oh, we'll get the job done." But Maureen O'Hara's like, "Well, this is a how does she put it?"
I don't remember.
I gotta look it up. I gotta look it up. Let's see. This is a harsh and unpleasant business requiring a harsh and unpleasant man. And that's when we cut to John Wayne. So John Wayne gets the message, and so he returns to McCandless, Texas, and he meets with his wife, but he also meets with his two sons. One of his older sons is played by his real son Patrick Wayne, and his other son is played by Christopher Mitchum, who is who is it?
He's in a lot of old westerns.
Robert Mitchum, right?
Probably.
Yeah, let me make sure.
Yeah, the son of actor Robert Mitchum.
Yeah, Christopher Mitchum is the son of Robert Mitchum, who also worked in movies with John Wayne. Okay, and so they play his sons, and so they agree that they're going to go down in Mexico and get little Jake back. The thing is Patrick Wayne plays who is John Wayne's son, plays Big Jake's son.
Okay.
And little Jake, who is Big Jake's grandson, is played by John Wayne's son.
That kid was John Wayne's son.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
He had a son later in life. I believe from a different marriage, but I'm not certain for that. So yeah, there's a lot of family dynamics in this movie that just make me laugh, and I love it. And apparently, I'm the only one who does, and I feel like I should apologize for picking this movie.
It was alright. Like, I like John Wayne movies, and I watch them all the time growing up. But this wasn't one that I was allowed to watch.
Okay.
Like, it wasn't encouraged to watch because it was a later John Wayne movie, and there was more blood and a little more explicit violence, maybe.
Yeah.
But I thought it was pretty good, but it wasn't anything like crazy great. Exactly.
Okay.
It wasn't the most special John Wayne movies, in my opinion.
Well, the thing is any movie that talks about family dynamics, I fucking love. Like, it automatically goes to a 9 for me. Like, my favorite Indiana Jones movie is Last Crusade. Just because of the hijinks that father and son get into.
Yeah.
So. That's why I picked this movie for my Thanksgiving pick.
Yeah, this was the Thanksgiving pick.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
A movie where fathers and sons, hit each other and also commit murder against people coming after their family. So
Hell yeah.
So it was pretty fun.
Okay.
And I feel like I didn't talk about it that well, but I enjoyed it.
Okay.
And the Technicolor looked great in some parts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it did, it did a lot of, well, it did a couple things that were, inventive or creative, like the beginning. And, the sequences, the action sequences with the old-fashioned cars.
Yeah.
During the ambush.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah.
I said it reminded me of what I know of the Dirty Bunch or
the Wild Bunch.
Wild Bunch.
Yeah, we're not gonna watch that soon.
But because we learned about that movie in one of our film theory classes, or at least I did.
Okay, I didn't. I don't think I did.
Professor Rawlings was talking about how that was a movie that showed the end of the cowboy era.
Well,
within the story.
Yeah, I think that movie's a lot more about the end of the cowboy era than Big Jake, because with Big Jake, the end of the Wild West is just beginning. I think with the Wild Bunch, the Wild West has already ended, but the characters don't know that. Yeah. So, like, that's why that movie's the way it is. So, because they're World War I, the Great War, it was mechanized because, we had airplanes, and there were even, like, armored cars, and then by the end of the war, they invented tanks to go over trenches, but they still used horses. They even used horses at the beginning of World War II. So reminiscent of the cowboy days, until mechanization completely took over the military.
I thought that there was some sort of parallel though to in this movie to that, just in the idea of the end of the West. But
but it's not as much of a theme. It's like, just little elements here and there. Like with the cars and the automatic pistol Patrick Rain blast and the bar fight with
and the beginning like monologue thing.
Oh yeah, that's true too. I would love to do a remake of this movie, but just do it just from the Outlaws' point of view.
Interesting. You wouldn't get the family dynamics that way, though.
No, but you get other dynamics.
That's true. Outlaw dynamics.
And there were brothers as part of the Outlaws.
True.
Yeah. Yeah.
I did like the villain, too. The villain was great in this movie.
Oh, yeah. He is in Have Gun, Will Travel. Where he plays a cowboy. Well, he's basically a mercenary named Paladin. And his headquarters is like a hotel in San Francisco. And like all he does is like read newspapers of like people in trouble, and then he goes off and meets them and like says, if you pay me money, I will help you. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. It's great. He's great. Yeah, wonderful casting.
Shall we move on?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
That's okay. It's just funny. That's all we have to say about Jake.
I didn't have that much to say about it, so. And with this episode,
do you want to? What John Wayne movies, would you think be good for the podcast that you've seen?
I've seen El Dorado a ton of times.
Okay.
If we do another family John Wayne movies, I think we should do The Sons of Katie Elder.
Okay.
That one is a classic in my opinion.
I've watched that one, but I'm not as much of a fan of it as I am of Big Jake. But we can still watch it if you can still pick it and we can talk about that. Yeah.
That's fair. Now we got to look up John Wayne movies. I mean, The Searchers is a classic.
I haven't seen it.
You haven't seen The Searchers?
No, but I heard that I think Akira Kurosawa did a remake of it, like a Japanese remake of it, in exchange for The Seven Samurai being remade into The Magnificent Seven.
That's so cool.
Wow.
What a deal. That's so cool.
Yeah, that's kind of sick.
That's awesome.
Well, it wasn't like a deal, like they had to do one, but they remade Seven Samurai into Magnificent Seven, so that inspired Akira Kurosawa to like remake The Searchers, I believe.
I mean, The Searchers is probably, one of the best John Wayne movies. Okay. It's a very, I don't know if the themes are weird.
Okay.
Because it involves a white lady getting kidnapped by, natives. And they're rescuing her from the savages, quote unquote. But it is a really good movie. It's striking visually. It's darker than a lot of John Wayne movies are.
Okay. It's always funny when John Wayne goes dark. It's always funny. And isn't El Dorado, isn't that the movie he made as a response to High Noon? Because he knew that, I think it might be El Dorado, but it could be a different movie. But basically, High Noon came out, and as soon as John Wayne watched it, he knew that that movie was about all the Hollywood writers being blacklisted for being communists. And he was like, fuck that. And then he made a movie as a response to that. Because like the only movie that, the only character that came to Gary Cooper, who plays the sheriff, the only character who comes to his defense is his Quaker wife. And he was like, fuck that. And he made a movie in response. Have you only seen like Western, John Wayne's Westerns?
I'm trying to think of what else he's been in.
Because I also watched The Green Berets.
I watched that a long time ago. So I don't remember that one.
That's a funny movie. John Wayne's defense of U.S. involvement in Vietnam. Yeah, it ends. How does it end? It ends with John Wayne on the beach facing the setting sun and waving, except Vietnam's beach is only on the east. It doesn't have a beach on the west. Yeah. And I think it has, oh my God, the guy who played Sulu.
Oh.
George Takei. Yeah, George Takei is in it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Love me some George Takei.
Yeah.
He's great.
Yeah.
Love George Takei.
He's still alive, isn't he?
Yeah.
I believe he is, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think he's still doing Allegiance. I want to say it's touring. I think it was just in Australia. I can't remember. Allegiance is a musical.
Oh,
Yes.
Oh my gosh, really? Holy cow.
That I hope I'm not getting this wrong. I want to say he helped write it. And it's about the Japanese internment camps.
Oh, that's something he feels very strongly about.
Very strongly, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's fantastic. It is a musical. It's beautiful. The songwriting is stunning. His performance in it is absolutely beautiful.
Okay, great.
Yeah, so he's definitely still alive, still working, still acting.
Okay, yeah, the last thing I ever saw him in was when he was in Heroes. Yeah.
Rest in peace to a good show. Rest in peace to a good show.
Well, first season.
First season, yeah. Still.
But it's not their fault. They had to deal with the writer's strike. So
Exactly. Like how I feel about Heroes, it's very much like the nostalgia, just like, oh, I miss it so much, is how I feel like the same with Lost. Like Lost was like great, but damn it, do I miss that show so much.
Well, you weren't around during the 90s, during the Fox era, because Fox put out these great genre TV shows, but they only lasted for one season. Like VR5, which was about this woman who could do virtual reality, and then Strange Luck, which was about D.B. Sweeney. As a kid, he and his family were on an airplane, and it crashed, and he was the only survivor. And ever since then, he's had strange luck. That could be good luck, and that could be bad luck, but very strange. Yeah, it's very great. And then there's this one called, oh my God, what was Brimstone? And it's about, so it's about this detective, okay? And his wife was assaulted. Okay, and so he goes after the guy who assaulted her, but he just goes. But I can't remember if he gets off on a technicality or what. But anyway, the detective kills him. Well, a few months later, he dies, and because he committed the sin of wrath, he was sent to hell. Okay, so years later, because he didn't allow, justice. He took justice into his own hands. Is the reason why he was sent to hell. Yeah. Okay, so months later, he dies. Okay, and then years later, 113 souls, dead people who became demons, they have escaped hell and went to Earth. And so Satan recruits Stone, the detective, into stopping these demons and sending them back to hell.
Oh my God.
Which you have to do by shooting their eyes, because eyes are the windows to the soul. Either that, or I'm getting that one mixed up with Demon Knight. Tales from the Crypt, Demon Knight. But anyway, and the guy who plays Satan is John Glover, who played Lionel Luthor in Smallville. Yeah. And he plays Clamp in Gremlins 2. Yeah. He was also the voice of the Riddler in Batman the Animated Series. So, and there's also Space Above and Beyond, which was a sci-fi military space opera, which was great. And then there's Key West, which is about this reporter living in Key West and was just noting how weird Florida is at the time. You missed out.
I really did.
They're all one season. They're all one season long.
That would kill me. Yeah. Oh, that would kill me.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
You missed out. Oh, the best one. I almost forgot. The best one was Prophet, and it was about this guy who was absolutely ruthless. He was like a business executive, and he started low in the company, but he manipulates and does all this criminal shit in order to work his way to the top. And you find out that the reason why was because he came from an abusive home, and he would go to sleep in a cardboard box with that company's logo on it. And the guy who played him is Adrian Pasdar, who's the guy who could fly, the guy running for governor in Heroes. Yeah, and the reason why that show got canceled was because people weren't used to having a villain protagonist, so they're like saying, "Why are we watching this show about this terrible person?"
Oh, that's fucking sick.
Yeah, that sounds crazy.
Yeah.
Ooh, I need to find all of those.
Yeah, great shows.
I'll have to buy all the box sets or something. I have no idea.
Yeah, you should make a list.
One season.
I should. Yeah. So Firefly isn't the first one. Is all I'm saying.
Fair.
Firefly isn't the first one. Okay. So anyway.
That's fantastic.
Big Jake. Is that all we have to say about it? Okay. So Captain Fantastic is next.
I feel like we should almost skip this one just because we could go a long time on it too.
Very true.
Well, what more could we talk about, Captain Fantastic? I mean,
this was my first episode, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
It was definitely the first episode you came on the air with us.
Yes. Yeah. And I felt like I was doing it so poorly because I think I barely took any notes. I was in the middle of doing homework and watching this movie, so I was barely taking notes. And I'm gonna be so real, I don't remember anything I said on the episode, and that's fine. But I think I had strong feelings about the movie.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I'm pretty sure we all loved it.
Yeah, we all love this movie.
Loved it. I thought it was so good. The one thing I really loved is the casting. Only just little bits of the casting. Also shared casting with Step Brothers, and I loved that so much for some reason. And they sang Sweet Child of Mine, which was also sang in Step Brothers. That was one aspect of the film that I loved it, because I don't know if it was intentional or not, but it just, damn, I loved it. And as depressed as I could have been watching the movie, that bit of just having that parallel, it helped a lot.
This movie fueled my rabbit hole of watching Noam Chomsky on YouTube.
Okay.
Yes.
And wow. I guess people have some problems with Noam Chomsky, but I don't know why, because he's freaking awesome. And I love that they celebrate him for Christmas in this movie.
That's so funny.
Well, you're probably on the wrong side of the class divide to understand why people have a problem with Noam Chomsky. That's probably the reason why.
Yeah, probably. Because literally he's just constantly spitting facts, and
yeah,
literally that's all he does is just and he's so old now, but he's still just I see live streams of people interviewing him, and he's just yeah, well, Reagan was terrible, and Obama was terrible, and Bush was terrible, and he goes into all the different reasons why our presidents were all dictators basically. Anyways, sorry.
Hold on. I'm trying to okay. Yeah, have y'all seen The Best of Enemies?
No.
It's let's see, it's about William F. Buckley Jr. and Gore Vidal and the televised debates that they had during the 1968 presidential election.
Yeah.
They were discussing, debating each other first during I think first during the Republican convention, and then during the Democratic convention. And it's that set off a feud that lasted the rest of their lives.
Wow.
And it set up the what is it? The aggressive political commentary we have nowadays, or where it's one guy from one side and the other guy from the other side, and they just go at it with each other. Yeah, it's a great documentary. We should watch it for the podcast soon. I might do that. I might do that before we get as my one, instead of doing a double feature, I might do that as my one pick before we get into the holiday movies, so we can talk about that. But yeah, that's a very political movie too, which is why I brought it up. But what I think about with when I think back on Captain Fantastic is there's that shot of them traveling through the city, and then you see all those malls, the strip malls with all the signs. Yeah. And one of them is for Van Heusen, and it's I have a pair of glasses that are Van Heusen framed. And I guess I'm part of the problems, and I'm not part of the solution.
Well, I think about the movie, and I just think about it's just so conscientious and like, like I would love to, be able to have the willpower to care that much almost, and like only use like glass jars and not like, and like make your own cereal and stuff like that. Yeah, it was like it's a great reminder of how to take care of what we're given as humans. And yeah, it's also just a great emotional film.
Well, it's also about how, it's about raising children, and it's like, how do you raise a child? Because I had a friend of mine, and he said, if I ever have a child, I'm not going to teach him about Santa Claus. I'm going to let him know that I'm the one who gives him those gifts. And so that's really what the crux of the movie is about. Is how do you decide to raise your children? Which lies of our society do you allow them to believe? How long should you let them believe it too? Because that's what Santa Claus is. It's a lie that our society focuses on, or it's a lie that our society perpetuates. And we all realize at some point that Santa Claus isn't real, and yet we all still perpetuate that myth that he possibly is real, especially in movies, but that can only happen in movies. So it's like, but you're lying, you're believing in things that aren't real. But you know what, maybe we should watch The Hogfather. Have you all seen that?
No.
It's based off of a Terry Pratchett book. Okay. If you know anything about him.
He sounds familiar, but I don't remember.
Do you know Discworld?
Do you do Ringworld?
No, Discworld.
No.
Okay, well, it's a comedic fantasy series by British author Terry Pratchett. He also co-wrote Good Omens with
Neil Gaiman.
Yeah. And those are that's kind of a theme in that. Well, it's a miniseries because it's like a 2-part miniseries. So yeah, maybe. Maybe that might. Well, I don't know. It could be a Christmas movie, but it's a 2-part thing, so I don't know.
Okay.
So we'll see.
But
yeah, and we also figured out, Matt Ross. He's also an actor. He was in American Psycho.
Yes.
Which is a movie I love, and I love his character in it. Because he's the one who scares, he's scary to Patrick Bateman.
Right.
Yeah.
Matt Ross is the director of Captain Fantastic.
Yes. Yeah, because there's that bathroom scene, and then Lewis freaks him out. So he goes to the sink, and he's washing his hands, but he has his leather gloves on. Because he's so freaked out about being hit on by Lewis.
God, I want to watch that movie again. It's been so long since I've watched that movie.
I'll invite you because American Psycho is like a religious experience to me when I saw it in the theater.
Oh, sick.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, and
wait, quick side note. See, I had a conversation with Neil Gaiman through the internet.
Yeah, when is it Gaiman or Gaiman?
I don't know.
I always say Gaiman. I don't know.
Okay.
So when Neil Gaiman, when Tumblr was like the place to talk to your fans, like this is like circa 2012 to 2014. He constantly did like Q&As. He was like, ask me anything, I'll answer them. He did them like randomly, like throughout the week for years. And of course, I was like, let me talk to this author. I hadn't read anything he'd written at that point. But I was like, I'll talk to this author. Why not? I'm an aspiring writer. So I'd ask questions all the time about like how he writes his books, how he feels about his like books being being adapted to movies, like how much control does he have over it? Would he like more control? Like simple questions you ask anybody for a Q&A, and he would answer every single one of my questions for years. Like I don't want to say I was Tumblr famous, but I gained like over 300 followers in 2013 because they thought that I had to be related to him in some way because he answered more of my questions than anybody else. And he has like over 1 million followers on Tumblr asking him questions every second. And he answered the majority of mine compared to everybody else's. And then like people would like ask me, they're like, hey, are you like his like cousin or something? Like what the fuck? Are you his niece? And I was just like, no, I literally just have these questions, and he just answers them, and it was just so strange. But I miss you, Neil Gaiman. Come back to Tumblr, please.
See, me and Dan aren't even the biggest celebrities on our own show.
That's a little flex for you.
No, that's really great. That's awesome. Yeah.
And it wasn't until probably like when Good Omens like came out, I was like, oh shit, that was the coolest thing that ever happened to me.
Well, I know him from his comic books, but not from Sandman. Sandman is one of those titles that I always recommend to women in order to get into comic books. But he took over Miracle Man for Alan Moore. Okay, yeah, I think it's Miracle Man. It could be Marvel Man or Miracle Man. I think officially it's Miracle Man now. But yeah, Miracle Man was written by Alan Moore, but it's based off of a pre-existing character that was around during the 40s, and so Marvel Man was basically a copy of Captain Marvel, not the Marvel Comics Captain Marvel, but the Charleston Comics Captain Marvel that eventually became the DC Captain Marvel, which then became Shazam,
right? Because
of legal reasons,
right?
Okay, and so Alan Moore brought back that character, and reading that series was my other religious experience that I've had in my life. Because I read Watchmen, and I got Watchmen when I was like 13 years old. Because I was like, oh, it's a comic book. Dude. And I read it, and I didn't get any of the subtleties of that work. But I was a lot older, and Miracle Man, that series, it was so caught up in legal problems that you could only get it by sailing the high seas. So when I heard about it, I decided to download it, and I got it, and I read through all of the issues like in one night. Like I downloaded during the night, and I kept reading it, and the sun came up and I was still reading it. And man, that series is so good. It's like the other side of the coin of Watchmen, because Watchmen is about real people trying to be superheroes, which is very unreal. Right. Miracle Man is about a man who is given superpowers, but then he realizes that those superpowers, raise him above the human condition. So he no longer has, so he goes further and further away from the things that make him human, and instead he becomes something else. So, and then, you can see those themes in role-playing games like, what is it? Aberrant, which is part of Aeon Trinity. But we're getting into the weeds now. Yeah, sorry. Anyway, so Matt Ross. Yes. Yeah, he was great in American Psycho. Yes. And he was also in Big Love, too. Which is a great show.
And PCU. Captain Fantastic.
Yes.
Is a great movie.
Yes. That he directed. Yes.
We came back.
Yeah.
I think about that movie a lot.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
I don't know. I just think it's funny.
Okay.
Really, I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I can see a lot of Captain Fantastic in your character, you as a person. Yeah. Trying to, trying to stay genuine to yourself despite all obstacles.
Yeah.
It was really funny what you said the other day about people not choosing good camera shots. And it hurt you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I see how that comes out to you.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed Captain Fantastic. Because I don't know, because it's, to me, because I don't watch many movies. So it felt very unique.
Yeah.
It felt very unique. Because of course you're mostly focusing on like the main family. They're off the grid. They live an alternative lifestyle, I guess you could say.
And they don't even know how abnormal their lifestyle is. They have no idea.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then and they have to the wife dies. And from what I remember, I'm so bad at remembering movies. From what I remember, the wife dies. Her family wants like a proper
Christian burial.
Christian burial, but the family is like, no, we're gonna,
Well, her wishes were to have her ashes like taken to the nearest toilet bowl and poured in, and and that's what they were fighting against.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
And the commentary on what is normal, of course, like it's the basis of this film.
Yeah. But there's also like a subtext to it because there's like what's the word? Where it's not said outright. Implications.
Subtext.
Yeah, subtext. Insinuations, I guess.
Okay.
Whatever. That the mother was mentally ill.
Right, exactly.
So, if she was mentally ill when she made out her last will and testament that, that demanded her ashes be poured in the toilet bowl, well, if she wasn't mentally well.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
But that makes the movie even better, that ambiguity.
It's that, and also it's like, what are different people's perceptions of the loved ones? Yeah. Because it's her parents see her as a somewhat rebellious, good Christian girl who has grown up and just married the wrong guy. Yeah. But her husband and her kids see her as like I think she had some sort of bipolar or depression or something like that. So, that they see as well, but also this person who was a free spirit who lived off the grid with her husband and had these crazy radical ideas and a lifestyle that was radical. And just the different aspects you see of this person and the challenges of not being, like her family coping with her not being societally accepted.
They're in denial about that.
Right.
Well, what were you going to say, Sierra? You were going to say something?
I have to remember.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. I have to remember. And so because what is normal, what is accepted by society and who you are can be two different entities. Yeah. And that's what the movie really makes you question as a viewer, more than life already does. Because you can absolutely understand like the main family, like off the grid, that you understand why they did it, right? Why they're like that. You don't really see any problems with it whatsoever. But then you see the wife's family and how they're very much, societal standard, whatever. And you also understand why they are like that. And so it's kind of like there wants to be a debate on which is best, but then I also think it's just a snapshot of two different ways of living. You know what I mean?
I don't think it's a debate. I just think it's a source of conflict and drama.
Right.
Go ahead, Dan.
Like, one of the reasons I love this movie is because you start off completely like, wow, this is so cool what they're doing almost. Like, this is intense and this is like really insane. But these kids are so smart and he's really trying to teach them the best that he knows how and to set them up for life in a way. But then you go through the film and you're like, how much, like, you have to fit into society somehow.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
And what is the balance there? Yeah. And how much do you let them celebrate Christmas and how much do you let them celebrate Noam Chomsky? And, like, how much do you let them decide for themselves too? Right. I think that's the conflict with the eldest. I think it's played by George something, George McKay. But yeah, and then you also have that little segment with Steve Zahn's family. If you remember that.
Yeah.
And Catherine Hahn.
Yeah.
Love Catherine
And
Hahn.
they're two sons who just want to play video games and think that the Constitution's dumb. And then you have like the 7-year-old who quotes the entire thing and like, you know, brings an exposition about it too. But it's also like, that isn't her own thoughts. And they tell him that. And it's like, she was taught that.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's just so interesting because you like, I'm imagining myself being a father watching this movie too. And like, how would you know, bring them up in the values that you want, but also have them be able to do what they want and not control their thoughts too.
Exactly.
Well, that's the funny thing, because Steve Zahn and Catherine Hahn, they give their two sons the freedom to play their video games.
Correct.
Whereas, you know, the father, you know, he makes them just read. You know, he doesn't allow them to play video games, as far as, you know, we're aware of. So, you know, maybe they have less freedom, you know, than they think they do.
Right. And like the idea that, you know, the father and mother, they raise their kids to be very intellectual, very smart, like way above their grade level, you know, and that's completely fine, you know, and all parents are trying to prepare their children for the real world, and that's what he thinks he's doing. But it's also like it takes more than being an intellectual to get somewhere.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I don't think he's preparing them for the real world, because they're just disconnected from. But he's trying to prepare them to be very self-actualized people when they do become adults.
Philosopher gods or whatever he says. Like he wants to create philosopher, poet, gods kind of thing.
Yeah,
like
that's right.
These magnificent humans who are just almost enlightened and without the bounds of society holding them back.
Yeah. Yeah. But the thing is it's lonely at the top.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
You know.
And I think that the issue is that like from like a real world perspective, like I said, parents are always trying to like raise their kids to, you know, be ready for the real world and all that stuff. But one could also argue that parents just need to lay like a blueprint, and hopefully their kids don't die. You know what I mean? Like kids, they grow, they become smarter, they learn how the world works, whether it's in like, you know, their own world or the outside world, whatever, and then they get somewhere. And so with Viggo Mortensen's character, like he doesn't do that. He says he wants to create these children, you know, and even though he feels like he's giving them so much freedom, he's giving them freedom of like knowing shit, like freedom that lies within knowledge, but he gives them no freedom really. Yeah, as a person, he's very controlling.
You know, thinking about this, you know, in this light. Go ahead, Dan.
I'm sorry, but I also want to talk about how. Like Steve Zahn's kids are not necessarily free. They're stuck with their own childish desires. They're stuck playing the video games.
But they're
frying their dopamine receptors. You know what I'm saying?
But that's understandable as they are children. Exactly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like you, like as a parent, you can't let your kids eat candy every supper. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no. But we don't know how often they play video games. You know what I mean? But I mean, they'll eventually grow out of that, you know, most likely, or that will be reduced, because that's, you know, that brings up, you know, kind of a thing, especially with millennials and younger, where we never had to put away our the things that we enjoy as a child, you know. You know, I remember when the Nintendo Entertainment System came out, you know, the NES came out. And, you know, we all thought it was a toy, and, you know, video games, you know, that was just a, you know, something for recreation, something to do to relax and so forth. Well, now, you know, what is it, 40 years later, we have Twitch, where people make their careers just playing video games. Right. So, you know, and you know, that's probably because of, like, you know, the post-service economy that we're in now. You know, we're you know, probably going to transition into a post-capitalist economy, you know, just to survive. Probably. At some point, maybe, hopefully, or that just might be the Star Trek fan in me. but yeah, people are making careers off of things that they enjoyed, as children. Comic books. Comic books were just things for kids. And then, really around the 90s and into the 2000s and 2010s, well, it became much more mature reading. But now, it's a $1 billion movie industry, just comic books itself. So it's like, well, if you stuck with comic books and, trying to do that, could you be wealthy? Could you have a good career doing that? So it's really tough talking about that stuff because, we never put away the things that we enjoyed as a child. But then again, as entertainment and art forms, they have also evolved with millennials so that they can do mature plot lines and so forth in video games, in comic books, and in comic book movies. Kids enjoy video games, but then they make video games for adults now, with that mature thinking involved. So it's tough to weigh that is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no correct way to live. There's no correct way to raise your kids either.
It's kind of like animation. Here in America, animation is just, kids movies. It's just Disney movies. It's just DreamWorks movies. But in Japan, anime movies, they run the full gamut of genres. There are dramas and, horror and, every single genre that we have in live action in the West, Japan has in their anime movies and TV shows. So I often wonder, how would, animation and even comic books be like here in the United States if we stopped thinking about them as just for children and allow them to evolve for mature audiences. So yeah. But, what y'all were talking about before, about the kids not knowing, how the kids were being taught to be a certain way and so forth. You know what maybe that theme in Captain Fantastic really reminds me of? Terminator 3.
I haven't seen it.
Me neither.
It's great. Do you know the premise of Terminator?
Can we some guy comes from the future to kill somebody, and then somebody also tries to save that person, and there's a rebellion. And
okay. In the future.
No, Steve.
Okay.
We have so many more movies to go.
We'll do this as a two-parter. We'll stop with Buster Smallheart. Okay. Okay, the first half. Okay. Anyway, well, okay, fine.
No,
well,
you're fine.
I'll make you watch the movies. I'll make you watch the first 3 movies so you can see how Captain Fantastic is just like Terminator 3: Rise of the Machines. Okay. So,
I really enjoyed Captain Fantastic.
Okay.
Me too. That was a good movie.
Wait, I might like Terminator 3: Rise of the Machines then.
Potentially.
Maybe we'll just watch that Terminator and then the other.
Right.
No opinion on it. Sorry.
Okay. So, Ernest Saves Christmas.
The only Ernest movie I'd ever seen was Ernest Goes to Jail. Is that right?
That's the only movie you have seen, right?
Yeah. That's the only Ernest movie I've seen.
Me and you watched it.
Yeah. I'm assuming that Ernest Saves Christmas is just as fucking funny.
No. It's not nearly as good.
Stop.
I showed you the best one first.
Really?
Which was a mistake.
Damn it.
Because none of them compare to Ernest Goes to Jail.
Dang.
Ernest Saves Christmas is funny. And there are funny parts, but it's not on the same level at all. Ernest Saves Christmas is pretty dumb.
Tell me about it.
It's a Miami Christmas.
Lovely.
Oh yeah, I gotta put this on my Florida films list.
Oh, okay.
Someone who looks like Punky Brewster, apparently. Steven told me who Punky Brewster is. She is a rebellious runaway And it's like it's the plot of Tim Allen's Christmas movie also.
Santa Claus?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Because I think what happens? Oh, Santa Claus is dying or like retiring. And because no one believes in him anymore or something like that.
Crazy.
And so
it's also the plot of Elf.
Yeah.
And so
just watch it.
Just watch it.
Yeah.
I'll watch it with you this Christmas. It's like I watch it almost every Christmas.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
But the things I love about this movie is whenever, because there's a Vern character, that is the cameraman basically.
Okay.
Or the camera itself, because Ernest
the camera is the point of view of Vern.
Yes.
So when Ernest talks to Vern, he's talking right into the camera.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
So Ernest has a Christmas tree tied to, because he's a taxi driver in this movie. So he has a Christmas tree tied to his taxi or whatever, and he's bringing it to Vern because Vern's having a party or something. And he just shows up to the house and he's like, "Hey Vern, I know I'm early, but I brought you a tree and I'll install it for you." And like he like brings it in, like destroys his house, and he's like, there's like a light fixture in the wall, and he just like pulls it out of the wall. He's like, "This is wired wrong," and he like it just, that's like my favorite scene in the movie. It's probably the funniest scene because it's so funny. I love that scene. And I mean, I think it's a somewhat sweet movie. It's it's also has this. They're trying to recruit the next Santa Claus, but
it's not Ernest.
But it's not Ernest.
Yeah.
Ernest is just kind of like this character that helps Santa Claus along.
Okay.
And helps the new Santa Claus become and step in. But there's a Mr. Rogers character, and he gets offered this movie deal where he has to say like "son of a bitch" or something and like shoot somebody or something like that.
Yeah, he's an actor, but he's like very genuine and sweet and heartfelt person.
And he has like a kid's show.
Yeah, he has a kid's show. Yeah.
Aww.
And so they're like, "We want him for Santa Claus." But if he
it's like a horror action movie.
Yeah.
Santa Claus. Yeah.
Well, no.
Right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I thought. Okay, I might be wrong.
Was he Santa Claus in the movie? The movie?
I thought so.
Oh,
like was it like an alien movie where he has to shoot things?
Yeah, and he has to say "son of a bitch" or something.
Yeah.
But anyways, they're like he was conflicted about taking this movie deal because he felt like it was outside of his values.
Yeah.
But he still wanted to be an actor. But then basically he gets recruited to be Santa Claus. Anyway, it's a little bit of a sweet movie, but it's also pretty just not super great.
Yeah. Definitely filmed with the television crew.
Yes, for sure. I mean, that's the premise of Ernest movies is he was a commercial character.
Yeah, he was on a lot of public service announcements like during the late 80s, I think. I remember seeing him. And then, he was just so popular a character that he got his own movies. Like,
sick.
Yeah, but I think all of them were like straight to video or like just cable TV movies, except for maybe Ernest Goes to Jail or, I don't know if any of them got a theatrical release, but maybe like one did or so.
I'm not sure either. I'm trying to think of the first. Okay, Ernest Goes to Camp, I think, is the first.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, but there's another movie that's earlier.
Oh,
wow. That's not in the canon, I don't think.
Really?
Ooh, I might have to watch this one.
Oh.
Dr. Otto and the Riddle of the Gloom Beam.
I'm very intrigued.
That is such a sick title.
Okay, but it goes. Ernest Goes to. I'm probably gonna make you watch all of them eventually.
Okay, that's fine.
Just because I feel like it's a fun tradition. But we got Ernest Goes to Camp. Ernest Saves Christmas. So this is the second movie. So they're not really in their stride yet. And then they have. Oh, this is different. Okay, then they have Ernest Goes to. Oh, never mind. Okay, and then it's Ernest Goes to Jail. So that's the third movie.
Do they have Ernest Goes to Space?
I don't think they do. They have Ernest Scared Stupid, which is a Halloween movie.
Okay.
And then Ernest. I think there's Ernest Goes to Africa. No, Ernest Goes on a Safari.
Oh no.
Or something.
That sounds terrifying.
That one's a little bit. Didn't age well.
Yeah, I'm sure. I am sure.
I have the movie to watch as a double feature with it, but it's 3 hours long and it has John Wayne and Red Buttons in it.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So if we ever watch that, well, then we'll have to watch the movie I'm thinking of with it.
Okay.
And then get canceled, I'm sure.
You have to have like something in the beginning that's like, we don't condone. We have a black friend.
Well, now I have two, so now I have two. 40 years. And thank you, Sierra.
You're so welcome.
Thank you for keeping me from being a stereotype.
I got you.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, my phone is like destroying itself. Sorry.
It's okay.
Are we good with? Are we done with Ernest?
Are we done with Ernest?
You should watch it, Sierra. I'm gonna make you watch it. And Ernest Goes to Jail is definitely the epitome of the Ernest movies. It is the funniest and I think the most interesting and the most technically amazing.
For sure. It is amazing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm up for watching it.
Cool.
Okay.
What's next?
My Christmas movie pick. Bad Santa.
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen Bad Santa, Sierra?
I've seen Bad Santa 2.
Oh!
Yes. I thought that I'd seen Bad Santa until literally I looked it up on Letterboxd and it said 2003.
Okay.
And I was like, I certainly have not seen that one. And I realized I saw the second one. I'm hoping it's funnier than the second one. The second one was funny. But I'm assuming that it was funnier.
Yes.
That's usually how it goes.
Yes.
Because they came out like 9 years apart.
Yes.
Yeah. But tell me about it.
I didn't like it that much.
Fair.
Sadly.
Okay.
I wish I would have liked it more.
Do you like, which do you like more, Random Hearts or Bad Santa?
I don't know.
Okay.
I think they're about equal. They're so completely different movies, and I dislike them and like them for different reasons.
Okay.
I like Bad Santa because it's like a little bit mean-spirited and fun.
That's why you like it?
Yeah.
That's why I love it. And that's why I picked it.
But I don't like it because it's not as funny as it could be at all, in my opinion. Bad Santa is like it's a little there are points when it even bores me a little bit.
Yeah.
Sorry. I know you love it.
No, I know which parts are boring and which parts are not.
Yeah.
I forget, I was watching something, listening to something, they were talking about Bad Santa. So I have like a sort of, like a general overview of it.
So what it's about is, it's about, what's his face? Hold on, let me get the cast.
Oh, what is his name?
Billy Bob Thornton.
Yep, there we go.
Yeah, Billy Bob Thornton. And Tony Cox. Now, Tony Cox, he is an African-American little person.
Yes.
I believe he's been on Seinfeld.
Yes.
Okay.
He's been in a lot of black cinema.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of black comedy movies. Yeah. So I'm very familiar with him.
Okay. And so they play these criminals. And their shtick is for the month of December, Billy Bob Thornton plays Santa Claus, and Tony Cox plays as his elf. And then the night of Christmas Eve, when their safe is full of all the money from last minute Christmas shopping, they break into the safe and steal all that money and also merchandise from the mall.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so
that's the way to do it.
Yeah. The thing is that Billy Bob Thornton is a terrible, terrible, self-loathing alcoholic.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like he's almost leaving Las Vegas level.
Gotcha. Okay.
That would be a great double feature: Leaving Las Vegas and Bad Santa.
Sounds like it. I haven't seen Leaving Las Vegas.
Oh my god, it's terribly, terribly depressing.
I heard it is.
Yeah.
I won't watch it really bad.
But it's depressing. It's depressing at a level I can take. It's not Requiem for a Dream depressing.
Oh, gotcha,
or
yeah.
Grave of the Fireflies depressing. It's
I'm gonna make you watch some really depressing movies. I hope you know.
Okay. Well, it depends. I might veto them because some movies I just can't handle. But so yeah, and that's what this movie is about. But so what happens is Bernie Mac, he plays the security officer at the mall, and so he figures out that the two of them are criminals. So Billy Bob Thornton, he stays at this little kid's house because his father has gone hiking to the Himalayas. At least that's what he's told, because his father is actually in jail for like embezzlement.
So it's just this like 12-year-old kid home alone, and
except for Granny.
Yeah, except for his granny, who has like
played by Cloris Leachman, if you know who she is.
I need to see.
Except for his granny, who is not all there and is not able to take care of him.
Yeah. Oh wow.
She's not able to take care of him at all.
Oh my god.
Well, she's able to make him sandwiches.
She can make him sandwiches, yeah.
Holy shit.
So it's this little 12-year-old kid taking care of himself.
Yeah.
And Billy Bob Thornton moves into his house because he's...
Yeah, he needs to hide out.
And he steals his dad's car.
Yeah, the BMW, and then it gets full of liquor bottles. Yeah, and Lauren Graham plays a bartender who's Jewish, who is incredibly sexually attracted to Billy Bob Thornton's Santa Claus outfit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I like that. Yeah. That's kind of dope.
There are funny, like this movie, I just feel like it could have been so much funnier.
I mean, I don't know. I like that it's not ha funny. You know what I mean? Like it's very, like it's got a lot. It's low key funny.
Okay.
And it's also very mean spirited, because I love that scene where he's like, I had to beat up a couple of kids today, and I think I really turned a corner and did something good with my life.
Yeah, one of like his character climax is like him beating up a bunch of kids.
That's funny.
Which he does after he tries to kill himself with by running the car in the garage. And, yeah.
So maybe we'll watch it again this year and I'll like it better.
That sounds wild.
Yeah. Well, it also gave the motto of our show: they can't all be winners.
There are things I do like about it. And
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
It's a movie that grows on you. It's a movie that grows on you.
Yeah.
And I do like it because it's such a mean-spirited Christmas movie that never stops being mean-spirited. Like even at the end where, things all kind of work out. It still retains a bit of mean-spiritedness, especially at the end. What is it?
They're in the hot tub or something?
No, well, Lauren Graham goes to the hot tub, but then the kid? Sherman Merman, he's on his bicycle, and then the bullies come by, but then he punches them in the balls and stuff, and then he rides off on his bike and he flips in the bird. And he rides off into the sunset with his shirt saying "Shit happens when you party naked."
Yo, I need to watch this.
Yeah, you need to watch it. You would like it.
But it's like very low key, comedy. It's not like really laugh out loud comedy, So
That's true.
And it's very mean spirited.
Yeah, I feel like the second Bad Santa was very much like laugh out loud funny. Or at least it was meant to be.
Well, I didn't like it at all because it came out years later.
Yeah.
And they tried to be mean-spirited, but there's a difference between being mean-spirited and funny versus just being mean-spirited.
Right.
And I think the sequel was a lot more mean-spirited. I didn't like it. And I watched, I only watched it once, and I didn't really like it too much. Maybe I should give it a second try, but I don't know.
The message of the first one too was, I'm going to spoil the ending if that's okay.
Yeah.
His sidekick who plays the elf double crosses him and is gonna shoot him,
gonna flat out kill him. There's a turn a turn in the movie.
And his wife, so the little person's wife, I don't know, I'm sorry, they are both trying to kill Billy Bob Thornton, but they're the ones who who are the ones who steal merchandise. Billy Bob Thornton only steals enough money to fund his alcoholism until the next year.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And so he's like, you guys are monsters. And not because you're about to kill me, but because what are you doing with all this stuff? And that's like the point of the movie, is like this sort of consumerism as well. And that's one of the, I guess, themes of the movie.
Oh my! So the woman who plays Tony Cox's wife, she let's see, she's Asian American. Yeah, she's Asian American. She is the voice actress for Amy Wong in Futurama.
Oh, what?
Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah, and she was also number 3 in Codename Kids Next Door.
Period.
Nice.
I fucking love Codename Kids Next Door.
Yeah. So. Yeah.
But that was another thing I liked about the movie. Where he was like, I know, I don't blame you for wanting to kill me. He's like, but why are you stealing all this stuff? You don't need any of it.
Yeah.
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 Next movie?
Yeah.
Strange Days.
Strange Days. Oh. Now it's on Max, the streaming. Yeah, but when I tried to watch it, it wasn't available anywhere, and so I had to get a DVD.
Oh damn.
Yeah.
I hope
but
you liked
it. I'm really glad it's out, and available to be watched now. If it's still on, if that shithead from Discovery hasn't taken it off because he doesn't want to pay any royalties to Ray Fiennes. Well, anymore because of the Harry Potter movies. So.
You need to watch this movie, Sierra.
I do.
I've been telling you to watch it
since we
watched it.
Yeah, okay. I know. I really do, because if there's one actor that I will drop everything for, it's Angela motherfucking Bassett.
Okay. And she's so prominent in this movie. Yeah, like even though like she's like technically a side character and a supporting character, like she's so fucking great in this movie.
God, I just love her. Like I'm so obsessed with her. I think I've watched most of everything she's been in. Like,
then you're gonna love this movie.
Like movies, absolutely. Shows, whatever. Like I love her. I'm so upset that I haven't watched this yet. I'm so bad at watching movies.
Well, this movie is such a deep cut. It's such a deep cut. Because it came out in the 90s. And it's really in the wake of both, Y2K, but also the Rodney King riots in LA.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, those were both big influences on this movie. And it's also technically cyberpunk, but it's not cyberpunk in the way that Blade Runner is cyberpunk.
Right.
It's much more grounded.
Yeah, much, very, very grounded. Yeah. So and I think it's very much a cult classic for those few people, who do know about it.
And it was also controversial because it's there's a few scenes that are very, very disturbing.
Yeah. Okay. So especially against women.
Yeah.
Okay.
So. But I don't think that affected it at the time. But
okay.
Yeah, that's also why. That's another. I know it's kind of weird, but that's also another age gap thing. Because movies earlier, movies earlier treated that kind of stuff very casually.
Very casual.
Yeah. On film.
Violence against women was like, if you didn't have it in your action movie, like your action movie was gonna fucking take. That's how they treated it, I feel. Like violence against women. But once it got to like the late 90s and well into now, it's kind of like,
Yeah.
Like I have to be very important to include it.
Yeah. And well, it's also people are so much more sensitive to that kind of thing too. There was a controversy in the comic book world where it was a cover for Batgirl, and all it showed was like a close-up from like just below her neck, just below her throat to like above her head, and she was just she's looking straight into the frame, but the Joker's hand like has her throat, and like that was so triggering to like a lot of people. Like it caused a big controversy at the time, and it's like that doesn't show anything like super explicit or anything, but just having some guy's hand around her throat was very triggering to a lot of people. And you know, I'm not talking shit about that kind of sensitivity. You know, just to be on the record. You know, I think it's really great that we are becoming more sensitive about that. But on the other hand, I was just raised in a different time, so you know.
I don't want to like say that stories involving that kind of violence are like invalid or anything. It's just you know, the way you tell the stories matter.
Yes, absolutely.
And I'm glad we're being more sensitive to that.
Yeah, I am as well. Yeah, absolutely.
And this movie is kind of brutal in the way that they tell the story.
Yeah, and they do. You know, it is treated as something brutal and horrific, because of how Ray Fiennes' character, basically, because of the technology involved, he's basically experiencing the assault as if it was on him.
That's
and he's
right.
seeing
You did tell me about
through
that.
her eyes.
Yeah.
But like, because of the technology, it's not just her eyes. He sees it through the attacker's eyes.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's extremely horrific. But it should also be noted that the director of the movie is a woman, Catherine Bigelow. Catherine Bigelow.
Yeah.
Who did Near Dark, which is a great vampire movie. We'll have to watch at some point. Point Break, The Hurt Locker, Zero Dark 30, and Detroit. So, you know, as a woman director, you know, she was able to treat, you know, that subject matter, you know, as terrible as it is, but also within the genre of it. Yeah. Yeah. Because, you know, genre stuff can be really bad about that stuff. Yeah. There's a series of books. It's called Deathlands. And it's post-apocalyptic. It's one of those... It's about a post-apocalyptic world, and it's like 200 years after a nuclear and chemical war that destroyed everything. You know, mankind is coming, you know, back to civilization from that. And it's one of those like men's adventure books where they just pump a new one out every 3 or 4 months. Yeah. And Graphic Audio has made like audio plays of all the books. And so their target audiences are like truck drivers, you know, who go on long haul. And so I would listen to those whenever I drove the tractors, but I kind of had to stop because that series has a rape scene in every fucking book.
Yeah. That sounds about right.
And it's like, I don't think this is for me after all. You know? So yeah. But I'm glad, you know, she was able to treat that with you know, so it's within the genre, and you know, different genres use those, you know, for exploitive reasons, really. And you could even make the case that happens in this movie as well. But even though if it is for, you know, even if it seems somewhat exploitative, she still treats it with, you know, the horror that it deserves. So, yeah.
But it's a great movie for like. There's just so many themes that are still relative for today in this movie that I think helps elevate the movie as well, because it is about sort of people who are on the underside of society, who are downtrodden, and it is about, I would say it's about
marginalized people,
but
also, you know, like the criminal underworld as well, and also that intersection of crime. And the intersection of crime and entertainment and social activism, that was a really big thing during the 90s. Yeah. You know, because one of the things that happens in this movie is there's a black rapper, and you know, he has a rap song, you know, against you know, about how terrible cops are. Well, he gets killed by cops, you know, at a traffic stop. And so, you know, that's one of the really big things that happened in the 90s where, you know, you had a lot of black singers and musicians who kind of got their start, you know, in crime and, you know, with the drug trade, but then they try to get out through their music, but then and by singing about how terrible it is, they're able to lift themselves up. You know, it's like Ice Cube. You know, he was in NWA, and now he has the barbershop movies.
Right. Exactly.
Ice-T. The cop killer song, and now he's on Law and Order Special Victims.
Yes. In the sex crime division. Okay.
Yeah. And he was a pimp, wasn't he?
Yes.
Oh man.
So there's that intersection of themes, going on in this movie, and that dynamic going in this movie that's so relevant. Mm-hmm. So I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I also think I think it's easier for Black entertainers to not have to go into that crime part first in order to make it big.
Nowadays.
Yeah.
Nowadays, perhaps.
Okay.
Yeah, there is still sort of like
there's still that sort of clout. I feel like
there's definitely the clout. I want to say glorification, but that still feels it feels rude to say that. Mm-hmm. Because rap and hip hop started, in the 70s, like mid 70s. It's a very young genre of music, and most of the subject matter of the songs was like, this is how shitty it is to live in New York. This is how shitty it is to live in Baltimore. This is how shitty it is to live in LA. Like all this stuff. And there was a lot of because of poverty, because of greed and all that stuff. Like there were a lot of there's a lot of crime in these cities specifically, and also because of racism, mostly Black people were in those cities. And so like crime life and gang life was sort of just it wasn't normal. They knew it wasn't normal at all, but it was a way to survive. And so that's why many of like early rap songs up until maybe like the 2000s was like really genuine about that. And now it sort of feels like in order to still seem genuine within the rap game, people are having to either lie or fabricate or even involve themselves into this lifestyle that's not necessary for them. And so so right now it's not necessary. It's not
the diet didn't have to do it.
Like it's very different now, because now of course it feels like less genuine. It feels very, very much like, oh yeah, I kill bitches and I rap. Right?
Well, we still have like Kendrick Lamar and stuff like that.
Exactly.
Who was pretty recent in the popularity and stuff.
Yeah, but that's still his life. That's absolutely his life.
Yeah.
But then with other rappers, of course I can't name any right now. But they'll, make up this fantasy that they're like, gangbang and all that shit, but really they stole like some Hubba Bubba from a 7-Eleven when they were 12, and they're like, yeah, I'm in that shit. Like it's definitely less
Well, another factor that might lead to not having to do that as well would be like the rise of social media, where Black artists they can get their stuff out there, and they can get Patreons and so forth through YouTube and TikTok, and then get their own music out on Spotify,
right? Because music is genres of music are about relatability, right? So at the time, like early rap and hip hop, it was relatable. Even if it wasn't, you could empathize with like their strife. Now, like relatability is so different from then, you know what I mean? And so they don't have to act so hard and so like clout hungry to get where they need to be or to get where they want to be. But it's still because they want to hold on to like the I guess I don't want to say the history of rap or whatever, but like the grounds of which rap was built from. They probably definitely still do that.
But that's also because of the hard work of all the people who came before them.
Exactly.
But to open those doors.
And it's so annoying because it's like, oh, we're paying homage, but it's like you're literally claiming that you commit credit card fraud. Like how are you fucking paying homage to like Biggie? Like that makes no fucking sense to me. Like It's so strange.
Yeah.
But yeah, sorry. There's my terrible music history.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
But Strange Days is amazing.
Yeah.
Angela Bassett is amazing.
Yeah. She's so hot.
And she's so badass.
She is
She's
incredibly
so
hot in this
dude.
movie.
Oh my
She's like
Oh my gosh.
so muscular but sleek. And
She's always been so muscular.
yeah, and she wears like that evening dress with the slit.
Oh my god.
Goodness gracious.
She's so.
Yeah, but she also wears a business suit, but she's still hot in just a business suit.
Because like Angela Bassett, she could wear the fucking Barney suit, and I'd still just be like foaming at the fucking mouth, dude. I love her.
You should see her with a shotgun.
Yeah,
God.
Which she has in this movie.
yeah.
Man, because she, not to sound so like gross about Angela Bassett, but she's been like my number one crush since I was probably like able to perceive people. Like she's just been so fine my entire fucking life to this day, dude. Oh, that black is not cracking or fucking shaking, bro. Oh man. Oh. All right, let's continue. Let's keep going.
Okay.
So I'll talk for another 30 minutes about her.
Well, real quick, so Strange Days, it has its roots in cyberpunk. It's essentially a cyberpunk movie. And I was just wondering, Sierra, have you been, like, what things in media that are cyberpunk have you been exposed to? Have you experienced?
Blade Runner.
Okay.
Blade Runner, Cowboy Bebop. I think that counts.
Okay.
That might be it.
Okay.
That might be it.
Well, there's not a lot of good cyberpunk stuff out there. So yeah.
Yeah, those are my two real experiences with cyberpunk.
Well, then you'll have to be here when we watch Johnny Mnemonic in black and white.
Oh, I think I might have watched that at some point in my life.
Okay.
Not paying attention at all, but I'm familiar.
Okay, that's fair.
All right, cool.
But yeah, the Criterion Collection. So the director, what he did was he did his own bootleg version where he just took the movie and did it black and white. He just converted it into black and white, which is how he always wanted to film it, but the studio told him no.
Right.
So he released that. And then the Criterion Channel picked it up. So, Johnny Mnemonic in black and white is on the Criterion Channel now. Ooh. But I want to do a double feature and show it to Daniel. And we're going to watch two movies meant to be black and white. We're going to watch Johnny Mnemonic, if it's still on the Criterion Channel when we get to it. But then we're going to watch the black and white version of The Mist.
It was supposed to be black and white?
Yeah, it was supposed to be black and white.
Shut the fuck up.
And the director, he's the same guy who did
Shawshank.
Yeah, Gremlins and Shawshank Redemption. I don't
know. Hold on.
He also did Rocketeer.
Shit.
He also did Nightmare on Elm Street 3.
I didn't like The Mist.
Joe Johnston.
Joe Johnston?
Yeah, I believe it's Joe Johnston.
Where's the top one right there?
This one? Frank Darabont?
Oh, Frank Darabont. Yeah, that's it.
Gotcha.
Frank Darabont. Yeah, Frank Darabont. He wanted it to be in black and white because he wanted it to be like a 1950s monster movie.
Because that's essentially what it is.
Yeah. Well, I haven't seen it yet, but I know all about it. But
I love The Mist.
Yeah,
I actually didn't like
The Mist. You
it
didn't like
that
it?
much, but I didn't finish it. So.
I loved it. I thought it was so good.
Well, the ending is, supposedly why it's so great.
Yeah. Holy shit, yeah. I won't say anything, but
okay,
yeah.
But yeah, we're going to do that as a double feature with Johnny Mnemonic, so you can expand on your cyberpunk if you want to watch it with us.
Yay, I would love to.
So, okay. Buster's Malheart.
I have seen this movie, but I saw it way before you guys did.
Okay.
I mean, I'm assuming I saw it way before you guys did. Because I saw it the day it hit Netflix.
Okay.
All right.
Because I love Rami Malek. I love that man. He's a fantastic actor. And it was in the middle of Mr. Robot being on, was it TBS, TNT?
USA.
USA. That's what he was on. He was on USA. Yeah. So it was in the middle of that, but I think it was in between season 1 and 2, and I was like, I need my fix, and so I tried to watch everything that he's been in. And then I had seen something about Buster's Malheart. It was coming out soon, and then like the next day, it had been on Netflix, And I watched it thinking it's going to be like, oh, he seems brooding. There wasn't much information about it. Like the plot was very, very like basic. You know, it was
how would you describe this?
One sentence. I was just like, okay, sure, whatever. And then I was watching it. I was like, what the fuck is happening? Because for those who don't know, it's about Y2K. Essentially, it's a Y2K truther played by Rami Malek. And he's being pursued by police. But then also like recounts back to how all this happened.
Yeah.
It's like it's like record scratch freeze frame. Like you're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Yeah.
And then we learn everything about it up until him being detained or whatever. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that shit whatsoever because I hadn't seen a Y2K movie since probably fucking the 90s. So I thought that it was amazing. For me not knowing anything at all, dude, it was great. What did you guys think about it?
I mean, I got it from the library, I think, with my mom or something. So I remember watching it and being confused but interested because I didn't know anything about Y2K. I mean, I wasn't that young. I was in like probably 16 or something.
Okay.
But like, I was into artsy movies at the time, so I was like, oh, this is just a cool artsy movie. But I also didn't get the fact that he is probably the one who killed his wife and child.
Yeah.
And, well, he definitely is. But like, I didn't get that when I watched it the first time. I didn't get a lot of the subtext. I just got the feelings of the movie, and I remember loving that.
Oh, okay.
As far as like the feelings of like, wow, he's like, so it's just like isolation, desolation, this mystery, and this sort of cosmic mystery too.
Yeah.
Well, what did you think about it, Stephen? Because you watched it for the first time with us.
Yeah, I watched it for the first time with y'all.
Or with me, I guess.
Okay, with you?
Yeah, I was not there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I watched this for the first time with Dan, and I never heard about this movie. I never even heard about it. But I definitely remember that Y2K mania time, and it was, it's just so funny because like during the 90s was a very weird time. Because that's when there was like a lot of conspiracy theories. And so, they were in the zeitgeist. And that was also during the birth of the internet, right when the internet was like getting, very well known and people were starting to get their own computers and then hooking up on AOL. And so during that time, you could find these websites that had all of these, conspiracy theories, talking about all these cryptids and so forth. And because not many people had the personal computer and not people were on AOL at the time, it felt like, secret knowledge, they had to like root out and find, and, oh, you're in the know, and so that's what the 90s was like. And like the TV show that perfectly exemplifies that is the X-Files.
Yeah.
There was a huge X-Files craze during the 90s. But then, and so then Y2K happened, and then, that didn't go anywhere. So then, like, the next big thing was, like, the Mayan calendar.
Yes.
In 2012.
Yes.
And then that didn't go anywhere. And then, so, people, the crazies, were kind of lost in the wilderness, I guess. Well, I guess they became 9/11 truthers at that point.
Yeah.
And then now they're QAnon. And so it's like, conspiracy theories today are not fun. There was an insurrection, on January 6th, about a conspiracy theory.
Right.
And so like they're not fun anymore. Why is that so funny to you, Dan?
Well, I also coughed in the middle of that laugh.
Oh, okay.
But I just think that's hilarious.
Yeah.
Because it is
they used to be fun.
Yeah.
There's this book, the Illuminatus trilogy, and that was written back in the 70s, and it was like, oh my god, it's just this crazy book about how all conspiracy theories are true, but it's set during the 70s where like there were actual like political revolutionaries in the United States because of the civil rights era, and then people trying to keep implementing, Jim Crow in the South, and but also the commies are after us too, so we got to fight Russia through Vietnam.
Yeah.
And I read that book. It's a great book. I read it once. But yeah, now I'm out of that rabbit hole. I'm out of that conspiracy theory rabbit hole, and I don't want to go back in because it's not fun anymore. And also, so many people know about it. It's like, well, who fucking cares now? I mean,
and like one thing that I love about like I guess like the I don't want to say the birth of internet, but like once internet was sort of starting to like infiltrate homes and stuff, and emails being more like being more used and all that stuff, is the hysteria, the conspiracy theories. That's my favorite thing in the world. The hysteria around internet. Fuck, dude, it's one of my favorite rabbit holes to fall down. Like it's so, because of course now, like me now, reading it, I'm just like, I guess, like, it's kind of like when the first person made fire, you know what I mean? Like that's what it seems like, because it's something that you don't know what it is. It's so brand new. It just came out. Like we've never had anything like that before. So how are we supposed to think about it? Yeah. How are we supposed to feel about it? What can be put on it? Can I be on it? Like, it's so wild. And what I love about Buster's Malhart is that he becomes hysterical. He's very baseline dude, just run of the mill clerk, right? And then you see him become hysterical and radicalized and all that stuff. And as you like, if you do deep dives on like the hysteria around the internet and stuff and Y2K, like it's so easy to point and laugh and be like, these guys are so fucking stupid. Like it's just the new year countdown. You know what I mean? But then you'll read about people who died and who killed because of it. And then, so with Buster's Malhart, Buster's Malhart, sorry, I love that they included that aspect of it. Because to a lot of people, even though it's so easy to laugh at them, to a lot of people, this was such real stuff. And it was like life or death, literally. And I feel like they handled it well without being too sympathetic.
Well, back then you had to, because, this movie is set, kind of, well, I guess it's set during the internet, but like all that stuff, that radicalization and stuff, that hasn't happened until now. But like, back then they also had other things, that we see in that movie, like the cable access show, with the scientists and talking about all that stuff. We don't have that nowadays, but we do have YouTube,
right?
Which is where all of that has migrated to. So yeah. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something, but I can't remember. But that's okay. It'll come to me eventually.
One thing I wanted to say was, I agree that we do see him like go insane, but also if you watch it and like there are hints to his past which give you clues about how tumultuous of a personality he has.
Yeah.
And if you watch it, like watching it with you this time, Stephen, I was amazed by like how frustrated he seems and how like confined he seems.
Yeah.
Like whenever he's just so angry at her parents, even like living with them, and he's so angry whenever she talks about buying an apartment, and we also learn that he was into drugs with her potentially, or he had basically a past life. Before the show started.
Yeah, didn't he was a drug addict. And
right, yeah.
I think she might have been a drug addict, but she got clean, and then she was working at like a soup kitchen, and then that's where he met her.
Yeah.
And then she helped him get clean, and then they started a relationship.
Yeah. So I agree with your point, but I also want to like disagree in a way.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Because he was always tumultuous character kind of, which I think is so fun and interesting about the movie too. But it appealed to my brain as far as because belief is so powerful, and interesting and fascinating, and I don't think it'll ever stop being fascinating to humans because just the brain is so unique. In the way that if it believes something deeply enough, it will change things to reinforce that belief. And it's just so wonderful. I don't know. It's just crazy.
Yeah, because with belief, like, because humans, if we have questions, we want answers to those questions always. And so that's kind of where we get religion and spirituality and other belief systems and stuff. So like, it makes sense why people would believe in like conspiracies and stuff like that, because it's like, well, there's a huge question. Someone has to have the answer. Probably the fucking government, and they're keeping it from us.
Well, well, that's what religion is about. Religion is about comfort.
Correct.
Religion is about providing answers to questions that cannot be answered because of their nature, and then finding comfort in it.
Right.
And then where the conspiracy theories come in, the comfort that that conspiracy theories provide to people is the comfort that there's actually control in this universe, and things aren't random, and there are organizations that cause these things on purpose.
Right.
And so the world is actually very ordered. There's an order to our universe, even if that order is being controlled by a malevolent organization or entity or what have you. So, yeah, that's what conspiracy theories provide, is the comfort that someone is still in control. You know, even if bad things happen, at least somebody controls them. And if only we got rid of that one guy who's in control, you know, everything will be all right. Whereas, you know, the truth is we live in a society. Yeah, we live in a meaningless universe where there's no control to anything. You control nothing, and we do whatever we can to eke out the best that we can in this universe that may not be hostile to us, but definitely does not care about us. That's my invocation to Lovecraft for the episode.
But yeah, Buster's Mount Heart is also cool because of the duality of personality, in that it's similar to Captain Fantastic in a way that you have to survive in society, but you also want to retain individuality and things like that. Yeah. It reminds me of like Philip K. Dick too, because Sierra, I need to make you watch Scanner Darkly. But like I read, I haven't read that much of Philip K. Dick. I've only read.
I've only watched the movies based off of stuff written by Philip K. Dick.
Right. Well, like he's always been paranoid, I guess.
Well, yeah, I know a lot about him. I've read a lot about him.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I'm trying to think of, but like just. Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of that in the movie, you know, like with the conspiracy theory, and, you know, things are in control, even if they may be malevolent. And, you know, that's Gnosticism, which is the religious belief that the God Yahweh is like a lesser God. And he was put in a prison, which is our universe. And so because he's insane, that's why bad things happen. But then Lucifer came, you know, broke into the prison and provided humans with free will so that we could go beyond the bounds of Yahweh's insanity and find true spiritual awakening.
I've never heard of that.
It's on Wikipedia.
I want to read more. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
That's some crazy ass lore.
Yeah.
That's a crazy myth. But yeah, Buster's Mount Heart, I like slow movies if they're done well. Yeah. And I feel like this one was done very well.
Yeah. Yeah. I was never bored with this movie.
Yeah, ever. Because I knew I was going to get it answered at some point. And so it did a very good job of like what do I want to say? Like, you know, when you are trying to like get a dog to do something and you have to like have the toy in your hand and you're just walking backwards to get them somewhere. That's what the movie did to me. That's what the writing was. It was just like, it's like, you know, you want the answer. You know, you want the answer. Keep coming, keep watching, keep watching.
It's very tantalizing.
It's very tantalizing. And of course the performances were fantastic.
Yeah, but it never belabors its pace. It's never too slow.
Correct. Yeah. It's perfect pacing. And even though there's dialogue in the movie, to me, there's not a lot of dialogue. And if there is, it's not even that revealing of anything going on. It's very much just like, these are situations you're being dropped down in the middle of a situation, and that's it. And if there's dialogue, it's probably about getting milk from the store. And then get 5 minutes of silence. But I really loved that, because it's like, what's gonna happen? What am I watching?
Yeah, I don't remember much of the dialogue from the movie, but I do remember a lot of the visuals. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it was so beautiful.
Like him in the boat with himself.
Yeah.
But his blue-eyed self.
Well, I was thinking about the cosmic butthole.
Yes. The butthole on both ends.
Yeah. I was thinking about that, and just like the color scheme of him, being in the hotel at night. Yeah.
Gosh, it was such like visually pleasing. It was like, the story was just so, it was, even though it was, you didn't know what was happening, it felt like it was easy to follow almost. And watching the transformation, because of the pace of the film, it almost felt like it was slow, but it was always happening. Yeah. And I really, really, really enjoyed that aspect of it.
Yeah, and even though this was set, during the time of Y2K, I really don't think of it as like a 90s movie or a movie set in the 90s. I think of it as a very, contemporary movie, because of, things like QAnon.
Correct.
Yeah. And all of those online spaces that, tell you, oh, don't do what the doctors tell you, this is what you should do, like home birth. Facebook pages and things like that, which have caused a lot of trouble for its members. Some members have actually had bad health effects or even died following the advice of these people who are who believe in their own conspiracy theories regarding like medicine and the health industry and so forth. So
because it pretty much parroting what you just said. It is really contemporary. Like they could have the same movie literally about QAnon or anything like that. In the same way as Buster Small Heart, and have the same effect. Like they could have kept Y2K out of it. They could have put in the Mayan calendar, and it still would have been like, because it's just so. Even though the internet is quote unquote old now, but it's still super young, still evolving, obviously. Crazier shit happens day after day after day on the internet. Newer conspiracy theories, old conspiracy theories coming back with a new hat. It's always just coming from like the left and right everywhere. And even though it's like fun to witness it and to watch it and just be like, ooh, this is so interesting, or this is so stupid, I just want to see where it goes. There's still very like dangerous ramifications, whether the person who started conspiracy theory was like being for real or not, whether it was a joke or whether they're being very, very, very serious. And I just, the whole, the dome of conspiracy theories is so crazy. It's so much fun, and it's super understandable. And basically, if you're not careful, you could kill your daughter and your wife. It was just, I loved it a lot. And I've watched some conspiracy theory movies in my life. Not many because I don't watch movies. But that one might be my favorite for sure.
It's great. And it's like Fight Club almost in a way too. Where he has this externalized version of himself that probably doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Very different tones, though. Yeah. People who like the Joker are not gonna like Buster Malhart. I don't think. No. Like the way they like Fight Club.
Yeah.
I don't think there's gonna be a video game based off of Buster Malhart. Would that be funny? Have Buster Malhart and have it be like a management game where you like manage the hotel at night. And
that would be kind of that would be kind of cool. Yeah.
You gotta figure out which guests are like real and which guests are delusions.
And you have to rob the rich guests like he does.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Why do you guys think that like other version of himself? Like, why do you think they made that decision to put that in the movie?
I mean, I've seen so many movies about, with that twist.
Yeah.
So, and I think that those movies are only a surprise if you haven't seen those kinds of movies before.
Right.
But I've seen Identity.
Yeah.
Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you seen it, Dan?
Oh, you should watch it.
Yeah, it's good, even though you can tell the twist that's coming by a mile away.
Yeah, for sure.
But it was directed by Paul Manafort, who also directed Logan, and yeah. But anyway, I mean, I think he just wanted to make his own kind of Sixth Sense, like his own twisty movie, even though the twist has been done before. But people never get tired of that twist unless you've seen it before.
And also, go ahead.
And well, it's also an earned twist too.
Yeah.
Like it's not there just to be a twist. It's really there to tell something about this character and the conflict that he's having, because his other identity, it's not just that conspiracy guy. His other identity is also the guy in the boat too, and also the guy at the end of the movie. So yeah, it's very earned in this movie, and it's very much an earned plot device, and it's very much symbolic of something rather than just being a cheap twist.
Yeah.
So.
Because it's like central, but it's also not really central to the story in a way.
Yeah.
Like it is, but it's not. And it's nice too because they don't tell you that he's fake. You just have to decide that for yourself.
Right.
Yeah.
It doesn't show you, like in The Sixth Sense, it points it out to you exactly what happens in the end.
Yeah.
Or in the Fight Club, you find out exactly what happens in the end, and it's in the script. But in this, it isn't really in the script. It's you just have to decide that he's delusional. And
well, it also helps that so much of this movie depicts his delusions.
Yeah.
So we don't know what is real and what is part of his delusion.
Yeah.
Even up to the end where he splits off. Yeah.
Because, do you think... Okay. Do you think... So, the other version of him, do you think that's, purely just a delusion and it's, a signifier of, him only being able to trust himself within his own delusion? Or do you think it's, him from, the end of the butthole wormhole thing?
Oh, like his past self coming, his future self going back in the past and doing all
sort of carrying the torch.
I never thought about that.
That's
Have you seen Predestination?
No.
Oh, you need to watch Predestination.
Yeah. You would fucking love it, I think. Yeah.
But that was the main theory I had after I watched it.
I never even thought about that.
Yeah, I only watched this movie once. But that was my immediate thought. I was like, oh, it's the butthole wormhole one. Right. And he's here.
Time is a flat circle.
That would have
exactly.
Yeah.
That would have to mean that the butthole does exist.
Yeah.
However, in the end, it kind of does.
Yeah.
Because we see from the perspective of the cops that he is not in the tunnel.
Yeah.
So maybe he made it out. Maybe he made it into the wormhole.
Well, what do you think about that? That we get objective proof of something that is believed subjectively. You know what I mean? It's like, there really is a Santa Claus. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's kind of that moment for this movie.
But it also, I don't know. I don't think it's that easy either. But maybe it is.
Okay.
Do you think that weakens the movie? Because
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Did I just blow y'all's minds?
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yes. Yes.
A little bit.
Fucking score. I hope I didn't ruin the movie though.
No. It's okay. We'll get you back with Predestination.
Oh no.
Yeah.
You like it, I think.
Yeah.
I think I will.
It's a movie with one character. Well, two, but mostly one.
Well, there's a few.
I love how
There's
big
a few.
this is.
Well, whatever. I guess technically.
No spoilers, come on.
Okay. It's a great movie. Anyway, back to the QAnon stuff. I was just thinking, maybe I'm belaboring it. But this movie feels very contemporary. It's almost like it's a flash forward instead of a flashback. With regards of the homegrown conspiracy people.
One more thing I wanted to say is this movie was directed by a woman as well.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think there's a line about from his other alter ego with the glasses.
Yeah.
About he's like, ever since the clitoris was discovered.
Oh, that's so funny.
Humankind started to go downhill.
That's so funny. I forgot about that line.
That is interesting to think about too, like masculinity in this role in conspiracy.
Yeah.
And in this movie especially too, and how the masculine urge to escape from society and go off and scavenge for whatever you want, and to rely upon your own physical abilities and violence as a power and things like that. I don't know.
And to like blame women. It's like going all the way back to Eve.
There's a lot of misogyny and incel culture in the conspiracy theories. In the conspiracy culture as well. But that's also the similar themes in Fight Club. Where Tyler Durden has his space monkeys. I think he calls his followers
something like that.
And they talk about how men have been feminized and weakened because of society, and how we need to be hunter-gatherers, but society doesn't need hunter-gatherers anymore. And it's like the movie is supposed to say how wrong Tyler Durden is, but a lot of its fans got confused and thought that what he's saying is right. So yeah. But I don't think you can make that mistake in this movie.
I don't think so.
But it's also not violent. It's not really like violent in the way that that Fight Club is violent.
No, I think it's more tragic.
Yeah, it's very tragic.
Very tragic.
It's not as misogynistic either. Not nearly as much.
No, there's misogynist characters.
Yeah, but the movie itself is not misogynistic.
Right.
And you can't get it confused for misogynists won't watch this movie and say, I can relate to that.
Right.
Because
like we can with Fight Club.
Right.
Yeah.
God,
I love this movie. I should rewatch it.
Yeah.
I literally have not seen it since it came onto Netflix that day, and I watched it in 2016. Okay. So I definitely I want to rewatch it again, but I still hold a lot of my thoughts about it. Like, I've been thinking about this movie since I watched it.
Wow.
Yeah, okay. I haven't stopped thinking about it. It is so good to me.
To me, the scenes that stick around in my mind the most are the hotel scenes, just because it's like it feels like he's in his own world, and it's like the Outlook Hotel.
There's definitely the Shining vibe to this movie. So if you like The Shining, you definitely enjoy this movie, I think. Yeah.
I feel like oh, sorry. Go ahead.
That's another thing. Like the ending of this movie. It's sort of, we get that objective shot that it could be real, but in The Shining, it's always like Stanley Kubrick always made it clear. At least he wanted it to be concretely in the script that there were no proof in the film of supernatural things. That no matter how horrific the movie is, we don't know if there are ghosts or not. As far as
we don't know if they're ghosts or if they're Jack Nicholson's delusions.
Right.
Yeah.
And he always wanted it to be sort of unbiased in that way, which I think is interesting because this movie is, if you look at the ending, it's slightly biased, but I don't really know if it is or not. It's just interesting. Now I'm going to be like, what the frick about that ending? Because it's a weird ending now.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
But is it an objective ending or is it a subjective ending where we see through his eyes?
I think it's subjective. I want to believe it's subjective.
Yeah.
Because it saves the ending for me somehow.
Talking about The Shining, it reminds me of a documentary that we're definitely got to watch, and we all three have to watch it again.
You showed it to us, part of it.
Yeah, Room 237.
Yeah, I love it. I watched it in full, and I love it. It's bullshit. It's so good.
There's another movie about belief, you know?
Okay.
And how if you believe something, or you can come up with your own beliefs and then reinforce it with other things that aren't there.
You want to know what's funny about Room 237? I recently saw this YouTube video essay, and it was like, you know how Room 237 is all about how Stanley Kubrick, you know, did all of this stuff and it was on purpose. He's like, no, it's all an accident. The continuity errors, he didn't make those on purpose. You want to know how we know? Here are all his other movies which have other continuity errors. But they're not going to believe it. They're not going to believe it. God, I love Room 237. Yeah, I have. You know, I'm going to be honest. I haven't thought a lot about Butcher's Mount Heart. You know, not because it's a bad movie or anything. I think the reason why is because I lived through the 90s, which were a lot like that time. And it's like, I'm just done. I don't want to think in those terms anymore. Especially when thinking in that way in the modern day has become like so politically dangerous to our society. So
absolutely,
yeah. But I do agree. Like, it's a great movie. So
also, I think the casting of Rami Malek was like. Not to be a dick sucker. I think he was great in it. Because it's his eyes, man. Like he has such an emotive face already. But his eyes do most of the talking because they're so fucking big. But I think it just worked so well. Like, he really took in the material he was given. And he just did it so just so perfect. There's like I can't specify. Like, it's just, he was just so good in this. And DJ Qualls, who plays Brown, I always love him anytime he pops up in anything. Any show, any movie, he always is just...
Did he play the alter ego?
The Last Free Man.
Okay, yeah. He's a great actor.
Dude, anytime he pops up, I wish he got more recognition almost. Like, anytime he pops up in a show, in a movie, whether it's comedy,
he's such
drama,
a great supporting actor.
He's such a great supporting actor. And like, them together, it just felt so like, it just felt so right.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I mean? Like, I can't really imagine the movie without them.
Yes.
You know? That's all I had to say. That's all I had to say about it.
Okay, wonderful.
Okay, I feel like this movie is going to be a cult classic without a doubt, just because you can think about it for so long. Yeah. Because it doesn't give you enough answers to actually like put together anything concretely, or maybe it does, but like you could be convinced of so many different arguments about this movie.
It will become a cult classic if it gets enough exposure by audience members to make it a cult classic, for sure.
It'll take probably 20 years.
Yeah.
Probably. Because it's already been 7. Because I remember when it like premiered at like some like film festivals and stuff, and they're like, it's an instant cult classic. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Instant cult classic.
I mean, what an instant cult classic is something that's really, really good that nobody's ever going to watch.
Right. Which is so
There's a lot
insulting.
of them in film festivals.
Yeah. I feel like that's so insulting.
Hopefully, just because Rami Malek is in this, it'll eventually still be remembered because he's in a lot of other things that are successful.
Yeah, but to be fair, Andy Garcia was in The Untouchables, and nobody is fucking, you know, Big Old Brick is not a fucking cult classic.
Right. Very true. Very true.
That's fair too.
Just saying.
But it's also not as good as this movie.
That's true too. Boy, is that fucking true.
I'm not going to tell my friends about Big Gold Brick to tell them to watch it, you know?
Well, the fact that you told me about Big Gold Brick and made me watch it, I guess that says something about our friendship.
And it's also so hard to like even...
No, I'm not going to recommend it to someone genuinely saying, this is a great movie, you should watch this. Okay. I'm going to say, you should watch this because it's terrible.
Okay.
I feel like
you should not watch that movie because it's terrible.
No, don't watch it because it's terrible. I don't want people to watch it. I want people to watch good movies.
Okay, yes. Okay, you can go now. Sorry.
But I feel like Buster's Small Heart, it's kind of hard to like, because I suggested it to like my mom and my dad. You know, I was like, they're like, oh, what's it about? I'm like, oh, it's like this guy, he like turns into like a Y2K truther. And they're like, that sounds fucking stupid. I don't want to watch that. Like,
well, I mean, you know, that's the thing, because it's like, you know, kind of slow pace and filmed and filmed in such like an art movie style.
Right.
You know, it's not for every audience.
Exactly.
You know,
it's so hard to like suggest it to somebody.
Yeah. You know, it's not like Primer is. You know, which is I think one of the movies that's closest, you know, to this movie that you could really compare it to. Yeah.
Like, I didn't know you guys were going to watch it, and I wasn't even sure if you were going to be interested in Buster's My Heart, because I definitely would have suggested it to you early on, because I want to say we became friends not so soon after that movie came out, and so I definitely would have suggested it to you by then. So it's definitely one of those movies where, like, unless you just caught it and watched it, like, you wouldn't have even heard about it, or known of its existence at all. You know, like maybe if you're going through like Rami Malek's IMDb after you watch Oppenheimer, you know, and that's it.
Buster's My Heart is to Rami Malek what 1941 is to Steven Spielberg for sure.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one.
I've never heard of that one. So there we go.
He made it though.
It's not that bad. I mean, okay, so it's probably the worst movie Steven Spielberg directed, but even a bad Steven Spielberg is better than the best movie that other directors have made.
Right, correct.
You know?
Yeah.
So
better than Duel, or whatever that one is with the semi truck.
Duel is kind of boring though.
Exactly.
But I mean, you know, at least it's still kind of interesting in its own way.
It is.
You know? Like, you know, that's his feature film directorial debut, right? Well, if you compare that to other feature film directorial debuts...
It's a movie of the week, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I mean, you know, it's probably one of the best directorial debuts, you know? That's a movie of the week, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's Buster's My Heart has the ability to become a cult classic. Not soon.
You know what? This movie is going to be a hidden treasure. You have to look deep for, and only us who really saw it and know about it. So it's like a self-fulfilling thing.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's not tell anybody about the movie now.
It's definitely not on Netflix anymore. I'm trying to think of, where else is it on? How did you guys watch it?
I think I bought it on Amazon Prime, if I remember correctly.
Right, and who's fucking buying movies on Amazon Prime right now?
I got it from the library.
You have to. Or you got it from the library. But like, still, like, it's one of those films where, like, unless it's like someone like mentions it to you and it's like right there in front of you, like, they're not gonna watch it. Give it 20 years.
It's funny. Joe Blow, you know, that YouTube channel, they did an episode of Free Jack.
Nice.
But I don't think they did an episode of Buster's My Heart.
That's true.
So we might be ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah,
ahead
man.
of the curve with Buster's My Heart.
I sound so cool on this episode, dude. I sound so cool. I made up like a fucking theory for the end of the movie. I talked about my clout with Neil Gaiman.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm fucking sick on this episode, man.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, keep this in.
Okay, so next on our list, the first movie of our Emilio Estevez movie marathon.
Hell yeah.
Repo Man, Dan's pick.
Hell yeah. And this was my Robbie Mueller marathon, if you remember.
Okay.
And it was, we sort of combined marathons to make a beautiful marriage of marathons. Yeah, Repo Man is a punk staple. And it is about being, you know.
Well, what can we say about it that we haven't said about it already?
Did I talk about how the director Alex Cox interviewed the inventor of the hydrogen bomb?
I believe you did.
Wait, what did you say?
Yeah, the director of Repo Man, because Repo Man is actually about the hydrogen bomb, basically. So the director like did an interview with the actual creator of the hydrogen bomb, pretty much. Or like, cause so I just watched Oppenheimer like last week or whatever, and it wasn't the guy in the movie that was like played by one of the Safdie brothers that he interviewed. I don't think. Because that guy was Russian or sounded Russian. Anyways, it was an interesting interview. It was very weird, but it was like a crazy, crazy interview because it was like Alex Cox was so clearly against the hydrogen bomb and, you know, bombs in general and just building bombs and stuff. And this guy was like, he was against it, but not really at the same time. I don't know. It was just like a crazy, like, almost nihilistic, but positive in a way. It was just really weird interview.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing. You should watch it.
Okay.
That was one thing I wanted to talk about it. Sierra, have you seen this one?
Not this one.
Okay.
I saw the other one.
Yes, you saw the other one.
And I like that one a lot. A lot of people hate it. I fucking love it.
You saw the one with Jude Law
Of course
and
I did.
Forrest Whitaker?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Repo the Genetic Opera. Okay.
I thought it was just Repo Men.
I thought it was just Repo Man.
It's Repo Men is this one.
Okay. It could be.
Yeah.
So when Daniel had like said, he's like, "Oh, we watched Repo Man," I thought you guys had watched like Repo Men, and I was so excited. I was like, "Oh my gosh, I know I didn't watch it with you guys, but I want to be on this episode." He's like, "No."
Not that one.
He's like the good one. We watched the good one.
Well, is that one bad?
Okay. You know me and how I just end up loving shitty movies. Mm-hmm. Apparently it's bad.
Okay.
It was news to me. I thought it was very, very good.
Okay. You'll have to make it a pick sometime.
It's almost like a Blade Runner, honestly.
Mm.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it's really, really good. I'm gonna pick it. I don't think you're gonna like it. But then again, like, you know, it is what it is.
It can't be worse than Big Old Brick.
It's true.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to get to that. You know, I didn't finish it, but I feel like I didn't have to.
You didn't have to.
Yeah. Nobody.
Y'all
you
carried that
didn't even
cross
have
for
to
me.
start it. I mean, yeah.
Y'all carried that cross for me, and I appreciate you.
Well, I certainly did.
Hey, I had to watch it twice.
And Dan was a Roman centurion
Yeah.
whipping me the entire time. I was carrying that part.
Nice.
The Passion of the Steve. Anyway.
Repo Man.
Yeah, good movies.
It's a great movie. I love Repo Man. Again, I'll talk about the soundtrack. It's a great soundtrack. And, you know, it's wonderful that this movie is accepted by, you know, all the white suburban punks. Just like the main character is, you know, is one. I don't know what I'm saying. I thought it was great. It's a fun movie. Very nihilistic movie.
Yeah.
Well, you were going to say something.
Well, you know, I mean, we're going to get into Emilio Estevez a lot. But I figured we could go ahead and talk about it right here in Repo Man. You know, kind of his, I don't know, his portrayal, like, you know, the kind of characters he's portrayed, because, in this one he's a punk, but he was also in the Breakfast Club as the jock, but like he was still like a punk jock, in a way. So, you know, there you have that. And then Maximum Overdrive, which we're going to talk about in a bit, you know, he has that same kind of, you know, badass punk attitude. But then if you watch, what is it? St. Elmo's Fire.
He's so good in St. Elmo's Fire.
Never saw it.
Oh, you have to. It's so good.
It's St. Elmo's Fire is about the angst of the boomers when they were young. So it's very narcissistic and but yeah, he plays this dweeb who has been crushing on this woman for a long time, and, you know, doesn't know how to get it out, basically. He's basically a simp. So very different from Repo Man. But then he goes on to do The Mighty Ducks. But then he also does Men at Work with his brother Charlie Sheen. And then later together, they make a. I think it's like a biopic about these two pornographers. It's an indie movie. Yeah. So what's
that?
Well, that I'd have to look it up.
Fair.
And then he did a movie with his father about playing a Vietnam War veteran who comes home after Vietnam, and his father, you know, they have a bad relationship, because his father was in World War II, but World War II was an honorable war, whereas Vietnam wasn't. So, like, yeah, but,
the range of this man.
Yeah, but also he's not the wild one.
Right, exactly.
He's not the wild one.
So the one about the porn filmmakers is called Rated X.
Okay.
And the one with his dad, I think is what you're talking about, is called The Way.
It might be.
From 2010? Or is that something else?
I think it was back in the 90s, but I could be wrong.
So he's directed The War at Home. That's probably
The War at Home. Yeah, The War at Home. That's it.
Yeah.
So, because I've only watched Repo Men, I'm getting the vibe that this movie is different from that.
I'm assuming.
So, I know you guys already have an episode on this. But what the fuck is this movie about?
Oh, Repo Man?
Yeah, because like I'm trying to sort of get a grip on like what it is.
So from let's figure out what Repo Men first is, because I've seen pictures of Repo Men, and it involves flying cars and huge like laser blasters. Am I right?
It's kind of like a what's that word?
Cyberpunk
sort of deal. Like I said, it's very very much like Blade Runner, and it's these people. I'm gonna butcher this. I haven't seen it in so long.
Well, we're gonna get the audience so fucking confused.
Oh, for sure. So there's these people that have like bionic body parts, like prosthetics and stuff like that. But they have to pay rent on it, right? They mostly like target, of course, poor people who need this stuff to live, and so they have to continuously make payments on it, and if they miss out on a payment, then those parts are being repossessed, and it doesn't matter if it's a finger or a heart,
or organ donation where you have to pay a subscription service,
essentially. And that's pretty much it. I don't want to say much because I don't want to spoil it too much,
right?
But I feel like I spoiled it enough saying that's very much like like Blade Runner. I'm assuming that that's not also the case for this.
Kind of, because what Repo Man is about is how normal people avoid intense situations, but Repo Men...
Normal people spend their whole lives avoiding tense situation. Repo Men's strive for them. I don't know what he
spend their lives getting into intense situations.
Yeah.
Mm.
And then follow that with Harry Dean Stanton snorting a line of coke and handing it over to Emilio Estevez, who's a 16-year-old in the movie, I guess. I don't know.
Unless you heard that line in Twister said by the famous Philip Seymour Hoffman as Dusty.
Yes, he quotes Repo Man.
Does he? Oh my god, I didn't know that.
But Repo Man from 1984, the one with Emilio Estevez, is about a punk in the 80s who is fed up with life and basically he quits his job because they don't let him be punk. And
so it's definitely like a movie from the 1984 era.
And then basically he gets roped into repoing a car because Harry Dean Stanton offers him like $50 or $20 to drive a car to follow him home, right, or whatever. It's like he says his wife is pregnant or something, and so then he becomes a repo man at a very young age, and he learns the rules of Repo Man. And there's this, so that's the
that's kind of the premise of the movie.
That's the premise, but also the premise is there is a car that has a mysterious power about it. If you open the trunk, you will get vaporized. And the movie starts off with a cop opening the trunk of his car and getting vaporized, and it's just his boots left, and they're smoking.
So Emilio Estevez is 2 for 2, with like semi-sentient automobiles.
Yeah.
Well, kind of.
I don't know if the car's not necessarily sentient. But yes, he'd be 3 for 3 because he's also a race car driver in Free Jack, which we also watched.
Okay. Yo. So I don't really remember what the car is. Okay, basically, all right. Can I just spoil Repo Man for Repo Man? They're trying to get back this car because there's a huge reward on it. Repo Man Emilio Estevez, he gets a girlfriend and she thinks it's aliens. Everyone thinks it's something different. There's a guy that thinks it's the Scientology god or whatever. Like there's a Scientologists are a part of it, and there's this televangelist is like, you need to find me this car because there's a huge reward out for it because the government's trying to get it.
Right.
And so the repo men are all turning on each other to try and get this car. And there's like also like a war with like these other repo men from the other side of town, or maybe they're just criminals. I don't remember. Anyways, in the end, Harry Dean Stanton gets like shot up in trying to get this car, and the car turns green and it starts glowing, and all the people are gathered around the repo lot, and Emilio Estevez is the only one. He just walks up to the car and gets inside. I forget, is there another guy in there with him?
Wasn't it Harry Dean Stanton, or was it the...
No, it's the crazy guy.
He played Angel in Nash Bridges. He played the lead henchman in 1989 Batman. He was also in Conan the Destroyer.
You're talking about the guy in Silence of the Lambs, right?
Yeah.
His name is Tracy Walter.
Yeah.
And this one, his name is Miller. He's like a conspiracy theorist in the movie, and he's talking about how, yeah, man, aliens are really us from the future, so that we can get the past and do the whole cycle over again, and like something like that. And so basically, Emilio Estevez gets in the car, and the car is glowing green, and it just flies away, basically, and that's the end of the movie.
It's giving Herbie Fully Loaded. But like the dark version.
Maybe, sure. Yeah.
I mean, this movie isn't it's not so much a movie as it is an experience.
I knew you were going to say that.
It really is. I mean, it's all about the world and the lore and the quirky characters that, reside within it. And it's about the, subculture of, the anti-establishment during the 80s, with the punk and the conspiracy theorists.
And being fed up with the Reagan era bullshit.
Yeah. So it's also a lot like They Live in that regards too, by John Carpenter. So yeah, I mean, you try to describe this movie, but nobody telling you what this movie is about will actually prepare you for when you watch the movie.
I do have a quick question, because I'm cheating and like looking through Letterboxd reviews to see like what the vibes are. A lot of people have said that it's like a cult classic. Was it popular during its initial release, or was it like shit on and then slowly grew appreciation?
Well, the thing is, this movie. Oh, sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good. That was my question.
It didn't get a lot in the box office, and it was released by Universal Pictures, so it had a pretty big budget and a pretty big release, or at least not a big budget, but actually I don't think it had a big budget, but it had a big, pretty decent release. But the thing is, it didn't get seen, but the soundtrack is kind of what made it last longer. It gave it a longer sort of half-life, if you will, or whatever, because the soundtrack was made by all of the like punk staples of the time. Oh, like it has freaking Iggy Pop, it has Fear, that band I was telling you about. Yeah, it has Circle Jerks. The Circle Jerks. Well, actually, I don't know if they're in it in the soundtrack or not. I forget. But they actually are in the movie. Oh, really? In one point in time, for a very short amount of time, I think. Am I getting this mixed up?
I would not know.
You'll have to watch it again.
I'll have to watch it again. But basically, the soundtrack is what lasted longer than the theatrical release. So people would find the soundtrack and be like, "What freaking movie is this from?" And then they would watch the movie as well. Oh, so it's a mix. It's yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, it's not that we live. Cinema is a lot different than it is now. Because with cinema now, there's all this marketing, even for like small movies, they'll put up something on YouTube, and then, they'll try to do social media to, get awareness out there and so forth. They had none of that back in the 80s. Right. So I think it was just more that, how many people during the early 80s would have been interested in watching a movie like Repo Man in the theater, during its initial run.
True.
So so you have to factor that into it. So it people who saw it might have thought it was a good movie, but it just didn't get a wide enough release, or it didn't get enough. What do you want to call it?
Traction.
Yeah, momentum to get audiences to know about it. And so, like Dan said, it became a cult classic through the soundtrack. And then once it was available on like VHS and then DVD and then Blu-ray, that really it made it a lot more available to audiences.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, people quoted it like it's quoted in Twister.
Yeah. Which for listeners is my favorite movie.
Yeah, but you also have to realize that Twister was written by a screenwriter, and so if anybody is going to have watched Repo Man,
it's going to be
a screenwriter.
Yeah, the people that watched Repo Man were screenwriters and people who were into film and punks.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So it's not like it doesn't have a wide audience base. It's not a happy movie. It's not a normal plot structure or anything.
No.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Institutionalized is also on the soundtrack.
I freaking love Institutionalized. I have a quick, like, sort of tangential question. Because I thought about this earlier. Am I crazy, or did they used to, like, on car radios, like any like radio station or whatever, they would sometimes play like trailers for movies?
Yeah, they play radio ads for movies. Yeah.
Because like I had a really weird, like, vague memory of, I forget, it was some Will Smith movie that was coming out in like the early 2000s, and my dad was driving me to school, and I remember like hearing his voice, and there's like gunshots and there's like crazy shit happening, and it was like in theaters, this whatever. And I don't know when they stopped doing that, but I feel like they need to bring it back, because at least I haven't heard any like movie ads on like radio before, or since that time.
I mean, I remember them doing that at least until like 2010, but they would also do it for like TV shows.
Right. I remember always hearing that Everybody Loves Raymond.
That
one was always on. Or like sometimes like TV Land would sort of be like, tonight on TV Land, randomly on any station. You could be listening to like anything. Like you listen to Spanish radio, like English radio, punk, hip hop, whatever. All of a sudden there would just be like almost like a TV guide for like 30 seconds, just telling you what's running down on like CBS or ABC or TV Land or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. But streaming, that's pretty much put an end to that.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, like, I feel like I hadn't heard an ad for a movie or a show since even before radio started to really die out with streaming and stuff like that. So I was just thinking about that.
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking about like the radio ad for Repo Man was probably fucking crazy. I would pay good money. I feel like I should just start making them.
Well, if they knew what they were doing, it would have been fucking crazy for sure.
Very true, very true.
But, trailers always lie. So maybe they cherry picked it to, make it seem like a totally different kind of movie. Which would have been funny going into that. Yeah.
Gosh, what a moment. What a moment in history. Yeah. Daniel, do you have any idea what I'm talking about right now? Have you ever heard them?
I don't know if I've heard them, but I know, like, it sounds familiar. The idea sounds familiar.
Because I completely forgot about it. They would play trailers with gunshots at like 6 a.m. While you're listening to like the KBJ show on 95.5. Like it was just like it was just random.
Growing up, all I listened to was like Christian radio stations.
Very fair.
And then when I was like 13, I listened to the classic rock stations. And that was all the radio I listened to. So
that's fair.
And I didn't have TV. I had the Disney Channel on Saturday mornings only.
Yeah.
And no cable ever. So and except when we went to stay at a hotel, then I had cable for that night.
But you were in the same room as your parents.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And I wasn't like I wasn't even allowed to flip through channels because there might be like a TV sex scene.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, my parents, they had HBO, like, since it came out, basically.
Hell yeah.
And then when I was 13, they gave me and my two sisters TVs for our bedroom. And so, it didn't matter for me.
Yeah.
And now you know why. Heavy metal was my first band.
You brought that story up before in the podcast.
I feel like every episode I've been on, there's been a mention of Skinamax or like HBO After Dark, and I think that's just so funny. I think that's my brand now.
Well, I mean, we were talking about it, and we were thinking of adding February to our holiday movie bundle. Mm-hmm. And for Valentine's Day.
I have so many. You let me know because I have so many picks.
Okay.
Because I'm a perv.
Okay.
I love R-rated sex scenes, bro. You let me know.
Okay. Okay.
But yeah, Repo Man.
Yes.
Cool movie.
Cool movie.
Great movie.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hard to watch a little. Like, it's not like a Saturday afternoon watch.
No. It's the kind of movie that you watch every once in a while, where things start to get a little crazy in your life, and you need somebody to commiserate. So
yeah, it's an angry movie.
Mm-hmm.
Out of the 3 Emilio Estevez films, because we're going to talk about 2 more, but just really quick, out of the 3, which do you think like a middle-aged like white suburban dad like on an angry day would watch? Like, what's his like? What do you think would be like his film?
Well, I think Repo Man is the best. It's the best movie out of these 3. Just made and produced and written and so forth.
Gotcha.
It sure as hell isn't Maximum Overdrive. But Free Jack, it's its own thing. Free
Jack is insane.
It's like an outlier. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I mean, so just by process of elimination, it'd be Repo Man.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I was just curious.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if we were to expand, in Emilio Estevez's, greater filmography, I mean, I think the most suburban movie he's ever made would be Mighty Ducks.
Ooh, that's very true.
And I'm not knocking Mighty Ducks. I mean, I watched it. I loved it. Yeah.
I've only seen the animated Mighty Ducks movie.
The one where they're duck aliens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, moving on to Maximum Overdrive.
Yeah, Maximum Overdrive.
I came into this film, 30 minutes in?
30 minutes or longer, yeah.
30 minutes, let's say like 45 minutes in. And by the end, I still had no fucking clue what it was about. But then when I was told, or when I was listening to you guys record the podcast, and I was told that it was written and directed by Stephen King, and this was from year 1986, everything made so much sense. Because my God, when people describe things as coke-filled, they don't understand, because unless you watch this, you really do not really grasp in your mind what the fuck coke-filled means. This movie was nuts.
And you didn't even see the crazy parts.
I didn't even see the crazy parts. I missed the vending machine part.
You missed where a man, like a baseball team, wouldn't know. It's a whole team of baseball kids, right? A whole baseball little league kids team gets like freaking machine gunned down by a Coke machine, shooting Coke bottles at them. And then one of them gets flattened by a fucking steamroller, a concrete roller.
Yeah, and that's the shot that made George Romero, who directed Night of the Living Dead. That's the one that made him vomit.
Up, right?
Yeah.
That's so fucking crazy.
He was like a producer of this movie, I think.
Yeah. It's so wild. And it really goes to show anyone who's listening who's ever been interested in film, or has ever had a crazy dream, like, one day I'll make something, but I don't know if it'll be good enough. You can do anything. Yeah. Anything, sober or not, anything.
Yeah, Maximum Overdrive it's a crazy movie, and yet it's not the movie. It's not the movie. I mean, it is a crazy movie, It might be the craziest Stephen King movie, but it's not the movie. It's not a Stephen King movie that I hate the most. Mm-hmm. And that one's The Langoliers, which is a TV movie.
The what?
The Langoliers.
I'm like scared to ask.
So it's about this airplane, okay? But they get stuck they get unstuck in time so that they're in the past. Okay.
Yeah.
So because they're in the past, like everything tastes stale and everything. And so in order to get rid of the past, there are these monsters that are like brown orbs with mouths with these jagged teeth, and they eat reality.
I think
Okay.
I think I've seen something from this. This sounds very familiar.
Yeah. And there's like a blind girl who like might be sick, so they have to get her to a hospital in time. And there's also Bronson Pinchot, who, from my generation, we know him. I know him as Balky from Perfect Strangers.
I just looked at Sierra. We're both completely lost.
Yeah, you guys probably don't know.
You're good. You'll have to
the closest thing you would know him as the art guy in Beverly Hills Cop. Okay. Well, that's Eddie Murphy's.
I don't even think this is a generational, like, this isn't a generation. This is just, like, you're just so niche.
No. My generation knows this. Trust me, I know. Because he showed up in Beverly Hills Cop 3. But anyway, and he also did this great movie with John Larroquette where he plays a psychic. And John Larroquette is a detective, and John Larroquette winds up hitting on the wife, who is a nun, of the ghost who possesses Bronson Pinchot. It's a great movie. Anyway, he goes nuts on the plane, which is great.
And
now you see why I hate this movie.
I wish I could speak more because this is a podcast, but I have no fucking words.
And well, you know what? It's still better than Big Gold Brick. As much as I hate the Langoliers, I hate Big Gold Brick way more.
All right.
One thing about Maximum Overdrive is that, like, in many movies like this, like kind of crazy, odd films, I guess, like all of the characters are usually, because this movie's very campy, so usually in very campy movies, like the characters are so fucking annoying, but like it's kind of charming. I didn't get that from this movie. They were just killing me. Oh my gosh. And the fact that, like, so they're trying to fuel up all these trucks and they're trying to get them out of there, right? Because the alien shit, like, you know, it's made them sentient now or whatever it is. I still don't know. So they're trying to fuel them up, and they're basically doing like slave labor, like wait for these trucks. So they're doing slave labor for these trucks, and these trucks are like honking at them and like cocking their guns at them, like, fuel me, man, like, and it's just so crazy because the trucks are saying no words. They're not saying anything, but I know exactly what they're saying. And it's just so goddamn funny. But like every other character in the movie, it's just so, it feels overacted. It feels so like, if this movie was, I'm not gonna say this movie wasn't good. The movie was good for like a fun, campy good. But if it was like good, maybe it could get away with it. But it was killing me.
I mean, there's so many plot points involved in this movie. I mean, you know, first of all, I mean, just the logic of it, you know, it's like, how are the trucks able to, you know, move the stick shift when there's no internal mechanism within it that could move it?
Do that,
you know
exactly.
what I mean? I mean, like nowadays, if I were to rewrite it, what I would do is I'd set it in the future where everything's automated. And then and then instead of aliens, it's like a computer virus. But then that brings us to that movie about the Google Home.
My God.
Which one?
You were there. It was the Melbourne International Film Festival.
Oh.
Yeah, we went to a film festival because I submitted my film to all the cheapest options on Film Freeway, and I got all the cheapest festivals. I'll put it that way, where they selected anyone that applied and maybe watched the films before they put them on the big screen. Anyways,
Who's to say?
I don't think they did, because one of those quote unquote short films was a woman shilling her book about life after death.
Yeah, and and basically experiences that people have had before. If only we could have like recorded everything that we saw that day. Oh my gosh.
Oh, that would have been so sick, like a traveling diary.
And the guy she was interviewing just had a constant pool of snot.
Oh my gosh. It was
my gosh.
so awful. It was the funniest thing in the world.
But it was like so sad because like it's just like complete, just complete, like, I believe that I was being communicated with by my dead relative when I saw 3 hummingbirds at the same time outside my window, and then I saw them again the next day, and I knew for sure. And like there was like a whole book of basically that, and it was just like, it was nonsense. It was just like it was sad.
I wish we did record stuff from that film festival, because it was just, it was amazing.
Well, I mean, it brings up the question, because there are YouTubers who like watch and roast bad movies that like get theatrical releases and stuff. But we're talking about short films, and it's like, oh man, which would be harder to get through, because I mean that was really hard to get through for me. But on the other hand, you almost can't fault them, because they are amateur, and they are doing their best, and at least they have done all this work, towards a creative enterprise and are trying. So
I don't fault them. I fault people who, I thought this was like, I thought it was going to be like an actual film festival where people actually get denied.
Oh, okay.
But no one got like, I'm pretty sure everyone who paid to submit paid their $5 or whatever I paid to submit their film got in.
Yeah, it's not a curated film festival.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Which is what we were expecting, but that is okay.
It's okay. It was an experience that we'll remember longer than a curated film festival.
Very true.
Yes. But anyway, Maximum Overdrive, it'd be a better version of that short with the Google house, where everything is automated, but it gets sabotaged by the Chinese government. That's how I would redo Maximum Overdrive if I ever got the chance.
That short film, the part I remember most is, like, I don't know if someone bumped into the camera or what, but I just heard cut from behind the camera in the film, and I was like, nice, okay.
You know what's funny? We're gonna make enemies.
Oh, for sure.
With the local short film.
Maybe we'll see.
Maybe
we'll see.
No, we're not. Nobody's going to listen to our podcast. So,
really quick though, for Maximum Overdrive, again, I'm like cheating and going through Letterboxd reviews and stuff. And the top one, they give it 3.5 stars. And I feel like it's like the best description of this film.
Okay.
It says, Rage Against the Machines. Campy, drugged up fun that feels like it exists in some sort of wildly weird Alex Cox wasteland.
Alex Cox was the
yeah. So I feel like that's super, it just lays. That should have been their log line.
Well, I mean, Stephen King, he's a very angry man himself, especially now that he's on Twitter.
I was gonna say, do you follow his Twitter?
I don't get on Twitter.
Oh, fair.
Because
you mean X?
Having to click on that app, like I shudder every damn time. It triggers my gag reflex. Continue.
Well, I feel that most social media is toxic, so I stay away from all of it except for Reddit. So, which I know is funny to y'all, but at least I can pick and choose what I see on Reddit. Okay, at least toxic environments can be contained in the subreddits.
Holy shit, that's funny. I'm sorry.
So, I'm just saying.
Anyways, well you gotta say who was the writer of that little review?
Ian West.
Okay.
Yes, and I just, like I said, like listening to you guys record that episode, it brought so much to light as to why, like, any judgment I had on this film was justified, and then also it also made me think a little bit, because like if I had the success as Stephen King at the time, and I had the money and I had access to Hollywood's best coke dealer, 100% I would make this film. Oh my, I would 10 times worse. Are you kidding? Oh my gosh, it would have been amazing. I would have added a musical number.
Oh man, that would have been great.
So I completely understand. I understand exactly why this film is like this. And even though I'm shitting on it, I do have the smallest little crevice in my heart for it. Because it's just fun.
Yeah, it's a very fun movie.
It's a very fun movie. I'm sure if you were like super, super high watching it, it would be a stoner's delight.
I think that's why it survived this long in the collective consciousness.
Probably.
Well, I also think it's, a novelty of, seeing Stephen King, and his full, unadulterated, unmoderated artistic vision, which shows that, sometimes you absolutely need to be adulterated and moderated, because another work where he wasn't the director of it, but he had a lot of power. I think he was the executive producer of it. It was the miniseries in 1997 for a remake of The Shining, but it was a lot more faithful to Stephen King's book, and so to that might be watch worthy as well. Oh, okay. But yeah, when it comes to Stephen King, I think he, at least his movies, I don't read his books. I never had desire to read his books, not because I think he's a bad writer or anything. It's just, I just don't have that. But I love movies based on his stuff. But it's like, but the reason why is because the directors can like take parts of it or like adapt themes and whatnot, and make it really great, or not. So
it's like the 80s movies that have the same plot where they have to come together and like save the thing. Like you can make that a good movie or you can make it a bad movie, but because the structure is so malleable, it gives people a lot of freedom and fun ideas. And directors can take that idea and own it and make it their own, and that as I make it into the movie, one of my favorite movies adapted from a Stephen King book is The Dead Zone, which was directed by David Cronenberg. That one's great.
Yeah. It's incredible. Yeah. But then you get like Dreamcatcher, which about farting, shitting aliens, I guess.
That is amazing.
I haven't watched it. I haven't read it. I don't want to. But then on the other hand, he wrote Creepshow, or he was a producer on Creepshow.
He also wrote Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah.
So as much as we shit on Stephen King,
again, the range.
Respect for that.
You know what I mean?
I haven't read the book, but the movie's good.
Well, and the lesser version of that, I suppose, would be Hearts in Atlantis, which I saw, which was pretty good.
Huh? Never heard of that one.
It's good. I mean, it's not Shawshank Redemption level good, but I mean, it's respectable. I mean, at least I think it is. Yeah. A nice nostalgia trip. I mean, he also wrote Stand By Me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Which became a classic movie. So. Yeah.
He's got a thing for kids dying.
Well, he had like a tragic accident when he was young. He witnessed basically his friend get hit by a train or something.
Oh my gosh.
I didn't know
or
that.
a truck. Yeah, when he was young, it like left his memory. Like he didn't. It was so traumatic that he didn't really even remember it. like it just is a thing that happened and he knew that it happened because like the kid died and like he was with him. It's a weird story, but yeah.
So I had no idea.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, well, sorry.
That's probably why. I mean, that and yeah, I don't know. It could just be his personality as these are the stories that interest him, as far as because people sort of group him into a YA fiction type genre in a way.
But that's very unfair of him. I mean, you know, even though I know about his books, and even though I haven't read his book, I know the people who lump him in with the YA are people who grew up with the YA genre. But like the YA genre, that really started when Harry Potter came out back in the 2000s. You know,
but I can see why they would, because most of his books are based with children.
Yeah, well, it's based with children, and also like
coming of age movies,
and also they're like high concept. A lot of them.
Well, yeah, that's true. But you know, so there's this really great book. It's called Paperbacks from Hell, and it's about the paperback, the horror paperback industry that was around like starting, I think as far back as the 30s until it like ended in the 2010s. And it's so great because it like talks about the evolution of the different subgenres of horror paperbacks, and what the horror paperback market is it's like the genre fiction of books though. And so you get all these tawdry stuff, and you know, tawdry genres, and it's such a great book. I highly recommend it. But like Stephen King, he was the king of that. You know, but that's not YA. I mean, even though it is high concept. So yeah. Yeah, in the introduction to Paperbacks from Hell, written by Grady Hendrix, I believe, he talks about how he found like the Holy Grail of horror paperbacks, which is this book about these people who go on vacation at like an Irish castle, and then they get assaulted by leprechaun Nazis. It's wonderful. I miss that time. I mean, you know, on the other hand, that time hasn't really gone away. No. It's just on, you know, Amazon ebooks. You know? So.
That takes a year out.
I'm sorry. That's so awful.
I know.
Oh my goodness, that's terrible.
Yeah, it is terrible. And you'd be surprised how many of them, you know, got made into movies. So. Dear God. Yeah.
Really quick. We're going back to Maximum Overdrive. I saw one person. I'm not going to read it all, but they mentioned how, which I think you guys talked about in the episode as well, how Stephen King blinded his DP.
Yeah.
Out of all the bitches on the crew to blind, DP's probably not the best one. Not that he did it purposefully, allegedly, but like, hello, that's crazy. I know you guys already talked about that.
So
that's
sad.
So funny.
Yeah,
it's so sad, but it's also like, what?
Yeah.
But that'd be one of like the fun facts, like the cute little trivia for Stephen King films, even though this is the only one he's directed. She's like, did you know that Stephen King blinded his DP on the set? Like, that's crazy. The absolute negligence. The fact that they're just letting this man just at the helm just snort like the thickest line of coke, and then all this crazy stuff's happening. It's a crazy vision. Everyone's just going with it. Then all of a sudden someone gets blinded, and then they're like, oh no.
Oh, I fucking hate directors like that. Because I believe what it was is there was a scene where where it had a lawnmower.
That's right. Yeah.
And it was like upside down, so the blade was whirling. And you know, they did when the DP got you know, blinded by it, the blade wasn't even in the shot. So you didn't need to have it running. Yeah.
Because everyone else on set, or like the set people, they were like, we need to take that out. That's not safe. It's like safety measures. And Stephen King's like, no, we keep it for like authenticity.
Yeah.
That's so, that makes me so mad.
Yeah, that's why Uma Thurman, you know, had a what do you want to call it?
Falling out.
Oh yeah, falling out with Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah.
Because of that shot in Kill Bill Volume 2 where she's driving the car and it was unsafe.
Right.
She like broke her back or whatever. She got in a terrible accident.
Yeah. But I fucking hate directors like that. So
it just drives me insane. Like there's like safety precautions are so important on set. Even if
movies are not that important.
The movies are not that important ever.
Yeah.
Ever.
Movies are not important enough where somebody needs to get injured or die because of it.
Exactly.
Well, I mean,
No,
but that's a question I always ask myself. Like, what do you? How much?
The answer is no.
Like, we're gonna talk about like Apocalypse Now or what other movie?
I'm talking about like, what's the threshold? Is it like Band-Aid level? Is it Stitches level? You know, like
the only people who should ever get hurt on a film set are stuntmen, because that's what they get paid to do and they get trained to do that. But even so, and while stuntmen may get injured, they should not die.
Exactly.
That's the threshold.
Well, but this is also it's also movie sets are moving construction sites, and things happen.
Okay,
you know,
correct.
And like,
I mean, if it's just like a human error, fine. But if there are ways to avoid something and something still happens, that's where it's really, really bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's not worth it. It's not worth it.
Well,
it will not be worth it to the family members of that person who would get injured or die.
Unless it's Apocalypse Now and no one remembers the people who died and their family didn't have rights. So
wow.
Right. And especially if it's a shitty fucking movie like Maximum Overdrive, you get blinded on set because your director, who you're supposed to trust, is too coked out to think of like realistically how dangerous this could be. Like, oh God. Anyway.
Well, speaking of the death of something, you know, because this movie was Stephen King's vision, I guess in a way you could also compare it to Heaven's Gate.
I'm sorry.
gosh.
I'm sorry.
What I mean?
No.
Do you know the story about Heaven's Gate?
With the Kool-Aid?
No, that's not
No.
Heaven's Gate.
No.
That's the Jonestown.
Yeah, that's a different one.
Massacre?
Yeah.
Here, let me see.
Heaven's Gate, the movie?
Yeah, the 1980 movie, directed by Michael Cimino.
Oh
yeah.
I think I heard about this.
Yeah.
The cult leader of the.
No.
Okay, never mind. Talk about it.
Michael Cimino. So this was a movie, and it was done by. This is the movie that put United Artists Studio out of business, because like he had such huge control over it, and the movie went way over budget, but it was for like stupid petty reasons. So like it was a Western, and so they built like a whole town, right? This is if I remember the story correctly. But then like he wanted everything like 1 foot to the left. But like, yeah, he kind of went out of control, and you know, it ballooned the budget, and it put United Artists, which had been around since like I think the 20s, out of business. So yeah,
that's insane.
Yeah.
Gosh, man.
All right, let's move on.
Okay,
please,
Free Jack.
please move on.
Free Jack. We're not done with the marathon yet, man. We're not done with the marathon.
I didn't know Mick Jagger was in this.
We've been recording for 50 minutes and we're not done with the marathon.
We've only done 2 movies. God.
Okay. Well, Free Jack.
Free Jack. Yeah. Mick Jagger's the villain, kind of. And he's amazing.
Is he good in it?
Yeah.
His mouth just scares me, so I don't like to look at him.
Well, I think he's pretty great.
I mean, you can say he's good. He's good.
What does he get the mate? Is that what he says?
What did he say?
Get the mate.
Oh yeah, get the. I'm trying to remember what his was. That like his first one-liner or whatever.
I think so.
Yeah. He's great. He wears this massive helmet that looks insane.
I'm looking at the cast and I'm like, he's in here too. The one cop from White Chicks is in this.
Yeah, he was in the last movie too.
The Beautiful Chocolate Man, he's in it.
Yeah, he was in Maximum Overdrive as well.
Oh my god, I didn't notice
Who y'all talking about?
Have you seen White Chicks?
Frankie
Faison?
Yeah, Faison.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He's been in like so many movies that we picked accidentally.
Mm-hmm.
That's so funny.
He was in Free Jack, he was in Maximum Overdrive, and he was in one other movie too.
He was in Manhunter.
He was in Manhunter, yeah.
Yeah, because he's also in the Hannibal movies.
That's so crazy.
Yeah.
Because I have only ever known him from White Chicks.
Okay.
Yeah, we brought that up about how he's the Beautiful Chocolate Man.
Well, you have. I have no idea what you guys are saying.
You never seen White Chicks?
Have you never seen-
No.
Oh my god! You have got to watch White Chicks.
I never even saw White Chicks until like this year or like last year. But I knew that line and I knew everything about White Chicks. Basically.
I have very little faith in movies done by the Wayans. Okay, that's
Little Faith.
yes.
They are staples, man. Oh my goodness.
I mean, I remember them from In Living Color.
Yes.
Way back in the day.
I loved In Living Color. Oh.
And that was, that stuff is funny. But that's also when they had David Allen Greer.
Yes.
So, but when it comes to their movies, I'm a little hesitant.
White Chicks is probably one of the best.
White Chicks is pretty funny.
Okay.
It's so quotable. Damn. Anyway,
It's a comedy movie from the 2000s. It's funny,
Okay.
but it's not like I didn't laugh out loud a bunch of times watching it, but
Okay.
it is funny.
I did.
Okay.
It's also not necessarily for us.
That is true.
Yeah.
I sometimes I forget that. Sorry.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I haven't watched it.
It's still pretty funny though.
As your token black, I will.
I'm not saying that. I haven't said that. I am not the one who has said that in this episode, and I just want to go on the record as having not said that. Okay? I just want to make that clear to everybody.
I haven't either.
No, you did.
on the podcast. Oh,
It was off mic. It was off mic. Come on.
You were on mic. I thank you for that one.
We weren't recording yet.
We will
We're
find
in
out.
trouble.
We will find out.
For February, we're gonna do both very, very sexy movies and black movies for February, and I'm going to curate the entire month.
Okay.
I got y'all. Free Jack. What
Okay.
is it about? Tell me really quick.
Okay, race car driver Emilio Estevez and his wife.
Who he's the short king to.
Forgot about that detail.
How tall is he? Hold on, let me Google this.
Oh shit. Oh. Okay.
Beautiful Renee Russo. When she was very young, even before she got more well known in the movie In the Line of Fire with Clint Eastwood, which they had to write her as the love interest too.
He's 5'7".
Yeah, but look up Renee Russo.
Oh, is she like an Amazon? Her name?
She played Thor's mom.
Oh.
Yeah.
Say less.
Yeah.
I think she's so fine.
Yeah, she's beautiful.
So fine. She's 5'8".
Okay. Well, she was wearing heels then, but
Anyways, Formula One driver
Yes.
gearing up for the big race.
yeah.
He's got an opportunity to get some sponsors, all this kind of stuff, but he's a hot shot.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, somehow he freaking explodes on the track.
Yeah.
And it's all being recorded on TV cameras.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he explodes in the air into
What
a
happens?
bridge
Yeah,
or
what happens
something.
is he he gets in a car accident where his tire bumps another tire or something, and then he gets launched, and then he crashes into
It's an overpass.
Yeah, an overpass. Yeah, he crashed into an overpass. Okay, that's what happens now. But 20 years in the future,
Is there only 20?
I think so.
I guess so, yeah.
If not less.
It's 2009.
Okay.
Oh wow, what a time.
But
And it was released in 92.
Yeah.
1992. So it's like 15 years. So
okay, 15 years.
right? Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, 15 years. So in the future, what they do is they set up this pod where Emilio Estevez's body should be just before he crashes, and they pull him out of time. And that's so that, and eventually, Mick Jagger is the mercenary who runs this outfit, because it's like a post-apocalyptic, thing where the government has fallen. So there's you need mercenaries to protect the ground crew from all the crazies.
2009.
Well, the Great Recession just happened. So.
That's very fair. That is very fair. That's crazy.
And so Mick Jagger's the mercenary to do this. And in the movie it also has Mike Ehrmantraut from Breaking Bad.
Jonathan Banks.
Yeah, Jonathan Banks.
Yeah, he's great in this movie.
Yeah, he plays a corporate vice president who works for Sir Anthony Hopkins. And so what you find out is Sir Anthony Hopkins, he's dying. He's been hooked up to a matrix, where his mind is in the matrix. And what he wants to do is he's hired Mick Jagger to pull Emilio Estevez's body out of time, so that he can put his mind into it, and then Rene Russo will fall in love with him. Yeah. And when they do and it's so great because when they try to do the mind body transfer, they Emilio Estevez and Anthony Hopkins, they have to do it by both like pressing like this huge jack. And it's free jack.
Wait. Okay, sorry, we're gonna backtrack.
Okay.
So Emilio Estevez is going to die. So his car is about to crash.
Yeah.
They pull him out of time.
Yeah.
And then they're going to mind swap and put somebody else in his mind so that Emilio Estevez's wife falls in love with him.
Rene Russo.
And also so that Sir Anthony Hopkins can have a younger body. And live longer.
Because his body has like a disease or something. So he needs a new body. And so he chooses Emilio Estevez's body so Rene Russo will fall in love with him.
So, but he wait, he's about to die.
Yeah. And they only do that for people who are about to die so it won't mess up time.
And they need they need to vivisection him or whatever to dissect him alive so that his body stays fresh enough.
So
well, no, they were just going to lobotomize him.
Wait, but his body is still in the car.
No, they pulled the body, but not the car.
Okay, that's what's confusing me. Because I was like,
you have to watch the movie.
Okay, because I was like, if they fucking press play, dude's gonna die anyway. Like, he's the dumbest fucking plan I've ever heard of.
No, they beam me up, Scotty, his body out of there.
Heard. Okay, understood.
The split second before the car crashes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so everyone is like,
good.
I don't know why his body disappeared from the car crash, but he's dead.
Yeah.
Cool. Got it. I'm so with you guys now because I was so fucking confused.
Okay.
I guess I can watch it. I guess I can watch it, but that just blew me.
And this movie has the Black Samurai chauffeur.
Oh, the Black Samurai chauffeur trope? Or what do you mean?
Well, that guy, the black guy who was like the bodyguard and chauffeur for Rene Russo.
Oh yeah,
who has that katana, but he never uses it.
Grand L. Bush.
Yeah.
Boone.
Okay. Yeah. I think he was also in a James Bond movie, The Living Daylights.
He was in Die Hard, Lethal Weapon, Marathon Man, Lethal Weapon 2, License to Kill.
Yeah, License to Kill. That's
Streets on Fire.
Oh.
This guy was in a lot. If this is the guy. Anyways.
When we started recording Free Jack, all of this other YouTube essayers started popping up with rejects.
Shut up, really? Oh,
Yeah.
damn.
It's like, but they're scraping the bottom of the barrel with this one. But we put it, right there in the first year.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did. And yeah, I mean, a lot of the actors involved were very disappointed, with this movie. I think right after this movie, Anthony Hopkins, saved his career by doing Silence of the Lambs. So,
because this movie was a big budget movie, I think.
Yeah.
And it was supposed to be a big spectacle thing, and
but I think they kept paring the budget back. Is what happened, I think.
But it was a terrible story to begin with, pretty much.
Very fair.
I mean, it wasn't. I mean, it's not that bad.
Okay, it's not that bad. It's just so weird. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know. Okay. It depends on what you want out of a movie. Like if you want a movie that is going to bring something new, every time, this is not that movie. This movie does not bring new things. But if you just want to live in the world of sci-fi, there are worse movies to exist in sci-fi with.
That's true.
That is true.
Yeah. So yeah, if you love sci-fi, you'll probably love this. Yeah.
I don't know about love.
I mean, it's not that bad.
It's not that bad. It was fun.
Yeah.
It was a fun movie.
Yeah. But don't watch it first. Like, don't try to get somebody into sci-fi with this movie. This movie shouldn't be the first pick for anything.
No, definitely not.
We didn't even make it the first pick for our Emilio Estevez Film Festival.
Definitely not. We made it the last pick.
Well, we were going to go forward, but I was willing to continue it, but you wanted to do Paris, Texas.
Well, you wanted... Okay, I was doing a Robbie Mueller marathon. You were doing Emilio Estevez, and you were going to pick Men at Work, but you didn't, so...
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. It is.
Well, I mean, also Men at Work, it's also a tough movie. I think it might be a tough movie to talk about because it's just going to be, hey, isn't that funny? And the answer is yes, it is. So...
Yeah, I don't know.
That's how most of my episodes go.
So it's like, should I review that movie or not? Should we review that movie or not?
I don't know. I don't care. I'm just saying it's not my fault because I was always doing a Robbie Mueller marathon.
Well, and yeah, so my original plan was to do Men at Work because that also has his brother Charlie Sheen. And then I was going to do a bunch of really, well, somewhat obscure Charlie Sheen movies.
Oh, man.
Which we will get to, yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. The one sci-fi movie he did. He did a movie about aliens, so.
What movie was that?
Oh, should I?
Don't talk about it. Just give me the title.
No.
Okay, I'll keep it a surprise. It's very relevant today. I'll put it to you that way. So.
Okay, go ahead and say it. I don't know.
Go ahead and say it.
Yeah.
The Arrival. Yeah.
Oh.
The one about the aliens doing global warming to terraform it.
Oh my God.
How relevant is that?
I forgot that shit existed.
I have not.
Oh my gosh.
Because I had HBO in the 90s.
Very true. That's, oh my gosh. That just took me back. Wow. Yeah. Paris, Texas.
Paris, Texas.
Another movie I have not seen. Looks stunning.
Yeah, it's very well lit and very well shot, for sure. Yeah, the cinematography is excellent.
This was my second pick on the Robbie Mueller 3-movie marathon because Robbie Mueller shot Repo Man and this one, and then To Live and Die in L.A.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Beautiful work.
Yeah, we'll get to that one, but Paris, Texas. I don't want to spoil too much of it for you because we need to watch it, but it's not really a movie you can spoil too much of.
No, but it's not really a movie you can explain. I mean, it's a lot like Repo Man in that this movie is an experience, but it's a completely different kind of experience.
I will say this movie Oh, sorry. Go.
Well, I was just going to say that this movie is very, it's thinking back on it, it's extremely heartfelt.
Yeah.
And, that doesn't really come out until you finish watching it and you kind of digest it after a while. But yeah, it's very evocative. It's very cathartic. It's very emotive, which, you wouldn't think, starting the movie.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's a movie written by the playwright. Was it Sam Elliott? No, not Sam Elliott.
Sam Shepard.
Sam Shepard, yeah.
I would love a movie written by Sam Elliott.
I was like, does he write?
I mean, which Sam Elliott is it going to be? Is it going to be the, old cowboy Wild West cowboy Sam Elliott, modern day cowboy Sam Elliott, or Roadhouse Sam Elliott?
Steve, I love your enthusiasm.
Thank you. Sam Shepard.
Sam Shepard.
Who was also in, oh my god.
No.
The movie Stealth. He was in Stealth, about the stealth, the stealth fighter ship with the robot AI that gets struck by lightning. Oh, I'm gonna have to do this double feature with Stealth and Short Circuit, because those are both about robots that gain sentience by being struck by lightning. Okay, anyway, Sam Shepard.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was written by apparently Sam Shepard, and then also another writer who often, I don't know. He was another writer as well, named L.M. Kit Carson.
Okay.
Anyways, Paris, Texas is a journey movie.
Yeah. There's a lot of journeying in this movie.
Yeah. It's almost a road movie. Not quite, though.
Because
you wouldn't really call it a road movie, I don't think.
No, because they go, I mean, I guess each act is like its own journey, because you have like the first and the last acts are journeys, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
I was going to say, I haven't watched this film. I saw many stills from it on Tumblr. And so I was immediately obsessed with the look of it. Still have not watched it. But I didn't read the description on Letterboxd either. So from what I gathered from other people talking about it, so this guy disappears and then he's like being like taken back through the moment he disappears and then he doesn't know where he is or something like that, or what happened to him.
Well, no, he's going to a certain place. No, he's going to a certain place. It's a lot that he got from his parents. He inherited from his parents, and I think it's where his parents met.
It's where they conceived him.
Oh, it's where they conceived him. Yeah, and so he's been missing for years, but he's walking through the southwestern desert to get to this place, and then he's run out of water, so he goes to this little town, trying to get water, and then he collapses, and that's where he gets found by the German doctor, and the German doctor finds some identification, and then sends a message to his brother, played by Dean Stockwell. Yeah, and so Dean Stockwell lives in California?
Yes.
So Dean Stockwell then drives from California to that place in the desert to pick up his brother and then bring him back. So that's the first act.
It's about, and he does kind of have he doesn't talk in the first act. Yeah. And it seems like he's lost his memory almost, and he's basically forgotten how to be a person, and he's kind of just wandering around in the wilderness. I mean, he is trying to find that lot, but it's not specifically his goal. It's also he's just wandering at this point in time too.
Well, you don't know why he does any of this,
right?
And then in the second act, should I tell you? Should I tell Sierra?
I don't know.
Well,
no.
Okay. Well, in the second act, and then even more so in the third act, you find out why he is the way he is in the first act.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's kind of a mystery that then explains itself.
Because I really do want to watch it. It looks absolutely just alone.
I highly
stunning.
recommend watching it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's great.
I've been told I would cry.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
Perfect.
I mean, the last act is very holy shit. There's a lot of drama to it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of drama to it, and the actors act so well in it.
What's the pacing like? Because it sounds like a slow one.
It's really slow.
Yeah, it's slow. It's not super slow, but it doesn't mind taking its own pace.
I mean,
it takes its
2.5 hours.
Yeah, but you don't.
Okay.
I didn't really feel that 2.5 hours watching it, because a lot of it is like establishing things. It's establishing tone, it's establishing mood, it's establishing characters. So even though it is slow, it doesn't feel slow because everything is kind of important. Mm-hmm. Yeah, or at least that's how I feel about the movie.
Yeah, and it's not like you're enjoying it, so it's not like you need it to go quickly. It's not a plot movie. It's a emotional journey movie.
Yeah, it's something you have to sip rather than gulp.
Gotcha. Okay, so it takes its time and it sits with you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely.
I like films like that, so I'm definitely interested in it.
I think you'll like it.
Yeah.
But it's a great movie. I think there was a part I didn't talk about.
Yeah, well, the thing that that I wanted to bring up, and almost the entire reason I wanted to do the year in review episode was I wanted to mention there's a mirror shot in this movie. There's a great shot in the rear view mirror in this movie.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think it's also like a deep focus shot too. So you see, I think it's Harry Dean Stanton. I think you see his eyes in the rear view mirror, but you also see like the background. Okay, but then you also see the foreground of what's in the windshield, and it's all in focus. And I was like, that's a really cool shot.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't remember that shot.
Yeah, I think it's towards the end, maybe towards the third act, I think. So
this movie is crazy because it tackles so much.
Yeah,
especially when we get to the climax of it.
Yeah,
it's just like, what is? I mean, one thing I didn't talk about too is that there's it's slightly problematic too. It's not like the easiest movie to handle. I mean, the main character isn't a good person necessarily, and
no, but you don't know that.
Yeah,
until the end,
Yeah, but it's a tough movie to swallow at some points, and it's like you don't hate the guy. He's made mistakes that are terrible.
Yeah.
But I guess I just didn't want to breeze over that because we I felt like we breezed over it in the review.
Yeah.
And I wasn't trying to overlook that. I feel like we just had a lot to talk about in that episode already. But I just wanted to be clear that that's not something you should overlook when watching this movie.
Yeah. That also brings up a good question. Because this isn't a redemption movie. Because, he doesn't look for redemption, really. I think it's more of a case of, he's not that person any longer. So, should he be problematic because he's no longer that person? And it's also, how long do you have to carry the guilt of that? How long should other people resent you for your mistakes too, or how you treated people badly? You could consider him him wandering through the desert is kind of like Forrest Gump, where I just ran. But that thing where you just had fucking enough and you just want to get away from all your troubles. And take that time to be with yourself and maybe meditate on who you are as a person and whether you should be somebody different than what you are. And, maybe he's done that, but, he hasn't paid reparations to the people he's, done bad things to.
Yeah.
So it does bring in a lot of interesting questions about redemption in that way.
Yeah. I would say like it is a movie about, it's just a strange movie because it's not like,
we need to watch, oh my God, the movie with, the voice actor from How to Train Your Dragon.
Which one?
The main guy.
What's...
He was in Sorcerer's Apprentice.
Burchell or something?
Yeah.
Josh Burchell?
Jay Burchell?
Jay
Burchell,
yes. I had a weird obsession with him for a little bit.
All the ladies did.
He's just a quirky white guy. A very odd-looking white guy. And
Fetching
I was just
Cody.
like, yeah.
Yeah. Parasexus reminds me a lot about Fetching Cody. Have you seen that one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We might get to it. We might get to it soon.
Ooh.
So.
But what was I going to say?
Because, Fetching Cody, that also has to deal with a guy who's not a good guy, who's trying, he's trying to do good by the people he cares about.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, again, this movie, I was going to say, isn't necessarily a redemption movie, but it also is in a way. Mm-hmm. Because it's like a healing movie.
Yeah. Healing would be a very good adjective for it.
But it's not like
he doesn't make reparations, so
sunshine and rainbows and everything works out perfectly in every way.
No. No.
But one thing I wanted to talk about.
Okay.
Was there's a scene where he's like staying in a weird room with his son, and there's a single light bulb, and that's like the whole lighting setup. There might be a little more hidden lights, but I just love that.
Is that the train station scene?
Maybe.
Okay.
They're just he's like sleeping in a chair.
Okay.
A leather chair, and his son is sleeping on a couch.
Okay.
And he's drunk. Yeah.
You like the lighting and cinematography of that?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, I like the mirror shot, so.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah. So you should definitely watch it, Sierra.
I'm really down. I've been meaning to for a long time. I'm so bad at watching movies again. I cannot stress enough how bad I am at watching movies.
We kind of started this. I wanted to be part of the show so I could get better at watching movies and watch more movies. Mm-hmm. So
I just wanted to talk about all the movies I know about and watch.
I just want to try to convince you guys to watch really shitty movies that I like. However, my picks were really good, I will say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you didn't have shitty picks.
My picks have been solid so far. So far. Mm-hmm. Just you wait.
Yeah.
All right.
Can we talk about To Live and Die in LA so I can talk about Willem Dafoe's butt and penis?
Yeah.
Yes! Okay.
Well, I was going to say that was another reason why we did this, just so Sierra could talk about Willem Dafoe's cock.
Yes! I can't wait! Okay. For those who don't know. Okay, so in the movie, you don't see it. You see his butt. There's a lot of man butt in this movie. It's great.
There is dick and balls in this movie.
There is dick and balls, but not Willem Dafoe's dick and balls. And that's the only ones I worry about.
Yeah, a lot of man ass in this movie.
A lot of man ass, which because it came out 85, that makes a lot of sense, I will say. Because when it comes to nudity in film, and you can correct me on this, I feel like within the 80s to the maybe mid 90s, it was mostly like male, like acid balls, pretty much. And then, but sometimes on like women's titties, but it wasn't like ooh titties. It was just like titties. And then like post 90s, it was like ooh titties.
Well, I mean, the titties were more for like the 70s. That was the big time for the titties. For the man ass, yeah, there's probably I think the reason why there's so much man ass in this movie is because you also have to remember that this is the time of Rambo, and Rambo is what set the stage for that hyper masculine action movie.
Yes.
So I think this movie showed all that man ass to kind of take the piss out of those kinds of movies, because this is like this has a lot of action, but it's not like Rambo action.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So yeah.
Also,
I didn't think it was taking the piss. I thought it was just part of the story.
I'm not mad at it.
I mean, Willem Dafoe's butt wasn't necessarily part of the
but they also showed William Peterson. They showed William Peterson's and Ira from Mad About You, they show their man ass. Especially in that locker scene.
Dude,
true.
That scene, oh my gosh. It was just great. I loved this movie, not because of the man ass, but like, I thought it was going to be really just like super, like uber macho actiony, whatever. But it's kind of the blueprint. It was kind of the blueprint for a lot of those movies, and it is so damn good.
Yeah. On the episode, I think I talked about it. This movie says, it has that old quote, I'm getting too old for this shit. And it had it, before Lethal Weapon did it. So, a lot of people think that Lethal Weapon is the template for those kind of buddy cop, hard-boiled movies. But To Live and Die in LA, they did that formula before it became a formula. So
and just so good.
But William Friedkin, he was also accused by people of trying to rip off Michael Mann, who was doing at the time Miami Vice. Yeah.
Who also did Manhunter, which is funny. You guys did this movie and then Manhunter.
What's that?
Because Michael Mann also did Manhunter.
Yeah.
So it's funny you guys did that and then that.
Yeah. Well, technically this was Dan's pick.
Oh, right.
This was my pick because it was Robbie Mueller shot this movie.
Yeah, okay. But I knew this movie and I suggested this to Dan, and then I knew if we were going to do a Michael Mann movie, the next one would have to be Manhunter.
True.
And I was also going to do a William Peterson movie marathon, but that didn't quite work out, but that's okay.
Also, real quick, at the time that we're recording this, William Friedkin has passed away.
Yeah, really recently.
Really recently, like what, a day or two ago?
Yeah.
Something like that. So rest in peace.
Rest in peace to a goat.
Rest in peace to the goat.
Yeah, for sure.
Fantastic director.
He will be missed.
Absolutely.
His movies will not be.
Very true.
What do you mean?
His movies will not be missed.
They'll live on.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Sorry.
The entire reason why.
The phrasing is so funny. I'm sorry. I'll be like, damn.
Yeah, you won't be missed, bitch.
So back to the dick. So not in this film, but in Antichrist, that Willem Dafoe was in. He had to have a penis double in it because, and I quote from Lars von Trier.
Lars von Trier.
Yeah. His penis was so large. What was it? Oh my gosh. I just had the quote up. Oh my gosh. Forgive me. Yeah. His penis was so large that it made everyone confused. And the fact that I was not able to see it with my own two eyes in this film, it just wrecked me. Because I knew that before watching this film. And when I saw his butt, I was like, I'm definitely going to see at least some tip, a little bit. Nothing. I saw nothing. And R.I.P. William Friedkin, but how fucking dare you? How dare you not show people what they need to see?
Well, I mean, it still was a Reagan era, so.
Man, fuck Reagan.
We saw the other guy's dick.
No, that's true.
Yeah.
Anyways, it was
but that wasn't confusing.
There's a lot of Hollywood stories about Willem Dafoe's dick. Like in The Last Temptation of the Christ, apparently, like, because he was on the cross for like ever.
Oh yeah, they had to.
And his dick like flopped out, so like Marty was like, someone put that back. And nobody wanted to do it, but like some guy came up and like moved his dick back.
I volunteer as tribute.
Should use Gaffer's tape.
Gaffer's tape? Ow. Gosh.
Wait, have I talked about my obsession with Willem Dafoe yet?
I don't think so. Well, I don't know. I don't think so.
Not on air. I don't think so.
Okay, so listeners, I'm so obsessed with him. He's my home screen on my phone and has been for probably as long as I've had a phone. Any movie he's been in, I've tried my best to watch it because I think he's just a dynamic actor, and there's something about him that I just love him so much. So that is why I'm so obsessed with talking about his penis at the moment, because I just feel like I should have, me being as big of a fan as I am, even though this movie came out well before I was born, I feel like I should have gotten just a glimpse. Just a glimpse.
Wasn't it in the lighthouse? His penis? No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't. His leg was beautifully posed right in front of it, and other than Willem Dafoe's penis, though, I love this movie.
Yeah, it's a great movie. I own the Blu-ray because at the time that was the only way you could watch it. It wasn't available for streaming. I don't know if it still is. And I wanted to pick it up because it was, so if it wasn't an influential film, it was a lot like the films that later influenced other films instead. So that's why I picked it up. And it also has a soundtrack by Wang Chung,
which oh my gosh,
which is great.
It works
and
so
crazy.
It works so damn well.
Somehow it does.
It works so. I can't imagine it with any other score or soundtrack. Honestly, I think it is fantastic. All the elements of this film just work so beautifully together. I watched it with you guys, but I came in 30 minutes late to the movie, so I didn't feel like I was able to talk about it on the podcast because I felt like I was probably missing some like real key moments within the first 30 minutes. But from what I did see, to watch a blueprint, like the blueprint, is such a different experience. Because like at first I was like, this movie's so like 80s sort of cheesy buddy cop, actiony guy movie. But then, like, the more I let it sit and marinate, I appreciated it even more.
Yeah. Well, this movie, it's a deconstruction of those 80 buddy cop movies before those 80s buddy cop movies were a thing, which is what is really astonishing. Because the thing that I found most telling about this movie when both of you were talking about it was how much you hated William Peterson's character.
Hated that bitch. Hated that bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because he's terrible. Like, I don't know if he starts off terrible, but he starts off annoying to me. Because I didn't feel that way about the actor in Manhunt. Like, I thought when I watched To Live and Die in LA, I was like, this actor is corny as hell. Like, he's just trying way too hard, and he's kicking down doors that open out.
Yeah.
Right.
And things like that.
But you realize that's not the actor, that's the character. His character is cocky and
which is why I hated him, and he did a great job of being hateful in a way. And because he treats that one, like, his source of information so terribly, that lady. He's just a complete, he's a savage, and he is a beast and a sort of, what is it? I don't know. Like, he's just a mongrel. Is that the right word?
Probably not.
Mongrel? No.
Mongrel is like, I don't think that's the right word for what you mean. No. I think savage is a good way of putting it. But the thing is like, he's the cop. He's supposed to be the good guy.
Yeah.
So that's what really sets it apart.
It's just great because we watch him descend into madness and...
Well, not necessarily madness, but more like obsession. Like, he'll do anything to get Willem Dafoe's character.
Yeah.
And like, one thing that I found kind of funny about the movie, and maybe it's because I just didn't watch it well, was that Willem Dafoe's character makes counterfeit money.
Right.
And whoever tries to catch him dies.
Yeah.
He makes counterfeit money and it's like this big thing, and these cops are obsessed with catching this guy, understandably so, because one of the guy's partners or something like that died trying to catch him, right? So I completely understand that, but there's gotta be like crazier crime happening in LA than fucking counterfeit money. Come on. That's what kind of took me, and that's when I first started watching it, that was what I was like immediately introduced to, was counterfeit money, and that was the whole thing with Willem Dafoe's character, and I was just like, well, what the fuck is this then?
Well, you also have to remember those characters, the William Peterson character, he is a treasury agent, but also at that time the treasury agents were in charge of the Secret Service. He was a member of the Secret Service, and so the Secret Service, they have two main roles, which is protection of the president and other dignitaries, but also to go out to protect the United States money supply. So that's yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It all makes sense now because I literally was so confused. I was like, there's got to be something way, way worse happening in LA right now than this man just giving out fake 20s.
Well, you missed the beginning where they were protecting President Reagan at a hotel from an Islamist, suicide bomber.
Jeez,
yeah, we didn't talk much about that.
Well, I mean, what is there to say, especially in the post 9/11 world? Or post 9/11 world.
Mm-hmm.
So,
dude, nuts.
Yeah.
Nuts.
Yeah.
Thank God they saved Reagan, right?
Right. Oh, they did such a good job.
Anyways.
Moving on?
I guess so, yeah.
Manhunter.
Oh.
My pick. Yeah. You got this. Manhunter.
Manhunter was fantastic too.
Mm-hmm.
My goodness, Manhunter was great.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't watch it though.
I did not watch it. That's what I'm talking about it.
Have you seen Red Dragon? The sequel to Silence of the Lambs?
No. Oh, okay. I know what this movie is now. I had to think. I was about to look it up. Okay. Now I get.
Mm-hmm.
Now I get. I sort of. You both, I think, loosely talked to me about this movie.
Yeah.
After you guys recorded the episode.
Yeah.
So I'm in it. I did not see Red Dragon though.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, this was the prequel to Silence of the Lambs before Silence of the Lambs was a thing, but they did not plan to do Silence of the Lamb, or I don't even know if Silence of the Lamb was written when this movie came out. But yeah, it's really it's a cult classic on its own, and it's I think it's a interesting
character study.
No, it's an interesting example of like franchise, like when someone takes something, takes a pre-existing IP, and then they make a little movie about it, but then later on someone makes a better movie about it, but like kind of divorces it from that. A lot of people, they don't consider Manhunter to be a part of the main series of movies, because Anthony Hopkins doesn't have anything to do with it. And the Silence of the Lambs movies, it's very much a protagonist franchise. It's kind of like like most horror movies are, where the horror movies are just about the villains and the monsters. They're not about the protagonists. They're not about the good guys.
Because in this movie, it's Brian Cox.
Brian Cox plays Hannibal Lecter.
Okay.
Yeah.
But he's really not the main focus at all.
No.
At all. He's like a side character that helps along the plot a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, actually, he is involved in a lot of ways. His character is, because the movie starts and Hannibal basically it's
well, what it is William Peterson, he plays the profiler, but he was attacked by Hannibal Lecter because let's rewind.
he got PTSD from tracking down Hannibal Lecter.
No. William Peterson was a profiler, and Hannibal Lecter was a psychiatrist who was helping him with the case. But then William Peterson realized that Hannibal Lecter was the perpetrator. And so when Hannibal Lecter realized William Peterson was onto him, he attacked him. But then William Peterson defended himself. And that's how Hannibal Lecter was caught and put to jail. But William Peterson character, he was put in a hospital.
Okay.
And then that's when Freddie Lounge...
It was a mental hospital too, right?
Yeah, he was in the hospital for the wounds, and Freddie Lounge, the journalist, for the Tattler, he got pictures of him from the hospital, all bandaged up and all that. And then he went to a mental hospital because the character, what's the name of the character?
Will Graham.
Will Graham.
Okay.
He's so empathetic. He has such a high degree of empathy that he can feel what other people are feeling. And so he was able to get inside the head of Hannibal Lecter, and so he was feeling the same things that Hannibal Lecter was feeling, and so he had to go to a mental hospital for that. And then he didn't want to be a profiler anymore because he didn't want to go into the minds of these serial killers anymore.
Right.
Well, that's when Jack Crawford, FBI agent Jack Crawford, who worked cases with him, he tries to bring Will Graham back to solve this case about the Tooth Fairy, they were killing families every full moon.
Okay.
And so he wanted Will Graham to profile the Tooth Fairy before the next full moon happened, before the next victim happens. And so because he hadn't been a profiler for so long, he decides to visit Hannibal Lecter to get the taste back, to try to get the mindset back. But then you find out that Hannibal Lecter is in communication with the Tooth Fairy. Yeah.
So he tips him off basically a little bit.
Well, he gives the Tooth Fairy Will Graham's home address with his wife and kids are at.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Wow. And so this movie I think is interesting because a lot of what we just told you is not even in the movie. It's before the movie begins.
Well, that first part about Will Graham and so the movie starts when Jack Crawford is trying to bring Will Graham on the case.
Okay.
Yeah.
For the Tooth Fairy case.
Yeah, for the Tooth Fairy.
But the Hannibal Lecter case has already happened.
Yeah.
And Hannibal Lecter is already locked up and in jail.
Yeah.
Before the movie starts.
Yeah.
Which I think is interesting. And that's something cool about, I mean, it might not be for all of them, but like Michael Mann movies, they seem to start after the character has already had a history, which I think is cool.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Like with Heat 2, everybody jerks off about Heat, but it's a great movie. But like those characters have already had a history, and you can tell they already have a history. And I think that's, I'm trying to think of like Thief 2, which I never finished, but that's another Michael Mann movie. But all these Michael Mann films, they have a lot of subtext, I think, because he builds up the world and the characters really well.
Well, the one character that he doesn't really develop a history for is Mr. Dollarhide, who is the Tooth Fairy. They don't really show his background in this movie. They do in Red Dragon, for sure, but not necessarily so in this movie.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah.
But this movie is interesting because it has like a break in the middle where we transition to the perspective of the killer. Yeah, like the first, like for most of the movie, for the first part, it's just Will Graham's perspective as he's trying to figure out who the Tooth Fairy is. And then it's only in the last part of the movie where we see who the Tooth Fairy is. It's Mr. Dollarhide, and so we get a little bit of his perspective just so we know who the guy is. I think it'd be very interesting to do a cut of this movie where we cut out the portions that show it from Mr. Dollarhide's point of view, so it's just Will Graham doing all this stuff, figuring out, and then we just cut to him and the police going to Mr. Dollarhide's estate. That'd be interesting. Yeah, wouldn't that be a cool cut? We should do that.
Absolutely.
But and that's the thing that I think Red Dragon does right, because in that movie you get more of a back and forth where this is part is Will, this is Dollarhide, and it goes back and forth, so it's more parallel. That's what I think Red Dragon got right. So,
wow.
But yeah, I fucking love this movie.
This movie's great, and I can tell. I mean, it's just a reminder of how great it is because we're getting so excited talking about it again.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
I have a question. So I liked the show Hannibal. Would I be... I mean, I already am very interested in this movie, but like if I liked the show, would I be more interested in this movie?
I see I see them as all distinct parallel universes.
Gotcha. Okay.
You know, you have the movie universe, you have the show universe, and then you have this one-off.
Okay.
Because the aesthetics are all different. Especially in this movie, this is such an 80s style aesthetic, and that's one of the reasons why it's such a cult classic is because of the style in this movie. Yeah, all the blues. Yeah.
We talked about it, like it feels like an Italian horror like cinematographer got like a TV movie budget in America and shot this.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
Well, I don't necessarily agree to the Italian horror part. I think it's, I definitely think it was a TV crew who filmed this as a movie. The Italian part is because this was produced by the De Laurentiis Group, which was the movie studio run by Dino De Laurentiis. That's where the Italian comes in. But I feel like the visual aesthetic of like the 80s, like Miami Vice and, you know, kind of neon stuff or new wave. It's very new wave, vapor wave.
Oh, okay.
That kind of visual aesthetic. That it really comes out in this movie.
That sounds
Also
beautiful.
the cinematographer is Italian, that's fine.
Probably because of the De Laurentiis Group. Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Wow. That sounds so pretty.
We should watch it. I think you'd like it.
It sounds like something I would really like.
Yeah. Whenever I watch them, I always have to watch Me and Hunter and then Red Dragon together.
I still haven't seen Red Dragon, so we got to watch it.
Okay.
Maybe not for the podcast, but I want to see it.
Okay.
And then because you like it so much, I would like to watch it with you.
Okay. Yeah. And yeah, I like the show too. I watched the show Hannibal, at least the first 2 seasons.
Me too. I think I stopped after
Yeah.
season 2.
But there's also like some continuity problems between the show and the movies, which is why I don't think you can really correlate them one to another.
Okay.
But I think that was also, I think part of that was because of it was a creative choice for the showrunner, but it was also because the showrunner only had rights to certain things. Like I don't think he had rights to the movies.
Right.
So yeah, he had to pick and choose.
You had to write around the context of the movies.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Non-word.
Jennifer's Body.
Jennifer's Body.
This was Alice's pick?
This was Alice's pick, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So good.
I forgot
I
this wasn't
co-signed the pick.
I forgot this wasn't your pick. Yeah.
Because I co-signed it. Because we just watched Jennifer's Body, I think, like a month prior to watching it for the podcast.
Yeah.
And I hadn't shut the fuck up about it. Because I mean, in the episode, you'll hear how much I love this damn movie. And then Alice was here, and we were trying to just like think up like what movie to watch. And I don't know if I had mentioned Jennifer's Body or if Alice had mentioned Jennifer's Body, but both of us were like, yeah, that's the one. What haven't I said about this movie?
I don't know how to talk about this movie other than
a fucking masterpiece.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we already said as much as we could say about it. We talked about that movie a lot on that episode.
We did.
There were 4 of us.
Yeah. It's a great movie, and the writing makes it great. But not only the writing, it's also the directing, and everything about the movie is pretty masterfully constructed. Yeah, and again, it's one of those, like Paris, Texas, like I would say Repo Man, and a lot of these movies that are just not. It's not a conventional movie where everything works out, and it's just not. I wouldn't say it feels like a mainstream movie in a lot of ways, but it doesn't feel like a mainstream movie.
It's produced like a mainstream movie.
Exactly.
Yeah, but the writing is totally different.
Yeah.
And when I heard about this movie, because I heard about it and I'd seen pictures and stuff like growing up and stuff, and I was like, oh, that's a bad movie and I'm not allowed to watch or things like that. But it's like, it just looked like Like to me, I mean, looking at the cover, it looks like a bad teacher movie. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's why I never bothered to watch it before, was because just the way that they marketed the movie, it seemed like it wouldn't be something I'd be into.
It looks like a kind of like a sex comedy or something like that.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
But it's totally not. Mm-hmm. And that's what I think is so weird about it. Mm-hmm. What were you gonna say?
Well, hold on. I got a spiel. What was my spiel? Because I was gonna get mad. What was I gonna get mad? I was gonna get. What did Alice say about this movie? Alice said something like, so on the episode, my contention was that Jennifer, the character Jennifer, she had no depth to her. There's no depth to her character. Whereas Alice said, no, there was. And I said, no, there wasn't. Because, she has... So a person with hidden depth, what that means is that they are a deep thinker, or they are a deep feeler. Mm-hmm. But they, push it back, they obfuscate it for whatever reason. Now... I think Alice thinks that Jennifer has hidden depths because, she's insecure. But just because you're insecure, that does not mean you have hidden depths. All that means is that you're insecure, okay? And that's not enough. She doesn't have intellectual curiosity. She doesn't feel things and then hides them down other than insecurity, but that's not enough, okay?
I think it is interesting that she's...
So people who think that the character of Jennifer has hidden depths, they're wrong. And they're probably the people who watch My Fair Lady and are okay that her and the professor get together at the end. Because fuck that movie for doing that. I saw that fucking movie in the theater. I never watched it before, okay? I took my mom there because I thought she might like it because she likes musicals. So I took her there, and I really enjoyed that movie until the end, where they kind of break up, and then the professor says, "Oh, I miss her." Oh, you fucking miss her? Oh, is that how you feel about her? When at the beginning of the fucking movie, when you decide to train her, you say that she shouldn't even be fucking alive, and so but now you miss her. And then I knew there was something wrong. I knew there was something wrong with that fucking movie. So I looked it up on Wikipedia, and they changed the ending because they wanted, they wanted this bog standard ending where, the main guy and the main woman get together like they're romantic interests, when in the entire fucking play, they have no romantic chemistry whatsoever, and no characters are written that way. So, and this happened like way back when the original play came out. Mm-hmm. And so one of the stage managers, he changed the play so that they got back together at the end. And George Bernard Shaw, the original playwright, he hated it. But the guy was like, but I fixed your play. They like it more. The audience likes it more. But the audience is stupid. And they just want these two people to get back together because they think they're the main man and the main woman getting back together. Anyway, people who think that about Jennifer's body are as stupid as people who like the ending to My Fair Lady.
I'm going to piss myself.
But here's the thing, okay? And the reason why my view is more important. Okay? What this movie is really about is that you don't need to have hidden depths as a person in order to be important enough to not have terrible things done to you. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's okay that she is vapid and lacks any intellectual curiosity. But the fact that she lacks, curiosity and that she's vapid and vain, that's not bad enough for people to kill her.
Okay.
So what this movie is really about is slut shaming.
Holy shit. Hold on.
Okay.
Give me a fucking minute.
Okay.
I'm not saying you're wrong yet. I don't know.
Okay.
I just need a minute to recover from that tyrannical rampage.
Okay.
Also, I was gonna say something before you...
I'm sorry. Sorry, I can't help myself.
I have real tears in my eyes, dude. Oh my god.
Wow.
Steven,
Yes.
may I go first? Daniel, may I go
Sure,
first?
yeah.
I apologize, Daniel. I apologize. But not really. I had that boiling in me since after the episode was recorded.
Go ahead,
Steven, I agree.
Okay.
I also believe that was like the main point of the film.
Yeah.
I've never seen you so animated in my knowing you and however long I've known you. That was such a beautiful speech about something that I'm gonna be so honest and I love you. Something so obvious about this movie.
Well, we never talked about it. I mean, we never talked about how it's about slut shaming and stuff. So.
I feel like we touched on it just a little bit.
No,
did we not?
No.
I could have
The
sworn
word
we
slut
did.
shaming never came out, or at least I don't think
Well,
so.
we said something akin to slut shaming, I feel, or at least talked around saying it. 'Cause I think we forgot the word. Mm-hmm. But yeah, that was lovely. I loved every bit of that. Thank you so much for that.
Well, you never heard me go off about Godzilla 2009 or is it 2014? The Godzilla movie, or Man of Steel,
or Ultraviolet.
I think I'm good. I think that
I'm sure
filled,
you'll hear another one eventually. I've heard a few of these.
I think that filled it
Steven.
for me.
They're always fun for a time.
So amazing. Oh my god. I've never
Did you have one about this for Big Old Brick? Did you have one like this?
No, I don't.
I don't know. You were just exhausted.
I've never heard someone speak so impassioned about My Fair Lady
Well, it's important.
in the 21st century.
It's important. These things are important. These things are
100%.
important because we're talking about art, and
Yes.
art is important.
I feel like listening back to podcasts.
Yeah.
When I listen back to myself, I get so annoyed because I always say like and but that whole speech, there was not a single like stutter or.
Dude, you cleared that shit.
It was beautiful.
Listeners, that was not pre-written. That was
think-
fully off the fucking cuff.
I mean,
just
I'm
pure
sure-
unadulterated
No, I
rage.
thought about this a lot. I thought about this a lot.
He wrote
I thought
that
about
in the
this-
shower.
Yes.
For 10 years since he saw it with his mom in theater.
Yeah.
Holy shit. It was just simmering.
Yeah, I've been waiting to do my hate rant on My Fair Lady, and Jennifer's Body was the excuse I used to do that.
Damn. Just fermented rage. Just beautiful. That was beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Am I wrong about My Fair Lady?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I fucking agree. I hate My Fair Lady.
Okay. For that reason?
For that reason.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Ugh.
I'm trying to think of what the other movie I was thinking My Fair Lady was, but it wasn't. But it was, what was the Truman Capote one?
Breakfast at Tiffany's.
Yeah. So that's what I was thinking of when you said My Fair Lady. But to be fair, I don't remember either of them, so.
Okay.
Oh, I do remember The Rain in Spain Stays Mainly on the Plain.
Yeah.
But I don't remember which one that's from.
Well, that's from My Fair Lady. But I also really like the where they go to the horse races. The costumes with the
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah. It's good stuff.
I know the
Great stuff.
Wait a little bit of luck. Wait a little bit of blooming luck. I don't remember which one that's from either. Anyways,
okay.
doesn't matter.
Well, Breakfast at Tiffany's isn't a musical,
Right.
So
So you're good.
Cool.
I don't even think it's
musical,
British.
It's not.
Oh, cool. My bad.
No, you're good.
Thanks, guys. Sorry.
No, you better stop.
You're fine. You're fine.
Also, to go back to Jennifer's Body really quick. Ever since I watched Jennifer's Body when I was like 10, every year I've wanted to dress up as Jennifer Check, and I have not done it yet. And I feel like I need to
For Halloween?
for Halloween. Yes, ever since I watched this movie, like this movie, like from the music to the wardrobe to the dialogue, it's just so damn it just encapsulates like the
end of the 2000s, right into like sort of like the 2010s. Like, of course, it's 2009, but like it just like it so perfectly encapsulates that moment. In just popular culture and what was trendy, you know what I mean? And I feel like it'll never die. Honest to God, I feel like it'll just keep going.
I think it'll always have a place.
Absolutely.
But I think that I think we talked about it on the episode, but a lot of people don't get it.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't get it.
And I'm glad you got it, Steve.
I'm so glad you got it.
I got it. I got it. I know I got it. I don't know about other people, though. Some of them who are on this podcast. That's all I'm going to say.
Fuck.
I might disagree with you there, but...
Okay. That's fair.
Oh my God.
God's Own Country?
God's Own Country.
My pick.
Cock and balls, but not Willem Dafoe's.
Cock and balls, not Willem Dafoe's. However, I was not mad. Listen.
That's fair.
When it comes to sexuality, mine's very fluid. When it comes to gender expression, mine's very fluid. And so, like, watching this film, I was like lusting and how I imagine like a gay man would lust, because in my brain I am a very gay man. And so like anytime anything would happen on screen, I was like, oh! But I feel like it looked very like me, because I present very feminine like a woman. I feel like it looked very fetishizing or it sounded very fetishizing on the podcast. So I want to disclose that I'm not that. I'm not one of them.
Well, there are some very handsome young men in this movie.
Very. Oh my God. Oh God, this movie was just so good. Like, it's got the sex, it's got the animal husbandry, it's got the depressing.
Right up there, number 2.
It's got the depressing, like, overcast Irish countryside. It's got like muddy sex.
Very muddy sex.
Which is different from just number 1 being sex. Muddy sex with spitty lube. It's got an amazing story of love.
Yeah.
Whether it's you know, romantic love or familial love, and whatever that looks like, because love does not look the same in every family or in every relationship. And God damn it, I just love this movie. Sorry to shout. It's so good.
No. I love this movie too. I think of all the movies I've watched for the show that I haven't picked, I would probably rewatch this one. This is probably the first one I'll rewatch, because it's so good.
That is such an honor. I'm about to cry.
Well, I mean, another reason why too is because, you know, we don't get a look at men, you know, in regards to their sexuality or their romance a lot, in a very genuine way. Unless it's gay,
right?
You know, unless it's a movie about gay men,
right?
You know, in every other movie, and the reason why is because, you know, if it's for mainstream audiences, well, you know, it's just the guy getting the girl, you know, box standard. And if it's something like a romantic comedy, well, that's like what, you know, a kind of a wish fulfillment for straight women, you know, mainstream women.
Yeah.
So neither of those provide genuine feelings, or none of those provide genuine depictions of what men feel when it comes to, you know, romance. So the only way we're going to get it is from gay men, or movies about gay men. So, you know, that's why I, you know, like these movies about gay men, because, you know, there's not that, you know, there's not all that, you know, testosterone and, you know, stuff
Machismo.
like that. Yeah, machismo involved. You know, men can be, you know, shown as tender and vulnerable, which, you know, you're not going to get that from a mainstream movie, because, you know, how many mainstream, I think mainstream female audiences, they don't necessarily want that tenderness. They want more of the protector kind of trope, So that's why I really like, these movies about gay men. Yeah.
Yeah.
They can be more genuine, I think, to the reality of how, of men and their feelings. Yeah.
Yeah. This movie is just so, it's just so beautiful.
Yeah.
It really is. And just the cinematography itself.
Yeah.
Like every frame is a painting. Like I know that that's like a thing, but like every frame is a painting. It's absolutely beautiful. It's so beautiful. The lighting is gorgeous. A lot of it's very natural light as well. I'm sure like there's like, bouncing of the light obviously, but like everything seems just so naturally lit. It doesn't feel over stylized. It just feels so normal and natural. And I think that's a big draw to this movie, at least for me, other than the hot men and animals. Like it just looks so just like it looks peaceful, even though there's a lot of like, I mean, it could be just internal chaos that's like slowly brimming out, but even though there's some chaos in the film, it just looks so peaceful altogether.
Yeah, and I definitely think that the cinematography definitely serves the genuineness, that I keep saying is in this film. Yeah,
absolutely.
Because with Hollywood movies, I know I always say Hollywood movies. I don't know, but with movies with a massive budget and where everything is perfectly manicured and dialed in perfectly, it loses a sense of connection with the audience. At least with me,
right.
Where I feel like this could never happen in real life. This could never be me, but like with this it's so grounded, and you feel like you could step into it. It's
right.
like you feel like it's a little bit of I mean, it's still extra beautiful, I would say.
Yeah.
Like it's curated, the beautiful parts of the world.
Yeah.
Or obviously it's curated because they had to choose where to put the camera and stuff like that. But
right.
But it seems so much more attainable, and therefore I felt like I connected with it way more than with, a huge budget movie where there's, a lot of dolly shots and like it's all constructed nicely, but it feels a little more stale and stiff. Phrasing. But but this movie felt more, fluid and like you could step into the frame almost.
Well, I also think the set design has a lot to do with that too, because it's set in the quaint British countryside, in a small house where they must have lived for generations, where you don't have all that room, but it was because it was built like so long ago, so there's such that history there, but that's also kind of the theme of the movie, which is you're caught by the tradition, because he was born into that, and he wanted to get away but he couldn't, and so it's like, can you find love? And well, he's finally able to in the end. So yeah, I think the set design, because also the closeness and the tightness of the physical spaces, that also provides the movie with a lot of intimacy, which this movie needs and is about. Yeah.
And it's also a contrast with the openness of the plains.
Yeah.
But he's trapped in those plains. Or not plains, but hills and stuff.
The countryside. Yeah.
Gosh, it's just so beautiful. And like I talked at length about it on the episode, but I just love the tenderness in the different ways that tenderness is expressed and explored in the movie, especially with the animal husbandry, because again, on the podcast I said how those actors actually did that, and they were live animals. Some were not alive, but they were actually doing that stuff. They were checking the cows, they were cutting the wool off of a sheep.
Lamb.
Lamb.
Oh,
there we
lamb,
go.
yeah.
Thank you.
A stillborn lamb.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what we needed to talk about. Because we got that kind of wrong on the podcast episode, or at least we didn't correct people.
Okay.
because he takes the skin off of one, off of the dead one.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And he puts it on the other lamb, not to warm it necessarily,
but so that the mother would care for.
Oh,
I forgot we didn't correct them on that.
Which is a huge metaphor too for
absolutely
for
it is.
He's a foreigner and he gets adopted. Well, I don't know. It's a metaphor for a lot.
Well, it goes both ways.
Yeah,
I mean,
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. It does.
Yeah.
A foreigner being adopted into this English countryside home, but also the main character finding love and being adopted despite his gruffness and flaws.
Yeah.
So that was a huge metaphor that we kind of missed in the podcast.
Yeah.
But we talked about that episode too for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's only so much we can get to.
True. But yeah, it's just such a beautiful, beautiful movie. Like I'm trying to think of other words to call it other than beautiful, because it really just is, from just, again, the cinematography to the character, like exploring the characters and watching them grow throughout the film. And the relationships, like everything just feels so great. And another thing because sometimes with movies, obviously they have, when there's character growth, it kind of goes from point A, point B, point C, like super fast. It has to. But I feel like this movie, even though it's like the same sort of speed as most other movies, this one felt way nicer. Like it felt less jagged. It felt very smooth.
Yeah.
It felt very smooth. And I appreciated that a lot too, because there are a lot of times where I'll be watching a movie and I'll just like completely zone out if I feel like that he wouldn't do that yet, or she wouldn't say that or something like that yet, because we don't know that part about her. You know what I mean? Like it just feels so wonky to just all of a sudden shove in character development. But with this movie, it was just gradual. It was very fluid, and it was just so well done. God, this movie was so well done.
I think they did a good job at hinting at the character he would become in the beginning, because I think the movie is him uncovering himself and becoming vulnerable and becoming okay with accepting himself as and sort of, I'm trying to remember what his problem and anger was. I think it was just he didn't feel like he was in the right place.
Yeah, he felt stuck by his family.
Yeah. And so in the beginning we know that he's not. I'm just trying to think of, because in the beginning we know that he's
capable of like being caring and tender and so forth, but he has that anger at being stuck where he's at,
and he suppresses himself and he prescribes himself alcohol and going out to forget himself.
Yeah.
So the movie's maybe so smooth because we see him peel those back, but we know that was there to begin with in a way.
Yeah, absolutely.
That could be, but I mean that's also a lot of other movies, so this couldn't just be something that's not easy to explain why it feels so smooth, the character transition. So.
Yeah. God, smooth. Oh gosh, I might have to rewatch it again. I might, because anytime I think about it, I just have to watch it. It's one of those movies for me. I tend to rewatch movies a lot. Like I rewatch movies and shows. That's why I don't watch a lot of other movies. But this one is like one I usually, if I'm ever needing to watch anything or want to just have something in the background, whatever, I usually will put it on. Because I don't think I've seen anything like it, honestly. It's a very like unique movie to me personally.
Yeah.
And
I cannot get enough of it.
You said the word tender, but I like the word vulnerable in this movie. And because like Stephen, you were saying about gay romances versus other types of straight romance, I think that is the aspect that is missing most in those types of romance movies, is the vulnerability.
Yeah. Well, vulnerability of men.
Yes.
Yeah. And tenderness of men. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I think this movie does amazingly.
Okay. So next movie, The Duke of Burgundy.
Which I heard has lesbians.
The most lesbians you'll ever see, probably.
Yeah. Because when you said you were picking a movie with lesbians, or like Daniel had told me that you were watching a movie with lesbians, I immediately got so scared because there were some that are not great, and for some reason, even though I trust you and your picks, Steven, I was so scared you're gonna show him blue is the warmest color, and I don't know why. But have you seen that movie?
No.
Oh God, dude! At the moment, because there's not much like lesbian cinema, at least good lesbian cinema. Blue is the warmest color is like is an indie one, and at like first watch, a lot of lesbians were like, "Yes, we got a lesbian movie. It's good. It's so great." And then after a while, everyone's like, "Yeah, this movie's actually so bad." So bad. And if I'm not mistaken, it is written by a woman, but it feels like it's written by a straight woman. And it also feels like it's written by a man who like has like a lesbian friend or has watched The L Word once. And so that's why I was so scared. I was like, I don't know what other lesbian movies there are, so whatever Steven's got.
It was directed by a man.
What, Blue is the Warmest Color?
Yeah.
I knew it was directed by a man. But with Duke of Burgundy, Duke of Burgundy, I know it was directed by a man. I think it was also written by the director. But I feel that this movie isn't a commentary so much on lesbianism as it is about BDSM.
I forgot that's also a part of this movie.
Yeah,
Daniel told me, main part of the movie.
Daniel told me very little about it because I was like, lesbians and BDSM. Sign me the fuck up. Sign me the fuck up. Oh my goodness, that sounds amazing.
Well, wait till you see like the wardrobe and stuff. Did Dan tell you about that?
No.
Yeah, the what are they credited as? Dresses and perfume.
Yeah, perfume. They have a perfume credit for this movie.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's so gorgeous. It's
oh my gosh.
But in like a totally different way from God's Own Country. But yeah, like the dresses are beautiful. Yeah, and it's also set in the British countryside where you see like a whole bunch of women at like a little college where they just talk about butterflies.
Yeah, what is that study called? The study of butterflies and moths.
Oh, I should know this. Hold on.
Lidopterology.
Hold on.
Yep.
Lepidopatology?
Yeah. That one.
Lepidopatology.
The study of
Lepidopatology, because I listened to an ologies episode about it.
There you go.
There we go.
There you go. Yeah, so like there are all of these British women ranging from their 30s to their 50s, super well dressed, with nothing else to do during the summer, but get together and talk about butterflies. And in the meantime, they have super kinky lesbian sex.
Yep.
That sounds like a fucking dream.
Yeah, but the thing is, but the thing is like no matter what you're imagining now, I know that it's not in the movie. This movie is not the movie that you're imagining.
No, it's not.
That's completely fine.
Because
the movie has like zero nudity.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Yeah, and you know this movie, it's not. I mean, so. Yes, it's about BDSM, but it's also about how reality ensues on the fantasy that BDSM can be to some. Yeah. So, you know, it really takes the piss out of, you know, kink in a way. Yeah.
Takes the piss out of kink.
Yeah. Well.
Wait, is there piss in this movie? There's piss in this movie? Can we watch it when we get home?
No. When we get to my parents' house, no.
I'm watching it before I go to bed. For sure. There's piss kink explored in this movie.
Yes.
Mentioned, yeah.
God damn it.
Well,
I'm so mad I didn't watch it with you guys. This would have been a hoot and a holler.
The birthday present.
I'm so intrigued.
Yeah.
Thinking about this movie, okay, so this movie is about control in a way, and you know, we talked a lot about the dom and sub types.
The interaction and, you know, who controls who really, and, you know.
And that's a lot of what this movie was about. But also thinking back on it, I was like, I don't know if we mentioned that these people have to be like really rich
Yeah.
to have this much free time and this much money to spend on these resources or these things, you know. It's just weird. It is I know like kink and, you know, this sort of, again, this is way out of my wheelhouse. But like, I know it's always been around, like kink and you know, fetishes and stuff have always been around. But I think especially now in the modern day, they've become a lot more widespread.
Yeah.
Due to I think people just have more free time nowadays, rather than like in modernity. And also it's probably cheaper to do nowadays, which are just random thoughts.
And also I feel like when it comes to sexuality and just conversations of sex, it's not super open still, but it's become a lot more open. People are becoming more vulnerable when talking about sex and their likes and their dislikes and stuff like that. And in the conversation of like kink and fetish, I feel like, because people have had questions and there's people that have answers, but those people haven't been able to really like intersect without being anonymous. And so I feel like with the rise of the internet and all that stuff, it's been a lot easier to do that. And then with that, there's a lot more safety within kink and fetish because there's a lot more questions being answered, and then that becomes more like they become more comfortable having conversations about it. So it's the because when is this movie set?
We don't know.
We don't know.
So I'm gonna say, because the conversation and the whole attitude around kink has completely changed.
Well, the movie feels like it has a very modern day stance towards kink, because of you know, the proximity, because, you know, the neighbor, you know, they know that the neighbor is into kinky sex too. But there's also like a lot of anachronisms, like you don't see a smartphone, you don't even see a cell phone. Everything is done on typewriters.
Okay.
And you know, I don't think we saw a car, rather they rode bicycles everywhere. So
where's this set?
It's set in the British, it's set in England, and it's set in like a little estate where two of the women are. And then it's also set at like a little European, you know, what passes for European college, where, you know, it's not like all big rooms. With the big windows, you know, before they had air conditioning. So yeah, that's what me and Dan talked about was, you know, when is this set, you know, because it could be set anywhere from like, you know, the 1920s to, you know, the modern day, but they don't want to use modern technology as like a class thing.
Right.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This movie sounds so interesting.
It's very interesting.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily an easy watch though.
I would assume not.
No. For different reasons.
Yeah.
But I think it's well worth it, you know. And, you know, as far as, you know, you Dan, talking about, you know, how you know, they're wealthy and all that, I think one of the things that really pushed kink into the mainstream was 50 Shades of Grey.
50?
Oh, that's it. Whatever. I don't know the fucking thing.
That's fair.
50 Shades of Grey, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. And so, you know, and so what that one's about is that's about this, you know, Bruce Wayne, you know, finding this mousy little young woman, you know, who hasn't established herself yet, swoops in with his money and seduces her into kink. And so, you know, that was such a success that there's a lot of copycats. So there's all these other stories about these wealthy, kinky men who sweep these women, you know, away with their wealth. And so because they're financially stable, they have nothing to do all day but, you know, have kinky sex. So, you know, I think this... And, you know, that's all escapism. Like, you know, that's just fantasy. And, you know, that's women's fantasy. And it's a nice fantasy to have, to where, you know, oh, you know, you're financially stable. Oh, well, what am I going to do all day? Well, you know, I guess we'll fuck. You know, and it's nice, but it's not reality. You know, but that being said, I think this movie, you know, it still says more than 50 Shades of Grey.
Yeah,
definitely.
Does, you know, despite that.
Because if there's one thing I hate about 50 Shades, it's what it did to kink. Because I feel like, it's specifically BDSM and like dom and like sub play. Because at the time when the books were written, it was still very taboo. When the fan fiction was written, it was very taboo, right? By the time the books got published, it was still taboo, but people were starting to talk about it just a little bit more. It was being explored a little bit more. If I'm not mistaken, Masters of Sex was a show that was on, and that was sort of exploring kink as well. Okay. And so it was kind of coming up there, because I feel like at the time, like, BDSM was sort of like, as it was taboo, it was sort of becoming a little bit vanilla at the same time. Or wherever you would mark it, or mark vanilla sex on the scale. But then when the movies came out, it became taboo again because of how poorly it was portrayed. It was portrayed so shitty, and I will never forgive that fucking franchise for doing that, because I'm not even that of a kinky person, but I can understand kink, and I can understand where the attraction comes from. And of course there's safety, and there's boundaries, and there's safe words, and there's stuff like that, and there are conversations that happen before you even get into it, before you even start buying the stuff. There's conversations that happen, and in the movie that didn't fucking happen. That happened in like movie 3, and by then it was just a whole nother plot point. You know what I mean? There's a whole, it was on the back burner. Kink was on the fucking back burner by then, by the time they started having conversations about it and started setting boundaries and stuff. But what people saw from the first movie, they're like, oh, that's what that is? Disgusting. That's awful. And it went back to taboo.
Some people.
Some people.
You know, a lot of people, especially the women who read it, you know, for the fantasy, I think it got them to, you know, explore their sexuality more, and, you know, because that kind of erotica, you know, it's still a big thing. And it's very oriented towards women rather than men. You know, like I said, you know, a man to just, you know, seduce you and use you for sex, but you don't, you know, when you want, but you know, you're very financially stable. But the problem with that, I think, is that it makes it seem like it gives women the impression that dominant men only have to be like super financially successful, and you know, that you have to that you can't be like a career woman,
right?
Or that you have to be financially dependent on a super wealthy man who will be able to afford all your needs. So it really puts a you know, Dan, you were saying this movie Duke of Burgundy kind of portrays that. I think 50 Shades of Grey does it more, is that, you know, kind of puts a financial limitation on what should be expected of people who get involved with kink, and I think that's very unfair. So, and
also because I read the fanfic, I read the books, and I watched the movies. And when I read the books, I was like, oh my god. like toes curling, like, oh my god, I hope no one catches me reading this. You know what I mean? It was one of those. But then watching the movie, because when you're reading it, you imagine what it's like in your head. You put yourself in the shoes of what the fuck her name's Anna, whatever. You put your feet in her shoes and you're just like, oh my god, this is like the ultimate fantasy, the ultimate sexual fantasy. This is fantastic, right? But then watching it, you realize how poorly it was written and how terrifying that fucking was. Oh my god. Because, like, yes, you can be, like, a dominant guy. You can be like, this is what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen. But you cannot, like, there's a line where you will cross unless you have that conversation with that person. And my man's crossed it almost like second interaction with her in the movie, and it was just like, ugh, it just felt so icky. It felt so gross. And like, you know, I can obviously, not that I'm like super skilled or super learned within like the realm of BDSM and like dom sub play, but it was just like, I know that this isn't what it is, but there are people who don't know that will assume that this is what it is, and that is dangerous. And it's dangerous for those who want to like engage in it, basing it off of these movies and off of these books, or people who already didn't know what it was and now they're super against it, and then that means there's no education going forward in it. And so I was just like, I fucking God, I hated 50 Shades of Grey for that so much. The movies specifically.
Well,
I'm assuming this movie does it better.
Well, you're talking about 50 Shades of Grey as a gateway into kink. Dan, do you think Duke of Burgundy is a gateway into kink? Because I don't really think it is.
No, I don't think so. I don't know what it is. I mean, I think it might just... I think it's just a character study. But it might be more for people who are already into kink or know about it. They might like this movie more, or be more likely to like it. But I don't think I think it's actually a pretty approachable movie for just people who maybe aren't into it or don't know a lot about it.
Because it's more about the power dynamics than any kind of sex itself.
Yeah, it's almost like absolutely. It's almost like not political, but like, power dynamics is the perfect way to say it. Yeah. Relationship power dynamics.
Yeah.
And how to navigate relationships. And yeah, it's just weird because like the whole movie you're guessing, and you're wondering how much of this is genuine, how much of this is physical and just sex, and it's just, you're kind of wondering if it's healthy or not. At least I was.
There's a little bit of that Gone Girl in it where only where I know you got excited.
I did.
or interested, but only in the part where it's about relationships and you never know what the other person is truly feeling. That part. It doesn't go, because
I was gonna say, like, what do you mean Gone Girl?
It doesn't go dark like that. But like how in Gone Girl, Ben Affleck and Rosamund Pike, they have that relationship, but we see the surface relationship,
right?
But we know that there's both other things, underneath that for the different characters. Right. That's what I mean.
Got you.
In this movie. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It sounds like a really complex movie.
It is. You'd like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like I would like it.
But I don't think it's a movie you could jerk off to.
No. Which I think is why it's very approachable.
Yeah.
Because it's not there for titillation or it's not there to arouse you. I don't think.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's cool.
Sounds good.
Okay. Would you watch it again, Dan?
I'm gonna make you watch it with me.
Okay.
Again, it's something I'm not super like familiar with, and like, I'm not. Yeah, I think I would watch it again. Yeah, but I didn't like. It wasn't. It's not exactly like what I would sit down and watch.
Okay.
For fun.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Or like, it's not my. It's not. I'm not the audience for it necessarily. I don't think.
Okay.
maybe when I get older and I'm more appreciative of power dynamics in relationships and that type of thing.
Okay.
Or maybe I'm just, I don't know. It's a movie that I have to have patience for, I think.
Okay, that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Should we move on to a movie that I have absolutely no fucking patience for?
This fucking
Yes.
Oscar Isaac clickbait ass movie.
Yes.
Big old brick.
Big gold brick.
I watched the first 20 minutes, I think
think
this
so.
movie. And I didn't finish it. I think I was doing homework or something that night.
You were upset that day or something.
Oh.
Something was
up, and I just didn't finish it. But Daniel and his folks watched it.
Mm-hmm.
You guys finished it?
Mm-hmm. Me and my mom, yeah.
They didn't talk about it afterwards. Usually I'm like, so how was the movie? Like, it's like the next morning, I'm like, how was it? I got nothing from it.
You fucking asshole.
And Daniel was like, I hate this movie. And I know Steven's gonna hate this movie, but I'm gonna make him watch it. And he's gonna fucking hate me for it.
You're a fucking asshole.
I know. And I'm not sorry. You look so upset right now.
You know, during the episode, I said that I'm not mad, that I was just disappointed. But you know what? I'm mad
Now
now.
you're mad.
I fucking hate this movie. I fucking hate that it exists. I know you love that it exists. I have no idea why. But fuck this movie.
I think he lives exists just because it pisses you off.
Well, it's also like, I always wonder how bad I would be if I get enough money to make my own movie.
Mm-hmm.
How much of it's going to be like an ego stroke, and how much of it's going to be like a, I'm the best and I'm
So you want to celebrate the ego stroke?
I want to celebrate that. Hopefully I won't be this bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also it's just confusing to me. It's a confusing movie because it's so stupid and terrible, and there's so many stupid things inside of it.
Yes.
It's freaking hilarious. There's like a talking Santa Claus.
Hey, Dan.
doll.
Dan.
Yeah.
You say this movie is hilarious. How often did you or I laugh during this movie?
It's not hilarious to watch. It's hilarious that it exists because it's so bad.
Okay.
It's not like a fun watch like The Room is.
The Room isn't a fun watch, not to me.
Oh, because you're boring. The Room is such a great movie.
It filled me with existential dread because that was the movie I was like, oh my god, could I make a movie this bad? And I hope I never do. Should I even bother trying to be a filmmaker? Because I don't ever want to make something this bad.
The Room is so good. Does this movie lack the charm?
Yeah, this movie is annoying.
Anything that a movie needs, it lacks. Yeah.
I've never
movie-
seen someone beat the fuck out of a movie before. Like, this is amazing.
This movie, I am almost positive, was made by someone who would love to explain like Taxi Driver to you for 3 hours.
Oh no.
Or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I'm a filmmaker. I'm in the industry. And like, I don't know, just like someone who thinks that their own ideas are so fucking funny and smart and quirky and
Yucky.
yeah.
So it's like a film bro movie.
Kind of.
It feels like it was made by a YouTuber.
Feels like it was made by a film. Well,
From 2012.
I
So
said
the
it.
Fine Bros feels like a Fine Bros movie.
Maybe, yeah.
Oh God, like an Awesomeness TV movie.
I don't know about that one.
Oh, like Channel Awesome? It's not that level.
No.
It's like
No.
no.
to me, I said it felt like a short film from a student filmmaker turned into a long film. That it was a very, very long film.
I mean, it shares a lot of things with the next movie we're going to talk about before I disappear.
Yeah.
Except done terribly.
Yeah. And this movie is like, it's like, aren't I funny? That's the type of movie it is. It's like, aren't I cute and quirky and funny?
Oh
and
no.
Yeah.
Ooh, I was about to name drop somebody. Never mind. But you know who I'm thinking about.
I think so.
I think so. I think you know who I'm thinking about.
There's only a few people, so
There's at least 3 people that fill that box,
yeah.
and I'm thinking about all 3 of them right
And
now.
Steven probably knows a few too.
Oh God.
But anyways, we're not trying to make enemies on this podcast.
Well.
Will they listen to? No, yeah, these three. I think
We won't make enemies out of them.
But this movie sucked. But it also is, to me, it's just a crash that I can't look away from type thing.
Okay.
And also, I don't know, I think it's funny to put people through terrible stuff sometimes.
It's like there's a massive crash and you and Steven are in the car and Steven's like, let's just take the detour.
Well,
we're fine. And then you're like, no, it'll be cleaned up in like 20 minutes.
Yeah. This isn't a crash, because a crash is just boom and it's done. This is the traffic jam that happens while you wait for the crash to get cleaned up.
And then one of you has to piss so bad.
But the other one thinks it's so funny that the other one has to piss.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they're being annoying about it.
And you're in the passenger seat, babes. Oh no, you're the driver.
I'm the driver being
You're
annoying
the
about
passenger
it.
seat.
Yeah.
I'm the one who decided not to go to the event already.
Yes. Yes. And you're better off for it.
Okay. Are we done talking about this piece of shit movie? Because
Yep.
I was done before we talked about it.
Yep.
Okay, wonderful.
You're on a fucking roll with this one.
Well, I mean, when I hate a movie, it takes a lot, and it takes a lot for me to hate a movie. I was just going through, what is it, Big Jake, and then we talk about Interstellar, and we kind of roast on Christopher Nolan for a while. But yeah, I hate Interstellar too, but I mean, not as much.
You hate Interstellar for reasons that are weird.
No, it's not weird. For thematic reasons.
Yeah, he hates Interstellar for thematic reasons, but not because he was annoyed by the movie itself.
No.
Thematic reasons like it being.
Because of the moral. The moral of the story is we don't have to worry about climate change or any other problems, because those problems will be solved for us by humans who have evolved into the fourth dimension and that can therefore time travel to us and then solve those problems for us so that humanity can survive, so that we can then evolve into the fourth dimension.
See,
That's the moral of that story.
I didn't get that.
See, that's why I think it's a weird reason to know.
It's not a weird reason.
Not it's I guess it's valid. My third eye is just blind.
I can
understand that.
It's the same reason you didn't like. It's the same thing about The Dark Knight Rises. How you didn't like The Dark Knight Rises because it's about the citizens who are against.
Well, I never talked about Dark Knight Rises, but I know that people have. Yeah, that is a valid criticism of that, because it's about how people. It's about how populist. What do you want to say?
Bourgeois.
No, how populist activism is used by villains to go after the wealthy and those in power, especially such as the financial system and police. It's like, oh, you think the police are gonna have the backs of the people?
Let's be fucking for real.
I mean, well, Black Lives Matter happened and they didn't,
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Anyways,
fuck Big Gold Brick.
fuck Big Gold Brick.
Fuck
Yeah.
Nolan.
Yeah, let's talk about some good movies now.
All right, before I disappear. The whole episode, I was just like, okay, I like this movie, but I like this movie, but I just want to say again, I like this movie a lot.
Yeah, it's a very enjoyable movie. We started watching it, and I think we were watching it through Tubi, and it kept getting interrupted by commercials, and so I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna buy it, just so it didn't get interrupted, because I was so into it.
Yeah, so, you were enjoying it. I was like, yes. But also, I was really worried that you weren't enjoying it. Because that's just me sometimes. Is like, I'm like, oh my gosh, this was my favorite movie as a, emerging person. I hope this person doesn't feel like it's stupid or childish, Yeah.
I don't know what more we can say about this movie.
Well, I want to talk about. Okay, go ahead.
I've been meaning to watch it since it came out in 2014. Because again, I saw stills of it on Tumblr, and I was like, "Ooh, this looks pretty," or it just looks interesting. And it's one of those like, it kind of gave like short-term 12 kind of vibes, where it's like an indie movie that's kind of angsty, but it's also about mental illness, and it's not like sensationalizing it or like.
There's a lot of that to it.
There is? Okay.
Yeah.
I had a feeling. Because Short-Term 12 also sort of did that.
But it's not like a hype movie.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no. I knew it was going to be like a dark, depressing movie.
Well, I mean, what I mean is like, it's not like a high energy movie. It's like a very low energy, character study, character drama, characters interacting kind of thing. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, you know, when I talk about this movie, you know, I think it's really great. I really enjoyed myself watching it, but it's not the kind of movie that I want to hype up to people, because if you hype it up, they'll, you know, it won't live up to any hype. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So yeah, I've been meaning to watch it. I heard you guys watched it, and I was kind of jealous. But I can watch it on my own. But in prep for this episode, I go on Letterboxd again. I look up the director, especially if it's a movie I haven't seen. I look up the director. I look up, you know, the sort of premise a little bit. But in looking up the director, who also is the star of the film, I learned that he wrote Abduction, starring Taylor Lautner. Circa was at 2013. What was that? Do you remember?
2011.
2011. And it felt like it. Also directed by John Singleton, which blows my mind, because when I watched it, mind you, I love John Singleton. Have never stopped loving John Singleton. Rest in peace. But at the time, I loved Taylor Lautner. I loved him from Sharkboy and Lava Girl, like just and on. Loved him to death, especially in Twilight. I was getting it, right? And I was like, ooh, Taylor Lautner like starring in this movie. He's like brooding, and he's like got a 6-pack or whatever, and he's like having sex on a train. This looks sick, right? I got maybe less than like halfway through the movie, and I stopped it because it was so god fucking awful. And then that ended my obsession with Taylor Lautner. Like I stopped watching it, and I was like, you know what? He's not that great of an actor. I finished up whatever was left of Twilight when it was coming out, and I have not kept up with them since. I think he's gotten married since. He might be acting again in something.
He's married to a woman named Taylor. Yeah.
Yes. They're both called Taylor Lautner.
Yeah.
He has since made up with Taylor Swift after their very rough breakup, which is great. Because I think he has only one song about him, and she doesn't even like that song that he wrote, and so they're tight now. They're besties, which is great because his wife is also a big fan of Taylor Swift. Anyway, but that's it. That's all I know of him right now. That movie destroyed it for me. And for John Singleton to do that fucking movie, oh my gosh. Again, rest in peace to the king, but that was rough. But yeah, so the guy who directed and starred in Before I Disappear wrote that movie. So I'm kind of wary.
No, totally different vibe.
I can assume.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can assume.
Yeah, I mean, the guy who wrote Paris, Texas, or co-wrote Paris, Texas, Sam Shepard, he was in Stealth, which is about a robot stealth plane that gets struck by lightning, gains sentience, and tries to prove that it's a better fighter than the pilots. Yeah, and it's got oh my god, he does those hardware commercials. He was in the Hulk. Oh god, hold on.
Which one?
The first one. Hold on.
The movie or the show?
Yeah, it's got Josh Lucas. Josh Lucas. Jessica Biel and Jamie Foxx.
Oof.
Yeah, and they're Navy pilots, and they have to go up against a robot.
What year did that come out?
I saw this in the theater, by the way, and I would rather watch it than make Goldberg any fucking day. Just saying. 2005. Yeah.
Rough time. Rough time for cinema.
Yeah.
Oof. Rough time for cinema. Also, really quick. I'm sorry. I know. I have to go on a quick little tangent.
Okay.
Filmmakers. Film writers. Directors. If I have to see one more motherfucking movie about any sort of mechanical something becoming sentient or semi-sentient or being possessed either by a spirit or a fucking alien, I'm coming to your house and I'm taking your children and your dog, because that is, I used to love Herbie Fully Loaded is one of my favorite movies. You know, and I know that's like a really low bar for sentient mechanical things. But oh my God, if I have to see one more goddamn movie with that premise, it's so played out, it's so dumb. Leave it alone. It's been done. It's not going to be done better.
But
it's never going to be done better.
But what about Maximum Overdrive?
Daniel. Like, it's just, there's never going to be a good one.
WALL-E?
It's animated, it's different.
Well, that's not about a machine taking over another machine. That's just about a robot.
It's just
Real
about
Steel?
a robot.
That's
My
about
point
men
exactly.
piloting.
Real Steel's great.
Real Steel's not good. And I know it's not a sentient robot. It's not good. The last time that I saw a really good sentient robot movie probably was Herbie. I don't think
AI.
Oh, well, not really.
What?
Does AI count?
Artificial intelligence.
Does that count? Because it's a boy. And they're people.
But they're
I'm
robots.
talking about like cars and shit.
True. Okay. I'm just trying to be annoying.
Because I don't think Transformers counts. But I want to make that shit count, because fuck Transformers. The show was cute. Anime show is great. Leave that shit in the dust where it belongs. I'm sorry.
Oh, that reminds me. I have to make you guys watch Pain and Gain.
Oh God.
Anyways, okay. Let me talk about this movie.
Yes, go ahead.
So, okay, your wariness is valid because, like, okay, I don't know. I still can't make up my mind.
About the movie? About Before I Disappear?
Because, like, about mainly the filmmaker.
Okay.
Sean Christensen.
Mm-hmm.
Because I really like this movie.
Yeah.
But there was parts of it that felt a little bit like fantastical.
Yeah.
And a little bit like male fantasy.
Okay.
And his other movie, The Vanishing of Sydney Hall, which you haven't seen, starring Logan Lerman, came out in 2017. Got a lot of flack from what I saw for being like misogynistic. And I don't know. I guess I could see it. You know? I could see that maybe being a thing.
Okay.
But I am worried because I still liked both movies.
Well, I'm okay with the fantastical elements in this because it really serves the ambition of the movie, you know, because it's such a indie movie. So, yeah, I was okay with a more fantastical element because I thought that they were just creative choices by the director, which, didn't take me out of the movie. So
the second movie, The Vanishing of Sydney Hall, I don't know. I think there's some self-loathing that people are looking over in the movie because it's like, okay, Sierra's dying because I know she just read a Letterboxd review, but
Before I Disappear
of The Vanishing of Sydney Hall.
Oh,
That's just crazy.
okay.
Just the first sentence was wild. I'm sorry, but continue. Go on.
Yeah. Anyways, I don't know how to talk about it. Basically, I love Before I Disappear because it's about loneliness and about connection, and I think that's great. I have yet to make up my mind on The Vanishing of Sydney Hall. I haven't seen it since I was 17 or 18.
Okay.
So that's my statement. Okay. All right. But the Before I Disappear is good, and I think you'd like it, Sierra.
I might.
I thought you already saw it anyways.
No.
Okay. Well, I think you like it. And if you don't, I'll be mad at you.
That's fair.
Okay, moving on.
Moving on?
Yeah.
Okay. The Fantastic Adventures of Unico.
Which you didn't see, Sierra.
I didn't see.
And it's all your fault.
It sounds really good.
You would love it. You love it so much.
I feel like I would really, really, really love it. Mm-hmm. I was also told by both Dan and Steve that I would cry.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would for sure cry watching this.
We wanted to get you back for the second.
Yeah, I really want you to see the sequel to this movie.
Will I cry more?
Yes. But you will also be terrified. You'll be terrified, but you'll also cry tears of sadness.
Oh, bet. Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready. Give me the day.
Okay.
I'm excited for part 2.
Okay.
This movie was a wonderful trip. Mm-hmm. It's a journey, man. It's a real journey. It's very innocent.
Yeah.
It's very ancient feeling. Like I was telling my parents and you, Sierra, around the dinner table one day about it, and I was saying how it feels so mythic and ancient, and that's what I really liked about it, and that's what I talked about it a lot in the podcast. Mm-hmm. But it's also pretty cute, pretty gosh dang cute.
Well, it's of a Sanrio character who also owns the rights to Hello Kitty, so
I was gonna ask because it felt very like cutesy, like Hello Kitty. Mm-hmm. That makes me want to watch it even more.
Yeah,
I'm one of those gals that loves me some good ass Hello Kitty stuff, man.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was looking for it because there's also this other movie, and it's really tough for me to find, but it's Rainbow Bright and the Star Stealer. Do you know that movie?
I've heard about it.
Yeah. I really want to get it and watch it for the show, but it's very hard to find.
Oh no.
But apparently that was done by Sanrio Pictures as well.
Oh wow.
Yeah, who did Unico, so.
Wow.
Yeah.
Unico is crazy though.
It sounded wild.
There is some drugging and roofing in Unico. And it doesn't always make sense.
Oh, you mean Count the Ghoul?
What?
Do you mean Count the Ghoul?
Count the Ghoul. Yes. His name is Count the Ghoul.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so some things don't always make sense or add up, but it's there, and the vibes are there, and the friendship and love is there. And that's why it's awesome.
Yeah.
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 Like, the title itself, I'm like smiling. I don't know if you guys can hear how like wide I'm smiling. It just sounds so cute. It sounds like a cute little movie.
It is a cute movie, but you also have to understand that children movies back then, especially going on into the 80s, they gave no fucks about traumatizing the children who watched them.
Very fair. Like emotionally?
Yes.
Yeah. I feel like most children's movies that have like the adventure of at some point, like and somewhere in the title, fucking yeah.
You're wrecked.
Wrecked.
PTSD.
Or like you'll watch it once and you'll think about it, like something will remind you of it later on in life and you're just like, yeah, that was kind of hard.
Have you ever seen Transformers, the movie?
The animated?
Yeah, the animated movie. They did an animated movie way back. I think after the second season of the cartoons, like originally back in the 80s. Okay.
I didn't watch the movie. No.
And so during that movie, they were retiring. Yeah, I'm getting a little emotional. But I also have to explain it. Because what happened was they were retiring some of the toys. Okay, and back then, long story short, regulations on children's programming was repealed. So they no longer had to have an educational basis. And so the cartoons of the 80s, like Transformers and He-Man and so forth, Thundercats, they were just 30-minute toy commercials. Okay. Mm-hmm. And so this is what that movie was designed to be. It was designed to be another toy commercial because they were going to introduce new toys for the children to bug their parents to buy for them. Mm-hmm. So what the people in charge of the movie decided to do was kill off some of the characters, including Optimus Prime. Yeah. So Optimus Prime gets blasted by Megatron, okay? And so there's a shot of his ruined body, okay? And you know, like the little antenna, they're all like ragged, you know, and you hear the heart monitor. Yeah. And then he's like, he's like, yeah, you here's the what's it called? The Matrix. The Matrix of Leadership. So he opens up his chest and he hands it off, and he tries to hand it off to Magnus, but then Hot Rod gets it. And so then Optimus Prime dies, and all the color from him like drains and goes gray. And I was like fucking 5 years old. And that's Optimus Prime. You know, the hero of heroes. Yeah. There's a story that one kid, when he watched it, he locked himself in the bathroom for like 3 days because he was so sad.
You poor child.
Well,
Do you need a hug?
No, I'm okay. I think it's funny.
That's so traumatizing.
But there's like, I mean, and have y'all seen The Neverending Story?
Yeah.
Artax.
I literally, anytime I think about it, I immediately block it out.
The rock monster at the end of the, you know, these hands.
Because what the fuck is up with children's movies doing bullshit like that? You know how long it took me to watch Iron Giant for a second time?
Yeah.
It took me almost over a decade.
Well, at least that had, you know, kind of a happy ending. I mean,
Yeah.
You know, but you know, these fucking movies,
Dude.
full on drama.
And like Lilo and Stitch 2, Stitch has a glitch.
Mm-hmm.
I watched it one time
Okay.
when I was probably 8, and I have not watched it since, because if I think about it,
Yeah.
I start to fucking cry.
Okay.
Because have you? I'm asking Steven,
No, I haven't
it?
watched Lilo and Stitch. I haven't even seen that one.
Daniel,
So.
have you seen Lilo and Stitch?
I've seen Lilo and Stitch. I've seen part of Lilo and Stitch, Stitch has a glitch, but I don't remember much of it.
Okay, so there's in the beginning of Lilo and Stitch, the first one, Stitch is an alien. He has a lot of fucking anger issues because he was made in a lab and he was made to kill. Like, that's his whole thing. He's made to kill.
Mm-hmm.
He escapes prison, essentially, lands in Hawaii. He's got alien police force plus his creator coming to look for him. Well, alien police force trying to come and find him and take him back to prison, but he also, his creator and his creator's little like henchmen are coming to get him before they do. And then he befriends this little girl named Lilo, who's so lonely. And she lives with her older sister, and it's hard, and her parents died, and it's like a whole thing. But Lilo and Nani show him such like love and compassion and like patience that he starts to like be nice, and he has no like intent to kill. If anything, he has more intent to protect. But now he has this family. Like he knows that he's more than just like a weapon, right? Mm-hmm. Beautiful. So in Lilo Stitch 2, something happens. Literally, Stitch has a glitch. Like something in his brain fucking just bzz, and he goes in and out of like rampage mode. And he's so dangerous. And like he got clearance from the United States to live there, to live in Hawaii, because he became nice now. But now there's a threat against his safety and his protection in the US, and he might have to get sent back to space. But there's also like Lilo and Nani are now in danger because they don't know when he's going to strike. It could be when they're asleep. It could be on a random day. He could wipe out the entire fucking state of Hawaii, every single island, if he wanted to. Like, on a flip of a switch. And nothing really excites it. Nothing triggers it. It just happens. And just like... Again, I have not watched this in so long. But I just remember the feeling of knowing that Stitch was good. And knowing that it wasn't his fault. And there was something There was something in his brain that just wasn't working, and that made him dangerous. That just destroyed me as a child, and I have not been able to watch it again. And there are countless movies that are just like that, and I just want to know what gives. What the fuck gives?
I don't know.
Because if it's rated G, bitch, I want to have a good time. I want to have a good old hoot and holler. I want to have just a grand old little me time. I don't want to be
sometimes
presented with existential dread and the most intense sadness I've ever experienced in my tiny little body.
Yeah, sometimes being rated G doesn't mean you're gonna have a good time. It's gonna mean that there's horror that even babies are gonna handle.
Like, it's just so, like, because I'm turning 23 next month. There is trauma from that film that I have not begun to process off of one watch. What the fuck? What the fuck? Is you
How does it end? Do you know how it ends?
Happily.
Okay.
I think. From what I vaguely remember, because I cried so hard watching it that I don't remember the ending at all. I'm hoping it ended nicely.
Maybe you want to skip the sequel to Unicode.
Oh my god! Oh no!
I forget. You know the guy who I think it's the guy who did American Tales.
Yeah.
Oh.
He has a quote that's like, you can do anything to children as long as there's a happy ending, basically. Or like you can show children any horrific thing as long as there's a happy ending. Because
what was that one fucking rabbit movie?
Watership Down.
Damn it, man.
That's not a children's movie.
It can't be.
That is not a children's movie. That has animals, but that is not a movie for children.
Because I read the book. It was a good time. Grand old. I had the book read to me. And then I watched it, and I was like, ah!
Any movie that has rabbit warriors biting into others and making them bleed is not a children's movie.
Blood in a
any movie with blood is not a children's movie. I don't know. That's just should be a rule.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
that's so crazy. Like, oh my god. What's another one that traumatized me? Let's keep going. But yeah, there's just stuff that. Fox and the Hound? That was crazy. You watched Fox and the Hound?
No. I haven't seen that.
Daniel, you watched Fox and the Hound.
Long time ago.
Dude, because even that, because it's these two, it's a fox and a little hound dog, and they're best friends, and they're great together, you know? And then there's a rift in their friendship, and they don't see each other for fucking years.
The movie's about racism.
It has to be. Has to be. It has to be, because there's no other fucking logical reason other than the fact that the guy just really didn't like foxes for some reason, even though his wife was taking care of this little baby fox anyway. But they don't see each other for years. They're grown-ups now. And like the fox almost fucking dies, dude. It's crazy. Yeah. It's crazy. So I'm just like, if Unico's gonna do that to me, like, for real, give me a huge warning. Yes, it's gonna happen to me in the second one.
You will cry for sure.
Okay. On like
and it's a bittersweet victory.
That's gonna
Steven
kill
looks
me.
so afraid right now.
I do. Well, I have to be careful.
No.
Like, this is on the level of, okay, does the dog in that movie die?
Yeah.
Well,
oh my god, I can't wait. Y'all just have to be like real patient with me, because I will be a wreck. I know it.
I know this movie will wreck you. I know that for sure. But, can you handle being wrecked by the movie is the question. So
we'll watch the second one, and then we'll show you the first one afterwards.
That sounds good.
Okay.
I feel like I can do that.
Yeah, the first one has a much happier ending than the first one.
Oh, joy.
So
okay.
But I mean, that one is still, yeah. Okay. So that was our year of movies.
Oh, wow.
That was our year of movies.
I was like so prepared to talk about another movie. Whoops.
Steven, Sierra, thank you both. I appreciate this. And it means a lot. And I look forward to more. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Sierra.
Thank you guys for allowing me to do this with you guys. This is so much fun.
Before we go, guys, we have a Patreon page. Dan, why don't you tell them about it?
We have a few tiers. Tier 1 is our newsletter in the PDF form. You can read along on our opinion pieces. about various topics. Very fun. What's on the next tier, Steve?
Well, the next tier is the $5 tier, where subscribers can listen to an audio version of the newsletter. So if you guys want to support the show, just go to patreon.com/Your Movie, My Movie Podcast.
A special thank you to our bestest friend of the show, Brian. Thank you, Brian. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your support.
If I may, real quick, I kind of want to talk about why, these reviews and talking about movies is important, because, it's not just that we're talking about things that we love or that we want to, work with in the future. It's because, cinema is art, and art's important. It's part of the human experience, and it's also a way for us to help understand the human experiences that we will go throughout our lives. I saw this reel on Instagram once of Ethan Hawke, and he was talking about the importance of art. He was talking about how, something's going to happen to you one day. You're going to have a child, or, one of your parents are going to die, or, something else. And what art and poetry and those kind of things do is it helps people understand who they are and what their experiencing is. And so, yeah, I just wanted to talk about how it's important for us as reviewers to point these things out that are in these movies to people who want to listen to them, to listen to those ideas that are in the movies that they may not always catch themselves. Not everybody has this extensive understanding of cinema or storytelling or of themes and so forth. And so, that's what the show is here to do, not to be too pretentious. But, I think I think that's important to do. So, and that's what I would like to do with our show in part. Yeah. Roger Ebert, he says that the reason why cinema is so great is because they're empathy machines. So, talking about these movies, I think it helps garner that sense of empathy in people. Especially nowadays when people, so many people are studying, the STEM disciplines, but a lot of them are doing it by sacrificing understanding in the arts and in the humanities. But what are we if we don't have our humanity, which is what art helps express and helps, keep us grounded in our togetherness and so forth.
Hopefully, as we review movies, as we process movies, because that's also what we're doing. We're processing what we just saw, and we're processing our emotions in our lives through what we see. So hopefully it'll help you process your feelings on these movies, or your feelings on these stories, and maybe how these stories relate to your life. And yeah, and it can just give you empathy for people and for yourself too, and understand yourself, which I think is what you were saying. But yeah, that's a great little speech there, Stephen.
Thank you. Thank you.
So thanks for being part of a community and a friendship, and a gathering together to live, to experience life and stories,
and be human.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Sierra.
Thank you, Stephen. Fuck you, Dan.
Cool beans.
Are we done?
Yeah,
so,
for now.
All right, we're done.
Till next time.
Yep. Bye, guys.
Y'all come back now here.
Bye.